And there it is. There it is right there. Good day to you. Good day to everyone. Good to see you again. I thought it appropriate to start with the national anthem. So important is this a moment in time. A senior politician and a contemporaneous politician has agreed to share his presence with us for this session. So an important moment in time. So all of these questions and all of these conversations that we have had endlessly for months on end, we at last get somebody that is in the know, one of the top echelons of the Nigerian space. We at last get somebody of a seniority to come and address some of the matters that have been agitating us for so long. So an exciting moment. I am excited. I hope you are. Senator Shehu Sani has agreed to spend some time with us to discuss, of course, all matters germane to what binds us all, the Nigerian state. So he will be joining us eminently, and we wait eagerly for his company. So an exciting moment in time, an exciting moment in time. So, of course, I mean, Senator Shehu Sani needs no introduction to anybody that comes under the green, white, green banner. But for the benefit of born the 29th of October 1967, a Nigerian senator, an author, a playwright, and what we know him for most, a human rights activist. He is the president of the Civil Rights Congress. And the chairman of Hand in Hand. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Give me a moment. Let me go to the background and sort out some matters pertaining to. So let me play you a bit of a. So I've played you the new anthem. Let me play you an anthem of where it first started as I address a certain matter. So bear with me.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us.
All right, so that was the old Nigerian anthem. So as I said, imminently, and very soon, hopefully, we're in direct conversations with him now. Senator Shehu Sani about to join us. So an exciting moment, as I said. I am excited. Just so many things to go through. So we wait eagerly as it connects with the screen. But as we wait eagerly for him to connect with the screen, let's just take a sample of just Senator Shehu Sani in one of his many interactions with the Nigerian space via the portal of media. So let's just get a flavor of our guest in action. So let's watch this as we await the senator to join us. So here is a flavor just recently now. The senator speaking to matters germane to the Nigerian state.
Thank you for having me in your program once again. Well, the Petroleum Industry Governance Bill was designed and passed to solve a lot of problems in the petroleum industry. And it has been able to solve so many problems. But what it has not solved was the issue of petroleum subsidy. And if I can remember, in the last 4 decades, that has been a contentious issue as far as our country is concerned, as far as the economy of our country is concerned. Every now and again, each time the previous government attempted to withdraw petroleum subsidy, there will be a natural response from the labor and civil society through protest, civil disobedience, and all sorts of campaign. I cannot recall how many number of protests are participated in support of petroleum subsidy. But the question we fail to ask ourselves for all these years is, can't we do without subsidy? Can't we do without billions of taxpayers' money being paid to anonymous persons in name of subsidy? Can't we rescue our economy? Can't we do things differently? Many governments in the past have tried, but they have failed. And they failed because of the fear of the social implication of such withdrawal, and also the fear of mass uprising and resistance that will come after such withdrawal. And it has happened. I have been a strong advocate of subsidy. But now, we need to tell ourselves the truth as a country. This subsidy started in millions, then in billions and hundreds of billions, and now it has hit trillions. And we have reached a point where we were told that the government even have to borrow to pay subsidy. And this is not something that is going to come to an end in the next 1, 2, 10, or 20 years. It appears that we have to continue to source for money.
We're waiting for our guest to join us, which we will do eminently. So as we await our guest to join us, we're just listening to one of his latest interactions with the media space. In this instance, speaking to the fuel subsidy and his take on it. So we're just waiting now for our guest to join us. So let's continue then to hear the words of our Senator Shehu Sani. So let's listen on.
Money to pay subsidy. Can't we build other ideas in such a way that we will get down prices to the level of the ordinary man and then end this subsidy regime? And I think this has been the argument this time around. Nigerians have woken up to this reality. 1.2 trillion or thereabout be removed from our national treasury to pay for subsidy in an oil-producing country like ours is untenable, unsustainable, and it's wrong. And for me, I am now a strong advocate of the need to dialogue to solve the problem permanently. Because all the dialogue that has been in the past is, how do we reduce the subsidy and continue the subsidy? But now we have to achieve two goals. One, end subsidy and see how we can.
All right. So we are waiting our guests to join us, but as we await our guests to join us, some of the panelists already arriving. So we have Thomas and we have Patrick. Either of you there at the moment, Thomas or Patrick?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So as many people as can have their cameras on should. So a real coup for the platform. So many conversations to have with Senator Sani just as soon as he logs on. So I'm sure there are certain matters you would like to push him on. Patrick.
Essentially, Senator Shehu Sani was one of those that really fought for the actualization of June 12th, and then for what we call democracy today that we enjoy. I want him to assess the situation and tell us whether what he fought for is what he think is playing out now. Was it the kind of democracy actually stuck his neck out and risked his life to try to birth along with other comrades like Femi Falana, even Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the rest of them. So I want him to have an appraisal for our democracy as it is today. And I also want to ask him what are his plans for the next maybe in 2027. Yeah, is there a platform he's considering, and what does he think? Because I believe in him as a person. He's one of the very few northerners that I believe in so much. I know so many northerners have interest of the country at heart, but I know he does. Sincerely, he does.
You,
He
you,
has
know- you know, Patrick, a lot of people have said that it will be a real opportunity if Senator Shehu Sani was sitting in the State House in Kaduna, because, like you said, it's a people-centric politician. If the Kaduna State has the opportunity to have him sit at the State House, a real opportunity for that state.
yes, very well, and he's a very liberal-minded individual. He's very civilized. That's just the truth. He's very
I'm
civilized.
very witty as well. I'm not sure if you follow him on Twitter, but he's very witty as well. Very
No, I don't follow him on
acerbic. Yeah,
Twitter, but
yeah.
I listen to most all his interviews. I've been following him for long, you know, for long before now, and I'm very impressed with him. I just know that it's unfortunate that the system is not giving more opportunity for people like that, and people like that are the kind of people Nigeria needs now. You understand? You will discover that even as Senator Sonny is either in APC or PDP or whatever, is just even when he's in that party, he's just using the party as a platform. Is really not one of them when you want to group them like a typical Nigerian politician. No, he might be in the platform, but it's not one of them. He's somebody that has his principles and that I think has maintained that over time. But that kind of people, they are very unpopular in Nigeria, and they don't they are not the bandwagon kind of people. But I respect him. I just pray he continues to keep it. I pray that our system create opportunities for people like that. I mean, and our youth can emulate somebody like that.
Yes. So if you were looking for an example, he's certainly one of them. You're
Yes.
looking at him, people like Shure. That's really the
Yeah.
direction of travel
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody like Shure. But the difference between Shehu Sani and Shure and the rest is that one Shehu Sani is very mature. That man is very experienced. I don't know. The little I know about him, things I've followed, the man is very experienced, he's mature, um, he's knowledgeable, and I think he's just principled. If he had wanted to just get all the things and get all that he wants, he knows he has the network. All he just needed to do is make some compromises and continue to, you understand, he will be enjoying whatever everybody think they want to enjoy. But I think he's going through that now, and he's not at that point where we expect him to be, just because the man is not ready to compromise on principles and other things. That's one of the reasons I feel. He's,
All right, brilliant. So, Bishop, we were talking then that this is a real coup, an opportunity to actually, rub minds, pick the brains of a senior politician who is very contemporaneous. So it's not a politician of the past; it's a politician of now, and that's the topmost of the Nigerian political space. So, your expectations, Bishop, this interaction with Senator Shehu Sani? Bishop. Are you there, Bishop? All right, Thomas, then. Thomas, you pick it up.
One man, good evening. How are you?
I'm
And
good.
like, share, and subscribe to our
Hello.
listeners.
Yes, I'm there, but just go
Yeah,
ahead
no,
because I have no.
yeah. All right. So carry on now. Yeah.
Yeah. So The senator is, I think, is the outstanding person to me. I just like his simplicity. He always, it's not to somebody that shouts too much. He will say what they want to say, and if you want to take it or leave it. And I think he did well when he was a senator back then. As you rightly said, this is somebody that people should be clamoring for in their states, in his states, for him to have him as the governor of the states in the state house. That man is a very good man.
You remember that when he was a senator, he was the one that actually exposed the pay package that the senators were taking home, and
Taking up, yeah.
yes, and the whole country went agog.
The roof was scattered. One man that time, I remember that time. That man, it's one of the northerner. You can still say he has brain. I like his enthusiasm. Everything about him is just it's very simple man. You say what you want to say. You want to take it, take it. You want to leave it, leave it. What man, is it? I think it's a PDP, isn't it?
No, I
Is a
think it's in
PDP.
I think it's in CPC, if I'm not
CPC.
mistaken.
Yeah, but I thought maybe he's in PDP before now. But he's a good man. I'm hoping to have a good conversation with him. Even we can have a northerner. You know, we've been clamoring for a northerner one man
All
since
right.
God knows. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Bishop, are you there? Bishop. Bishop.
I think Bishop is busy with something.
All right. All right. Let's listen to the words of Senator Sani some more. As we are waiting to join us. He will be joining us in a moment because I sent him the link. So so who am I feeding back from? So let's hear
Bishop.
from Alex. All right. Let's hear from Alexander Gomez before we So Alexander,
Yes.
Senator Shehu Sani will be joining us eminently.
Yes.
A real opportunity for us to put to him what we have been discussing all of this month.
Yes. Today's good afternoon from Sugarland, Texas. Yo. Good afternoon, one man. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good actually. Good school. Good school. This is some guy that I have a lot of respect for. He's very, very, very straightforward and direct. And I'm hoping that he answers questions, tough questions from the panelists today. And I'm hoping too that the panelists ask him pertinent questions as it relates to Nigeria today. We don't want wishy-washy questions. We want succinct, direct, and insightful questions that would make him open up and tell us exactly what's going on in the Nigerian politics. So thank you very much, Roman, for working hard to bring this man on the platform. Thank you.
All right. We are waiting him to join us. So we continue to wait for him to join us. He'll be joining us eminently. But as we are waiting to join us, let's sample some more a little bit of his interactions with with this correspondent. I think this is on is this on the Rice TV somewhere? So he avails himself of the media space in order to explain the politics to Nigerians. So here he is in that interaction then with I should know the name of this gentleman, but I don't. But let's listen nevertheless.
We have to pay temporarily, and there should be a target for it. I belong to a civil society that has always campaigned and supported subsidy. But we have reached a point in the history of our country that our economy cannot sustain it. And still people are wondering if we have had functional refineries, if we have judiciously used our resources to build more refineries in the last 8 years, we couldn't have been talking about subsidy at this very time. If Nigerians have to suffer for being an oil producing and oil exporting country, what would have become of Nigeria if we don't have oil, if we don't have petroleum? what will have been the fate of our people. So I think the decisive moment is now. The last government of President Muhammad Buhari has failed to implement this, despite his own flip-flop. He has been a person, there was an attempt to do it, and then when there was threat of uprising and protest, he withdrew and even denied that he never made such thing, typical of what he does with power. So this time around, I think these historical issues, economic issues about subsidy, need to be addressed. In fact, our people are suffering. You fill your tank now, a typical saloon vehicle is about 40 to 50,000 naira. You to go from north and southern part of the country now, you need almost 100,000 naira, and this will reflect on the prices of commodities. But for us as a country, we have always been told, when I ask questions, who are the beneficiaries of these subsidies? They tell us oil marketers. Oil marketers, don't they have names? You need to know who are their names. I've never seen somebody who has come to the national television or been online and say, my name is Musa James Adeleke or Onoha, and that I am the beneficiary of this subsidy. So we can't continue to pay money to anonymous fraudsters, rent seekers, middlemen in the oil industry who have been benefiting and using the resistance of civil society to support for this subsidy for their own personal ends. As far as I'm concerned, our oil should be a blessing to Nigeria. It should be a benefit to our people. It should be one that will support life and also help our people. We are suffering for having petroleum in our country, and I am fully in support of the dialogue process that is going on.
All right, we're still waiting for the senator to join us. So we continue to listen to his words as he joins us imminently.
Until with a dialogue, we can come with a solution. During the Babangida regime, we were on the street protesting in support of subsidy. During the Abacha, many of us even went to court to challenge it. In the Jonathan administration, Obasanjo and Jonathan, we were all on the street fighting. But it appears this will be an endless thing. We will continue to do these things here, paying trillions to some persons who don't produce anything in the name of simply importing. This is an opportunity for us to get our refineries back in order, to build more, to refine our oil and provide it for our people, and end this culture of paying humongous amount of money to people whom we don't know.
One man, a little bit volume, very low.
So this
all right, okay.
And my view on this.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much, Senator. Well, as you said, it's been quite difficult for the reasons that is confronting this fuel subsidy issue. As a matter of fact, there are many who say there is no subsidy.
Sorry, let me just. And by the way, that's Uncle Yori, of course. I don't know how his name skipped it. They call him Uncle Yori. Yori Folari, I think. Yes. So that's Uncle Yori, as you know. Yori Folari. So yeah.
The last administration sort of got cold feet on it. But now that it is done, subsidy has gone, and it has gone publicly, and it actually disappeared, shall we say, on the very day that President Tinubu was taking office, his oath of office. Now, it surely is an idea whose time had come, and so it was done, and people, thought that all sorts of things were going to happen. Not so. So, in fact, you now have people who are going to be, I don't want to call them victims, but who are going to have to, grapple with this, saying that, yep, it's going to be tough, but it's a thing that must be done. Now, I want to bring your mind, Senator, to the Nigerian citizens ourselves, because we've had it good for so long. We were, buying petrol at the price that we were buying it, and maybe we forgot ourselves a bit, and this has brought us into something of a shock reminder. Do you think there's a part for the citizens also, as government is doing all those things that you talked about? Indeed, they have said that they'll be intervening, the citizen itself has to now probably moderate his consumption, his or her consumption. We've heard about people who have 7, 8 limousines in the house. Not everybody does have that. But we were joking that maybe no more than 1 or 2 of those limousines shall now be on the road. But do you think there's somewhere where we can speak to the ordinary Nigerian himself who had grown up on the 190 something naira fuel that has now become almost 500 naira? So this is reality. Before it was whatever it was. Is there a role for the Nigerian to moderate his awoof consumption?
Well, you see, if we are going to talk about this issue of subsidy, we also have to use this opportunity to address the problems in the energy sector. First of all, we must appreciate the fact that the petroleum industry bill has led to a new NNPC, which is NNPCL. And we have had a managing director in the person of Kerry, who has behaved and performed more than any other of his previous predecessors. Oil has been discovered in northern part of Nigeria, and there was a direct attempt, an effective attempt to end oil theft in Niger Delta. We have also seen a move towards accountability as far as the petroleum industry is concerned. That is a very big credit. But now on this issue of subsidy, as a layman, I've always asked myself, I'm not in the oil industry. We are importing.
All right. We continue to await the senator to join us. I am in contact with him, and he did give the assurance that he will join us. PDP is his party. He ran for the primaries for the PDP this last governorship that just went. But as we await the senator to join us, I want us to have a little bit of a listen to this clip. This is Hida Sariki, the aviation minister, who is been brought into the studio to give answers to some of the controversies that are generated from that now unveiling that we just saw. So let's have a listen to this, see what we're making of it. So I thought he would have run away from the country, but rather than run away from the country, he has apparently, allegedly faced up to the media. So let's hear what Hida Sariki has to say in defense of what a lot of people feel shamed the Nigerian state. So let's have a listen to this.
Project. Hadi Sirika joins us now. Good to see you, Captain Hadi Sirika. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Ruben. My name is Hadi Sirika.
Well, Captain Hadi Sirika, you must have listened to the videos that we played to introduce this conversation. And there are many Nigerians, not just Honorable Nolim Naji, the chair of the Aviation Committee in the House of Reps, but also many other Nigerians who are calling for your arrest and who are saying that you must be investigated. And what they are saying is that why the need for Nigeria Air? We had Air Nigeria before it failed. And the assumption, the allegation is that what you have been able to impose on Nigerians is a personal project rather than a project designed in national interest.
Well, thank you very much, Ruben and the viewers. I don't think that I'm here to discuss the desirability of having a national carrier for the size of the Nigerian economy, its population, and being at the center of Africa. No. I am here because I once been a public servant who has taken decision on behalf of the people, and is only morally right that there are accusations of fraud, of corruption.
Thomas, what are you making of Hadi Sarika having the fortitude to stand up to the media. Did you imagine that he would have run? Are you impressed even that he turned up at all? I thought he would have left the country.
One man, I have my reservation for everything that's happened in that space. I don't think that hairline or so is fake to me, as some people have been saying. I don't think that Nigeria will go so low in that direction to, you know what I mean, to fake hairline. I don't think. I don't. One man, why will they? Why? That's the question. Why? And you can see this man. This man is not running anywhere. He's facing it squarely. So don't you think maybe there's some veracity or some things that we are the one being pushy or making some comment that is not good? Don't you think that? Because this man is facing he's not running away anywhere. One man. This is just reason. Yeah.
You know, sometimes I think we leap hastily to judgment in the country. We leap hastily to judgment. But let's listen to Hida Sarika some more, and let me contact the senator, see if he is ready for us. He will be joining us shortly. But let's listen on, and I'll contact him again.
Of secrecy and so on are not being done in the right manner and so on. For me to come and explain to the public what has happened, to allay their fears, to explain issues, because I'm accountable for my actions. So discussing desirability or not, I think we've gone past that stage. That can be another day. I think respectfully, perhaps, is to ask me all of those questions like the 85 billion that have been wasted, like the aircraft that came and flew out and so on. I think that these are the questions that Nigeria wants to know. The Fambro issue, the post holders, who are the owners, whether there is secrecy in the whole thing, is shrouded by secrecy, whether it is a fraud according to Inolim. I think, Dr. Abati, I'd like to use the opportunity because I know I have limited time, but let me answer the German questions that I'm to be faced by public. I think that's what it should be.
Well, I started with that question because many Nigerians, they are asking, is this a flag carrier or is it a chartered flight, being carried by, Ethiopian Airlines? But the basic question is, how is the unveiling of May 29th?
So Nigeria.
Okay, please go ahead.
So Nigeria Air, so Nigeria Air is a company known to Nigeria law called Nigeria Air Limited with shareholders on the company. So it's not going to be a charter company. It's going to be a company like every other company. And the structure of that company is such that there is 5% for the federal government held in trust by Ministry of Finance Incorporated. Then there is 49% strategic equity partner, which is Ethiopian in this case. There's also 31% by MRS and 15% by SACOL. This is the structure of the airline. And so it's a company known to law, like Max Air is known to law, like Airpeace is known to law, or IBOM.
Okay, it's good that you've talked about the shareholders in Nigeria Air, and you've defined the percentages. But one of the companies you mentioned, SACOL, complained that they were not even invited to the unveiling. I would like to know, how was the unveiling on May 29 different from the unveiling in Fambro? What is the difference?
Right. So there are two different phases. Remember, at the beginning of this exercise, the federal government of Nigeria had a business plan. And that business plan is such that there is going to be viability gap funding of $350 million by the government of Nigeria through the CBN, which in that case, it will be owned by the company but repaid back to Nigeria. At that time, we did not have the name, the color, the logo of this airline. So we begin a campaign, social media campaign, which is on record, where 400,000 people participated in the campaign to create the name, the logo, the color, and the livery of the airline. And Fambro, being an air show where the entire world came to where.
And by the way, the senator is trying to join us. I think a little bit of technical problems with the link. So I've resent the link. So hopefully, very, very shortly, he said he's trying hard to join us, but he can't seem to get through. So I've resent the link. So hopefully that solves it.
We will be needing aircraft either from Boeing or from Airbus, and they're all there. So we'll go there and discuss with them and pick the best deal for the airline at that time when the government was driving it. So we thought that in that place, after negotiating with also would-be investors, like a roadshow, if you like. So if we will have the opportunity to discuss with them, one-stop shop, discuss with OEM, that is manufacturers of aircraft, either Boeing or Airbus or anybody, and also investors or would-be partners like Qatar, like Ethiopian, like Lufthansa, which we all met with them at that time. So to use the opportunity, seize the opportunity at that time, the product of the campaign by 400,000 people will now unveil it for the world to see, hey, we are coming. This is what is going to come. At that time, government is driving it. But thereafter, the business changed. The business, OBC, outline business case changed. And now they have a partners that have owners. So the unveiling in Abuja, this was done by government. And then the purpose of going to Farnborough is not just to unveil, but take advantage of it. But it's to discuss with OEMs, discuss would-be partners, and do a roadshow. But coming back home now, when Nigeria Air had its own shareholders, the bid was done, the bid was won by some people. In their marketing strategy, decided to unveil this aircraft, this airline, to come into Nigeria and showcase what it would be, pending when the AOC has been completed and they begin to fly. So the strategy that they did, marketing, is their own. It's for the owners. It's for Ethiopia Airline, Emirates, ET, and the Mofi, whoever they are. And the question as to Sako, that they're not being invited for the unveiling, I wouldn't be the one to answer. Their own partners should answer. And I think it was very clear on the day I was invited, and I went there. And I went around the aircraft. I saw it. I inspected it. I made statements there. And they asked me that, so when do you think that this aircraft will fly? And I said to them, look, it will fly as soon as the OC is issued. And that, okay, what if the government that is new now decide not to continue? I said, well, if they decide not to continue, they're only 5% of the company because they have only 5%. Okay. So 95% will continue because it's an airline known to Nigerian law. So if Sako will decide not to do, they're only 15%. But
what this minister is describing is essentially a private enterprise. So I think it only really carries Nigeria only by virtue of the name, because what is describing is a private enterprise under the Nigerian slot in the aviation space. That's what it's describing. You know, so what does Nigeria?
One man, and we always say that there is no government don't have business in doing business. It looks like a private company using the brand of Nigeria name. This man cannot be lying, one man.
Yeah, but
look at this man.
What do we get out of it, though? What do we get out of it? From what is describing so far, I'm not sure what advantage the Nigerian state actually gets out of this.
If I may have a minute, if that's okay.
Yeah, Bishop.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Sorry, I was muddling up a few things. I was really hurrying so that I can join you. I was listening on the background, so sorry about that. Please, apologies.
No, that's fine.
You will be doing a very great justice if you listen to the whole thing. I just did. Immediately after church, I rushed home, listened to Shehu, and I wanted to listen. And I think you should, so that it should not be as if we're just defending. I knew quite a bit of what he was explaining, because I mean it was bidded for, foreign people were involved, and the company won, and the rest, and all deal details he marshaled out. You will do a good justice if you take time. I'm enjoying listening to it. If it's going to take distinguished senator some more time.
Yes, it's fine.
But if you can listen after, yeah.
No, we will listen to it, but we'll interact with what he's saying as he's saying it as well, which is what we do.
So he was able to give some very how do I call it, fact-based, hard fact background to the origin. At what point did it change? What is the stake of Nigeria? How much Nigeria has expended in the whole thing? Even the question of the fire trucks for the airport came up, and maybe I'm biased. I'm convinced that he gave a good account of himself. That's my own a verdict or assessment of it. But of course, if we all listen to it, we might have a different opinion. Other people might have a different opinion. But I think he gave a good account for himself.
All right. But from this piece of exchange with Ruben Abati, what is describing is a private enterprise, because he's gone on to say that Nigeria as a state only owns 5% of that organization. So what's in it for us? That's why I don't get it. What is in it for us? What do we get out of this? So that's really where the question is. But let's listen on. Maybe we'll give some answers, but let's listen on. But so far, I'm a bit confused.
Remaining 85 will continue. If MRS decide not to continue, the others will continue. So I think it's very clear.
Okay,
anybody, because it's a partnership owned by them.
But Captain Sirika, those shareholders that you have mentioned, how much have they paid as equity?
Please address me as Senator Hadi or Hadi.
Oh, okay. You prefer Senator Hadi Sirika. Okay, how much have those shareholders paid as equity into Nigerian Air? Or they didn't pay anything, they're just shareholders on paper?
So, no. So the business plan had $200 million as a capital. They will pay equal to the shareholding they're doing. I know currently now they are signing the shareholders agreement. Once they finish the documentation of the shareholders agreement and they sign, then they pay. Of course, they cannot take a shareholding on paper, and no one does that. Everybody will have to pay, except federal government 5% will be in kind for the services, for rentals, etc. So the 5% of government is all that it is doing. And remember, federal government has been spending money on this project. So all of its services and what they have been doing will be quantified. If it is equal to 5%, they take 5%. If it is more, they get the refund. If it is less, the services will be quantified and make up to 5%.
Okay.
So monies have been spent by government, yes. Services have been given, yes. Buildings have been given, yes.
Okay, Senator, you say the federal government has been spending money. How much has been spent so far? Because many Nigerians are concerned. They say, oh, they have spent our money and we don't have an explanation. Is it 130 billion naira, as some people are alleging, or 85 billion naira? How much has been spent so far? Because this is about our money, money.
Okay, so in 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, all of the monies voted for national carrier was 5 billion, voted and budgeted for. But all that was released is in the neighborhood of about 3 billion, not 85 billion. And that 3 billion has not been expended, all of it, as at the time I left office. And what has been done with that money is nothing but transaction advisory services, the AOC processes, salaries, consultancy services, and the office in Abuja. No contract was given by Hadis Rika or the administration at the time. These are the things that were used for the money. And there is Freedom of Information Act. People can apply and get all the records, what the money has been used for. That is number one. Number two, it's in the imagination of Roland Iyayi in the National Assembly that he said 85 billion was budgeted and spent. And when they asked him, he said MBS. Now, I think MBS should question why the source. Is it true that they have it on their records, MBS, that the money has been spent? So I told you now the total amount of money from 2016 to 2023 is only 5 billion, not all was released. Only about 3 billion that was released. And at the time I left, all of it has not been utilized. And I told you what the money was for. Transaction advisory services, AOC processes, salaries, consultancies, and the office in Abuja. So the 85 billion is in the head of the person who said it.
Okay. You mentioned, you referred earlier to AOC. And that's one of the things that Dr. Lumide brought up when he was testifying before the House Aviation Committee. And he said that the first stage of the AOC has not even been concluded. What exactly is the truth?
Well, I think what he meant at that time, because he was caught halfway, what he meant at that time is that, look, the post holders, which is the key personnel of the airline, their contract expired 31st of May. And NCA is saying, look, the contract of the people to run this airline has expired. So change them. If they had changed them, all of them, then they go back to stage one. But they have not changed them. They only extended their contract.
All right. Thank you.
So since they have already gone to NCA, been interviewed, so they have passed. As far as that is concerned, they have passed that level already. Because immediately the ministry received it and Nigeria received it, they reappointed the same people. So they don't need to go through any diligence because they're the same people. So it's
and by the way, the senator is making adjustments to join us. He's having technical issues where he is. That's why he has not. He's keen to join us and interact with you, take your questions, inform you as best as you as he can, and then take feedback from Nigerians globally. So he's eager to do all that. But he's having to juggle at some technical issues, and he will join us quite eminently.
One man, good evening, and to our co-host, to Thomas. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes.
I one part of the interview that I saw that I really I'm going to ask is about him stating that one of the aviation committee chairmen asking for 5% share of Nigerian Air. And if you can explain further about that, I know maybe you might not be able to.
No, it's not Hadi Sariki that is joining us, so it's Senator Shehu Sani.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. But
we're using this as a space filler as we wait for the senator to get over the technical gremlins and then avail us his presence.
Right, but yeah, okay. Let me just hold off on that, and I'll join you back.
Yeah, but that is pertinent to this guy, though. Are you surprised that he made an appearance in front of the media, the former aviation minister?
No, I think we need more of that. That you don't want to run a government based on speculations and hearsay here and there. We need more of our government officials to come on TV and defend what they're doing. More transparency is needed. Maybe time to absolve themselves from any wrongdoing.
But Balanti, why can't he do this before, when he's still in the regime?
I mean,
and when he's active?
If you are working for some people in the government, there might be restrictions with the media. You never know, but it's out of government now. At least let's hear what he has to say first, and hopefully believe or promote, advocate for more transparency with this current government, with the Tinubu administration. So I'm looking forward to having you guys come up and let's hear what he has.
Do you think it was the Emefiele arrest that flushed him out in front of the media, that he's coming to address matters before they come for him?
Right. If that is so, I mean, don't you want to hear from other ministers?
No, they all have to give account. All of them, they all should be. They must give account.
But by the way, on the side, Tinubu reminds. Don't mean to digress from this aviation topic. Tinubu reminds me of that the main character in the movie Oleku, General Maku. If you've seen Oleku, the mainframe movie, one man. I don't think you've seen it in the 90s.
No.
He came into the government, Ashobudi, and just try to do
that's Shawaride, not Oleku.
No, Shawaride is not. Shawaride is the.
Agogwe. You said Oleku is definitely not Oleku.
Is it Agogo? No.
Is it that Agogwe or Shawaride? It's one of those two stories.
Yeah. So, but Tinubu reminds me of.
It's never of them. I think it's Maku.
Yeah, Maku.
That should be Koshegbe.
Yes, Koshegbe.
Koshegbe, okay.
Koshegbe, yeah.
It's not Koshegbe. It is either Shawaride or Agogwe. But let's leave that. Let's move ahead.
But Tinubu reminds me. Yes, I just googled it. It's Koshegbe. So the Tinubu reminds me of General Maku that comes into the system to to kind of clean up the system. And what is done in the first 2 weeks, man, I am concerned about his safety, because you are now you are you are swimming in dangerous waters. The monetary system. I mean, immediately, obviously we know there are more people involved in this, but how deep down the rabbit hole Tinubu is willing to go is what I'm really worried about, because there are too many hands in the cookie jar with Emefiele. And when he starts mentioning names, I won't be surprised if you hear names of former presidents, former generals, former senators. So I don't know how far Tinubu will
You
go.
know, I don't think Tinubu is necessarily out to catch a thief. I think he's more interested in trying to recover as much of the money as he can. So he's holding Emefiele to then use him to invite then all of the people that he has facilitated that looting to return. Because there was I think was it the last round of elections, or the ones before, or the one before, when Atiku Abubakar was having an interaction with Zainab Ahmed, and he was explaining to her then that look, this thing of fighting corruption, it looks good for the optics. It looks good because the citizenry, they want punishment for people they feel have looted their funds, but these people that looted funds, they are so wealthy, they will bury you in court till kingdom come. So they negotiate what they can get back from these people rather
And
than
just stop the,
and then
and
just
just
give
stop the bleed.
yeah.
But
Yes.
one man, can I ask you a question? What gave Emefiele the nerve, definitely, to stay in the country once Buhari left office? That was the only guy that was protecting you. I would have left May 28th if it was me. I would have left the country. Why
I
did
don't
you
think
stick
I
around?
don't think he had the window to run. He was heavily monitored by the DSS. I imagine he would have been.
Man, if it were me, I'm telling you, May 1st, I would be out of that country.
It's seven border,
I'm
border on
telling
the
you.
bike, seven
But Baba T, maybe he can defend himself. That's why he didn't run. Let's see how it goes.
Thomas, come on. Defend what?
I've made this comment before, Baba T.
Thomas, let me step in the background for a moment and try and see if I can sort out matters. You
Yeah.
take charge. Let me step in
Yeah.
the background.
Baba T, why did I say that is the money policy he make, he cannot be charged for that. Do you know that? Maybe it was successful or failed.
Thomas,
he cannot be held for that. He cannot be arrested for that. Do you know that?
Thomas, that is not the point.
If that policy was totally done without him benefiting from it, it's difficult. But if you can find a way that he actually benefited from all those bad policies, honestly, there is difficult for him to clean himself. So that's
but we can't ascertain that. That's what I'm saying.
Thomas,
so and we don't even know his charges for now.
Thomas, wait, let me ask you, Thomas. He does not have the support of anybody relevant.
He has the support of the Kabas and Buhari.
They can show you. They can put you on stand now. Let them put their faces.
No, Babati said he does not have support of anybody that is relevant.
Babati, do you know the latest narratives? And I think it's political.
Right.
Is the one that happened recently in April, where they said they applied for one loan from one bank like that and transferred $750 million to Dangote. Look, all those things to me, they are just like distraction, because DSS was after this guy as far back as November, December last year.
Yeah.
So I'm now saying what happened just in April is the reason they're after him.
Right.
To me, there's no way I can be convinced.
That terrorism charges by the DSS, do you think that is more of the IPOBian place, or do you think, because I keep saying this,
it's not the Eastern guy now. It's from Delta.
No, but they are accusing him of. They have one of the charges by the DSS was terrorism, right? That it was funding terrorism.
Yeah, it was funding terrorism.
I don't know. Is it Boko Haram?
Don't you think that's a distraction?
I think that has to do with banditry, right? So like
So it's funding banditry.
Like banditry in exchange for maybe the kidnap people, but I've not read the detail.
A CBN governor funding band, that is wild.
But to me, the only thing that can save this guy, number one, is if Tinubu doesn't want to prosecute him, one. Then the other thing is that if he cannot establish that all those bad policies that he made, that he has not benefited from it, I don't see how this guy did not benefit, because
but do you know currently now he's still the governor of the central bank?
It's not now.
No, it's
not. He's still the governor. He's been suspended. Suspended doesn't mean he's been sacked.
Suspended means that he's not the governor now. For that period, he's not the governor. That's what it means.
But that is, you can say technically he's still the governor.
No, it's not technical. He cannot sign any paper. He cannot do anything.
But he has not been sacked.
Yeah, he doesn't have to, but he's suspended. When you suspend something, that means that thing he's not occupying that position now anymore for that short period.
But
cannot call a meeting.
I understand what I'm telling you.
As a governor.
Patoski, if you are in a organization, if you are suspended, you are still part of that organization, isn't it?
You are not holding that position.
But I'm saying you are still part of that organization until you are laid off.
For example, a student that was rusticated.
No, that's not doing student. Let's use work.
No, I'm just using it to understand the meaning. If a student was rusticated, also, for that period, that child is not a student of that school. If he goes and presents himself to another organization and say, I'm a student of this school.
Rustication is, you are going far. Rustication
is still the CBN governor.
He's still the CBN governor.
He just have a disciplinary action.
Let him go and sign documents on behalf of CBN.
Now, he's still on the payroll. Assuming he's still on the payroll of CBN.
Yes, they are still paying him salary.
Can we to the point here? What the hell is he doing with terrorism charges? How did we get from CBN?
No, I think those ones are made up.
That's what I'm made up now.
Don't assume it's made up. Because this thing was under Buhari.
So why did they bring it up since? Why didn't DSS bring it up? After all, they tell us they know the people. They know the people behind it. They say some of them are untouchable. Was CBN governor untouchable that time?
See, Patoski, this thing was under Buhari when Kaba was very active. So for DSS to have come up with such charges under Buhari, don't think they were joking. Because if it is under Tinubu, that is understandable. But for them to have gone that far, that it was even Buhari, or let's say the Kaba, that was even
so maybe he was funding it on behalf of some people.
Whatever it was, but I will not degrade our DSS just because we want to add some political undertones to this thing. So,
hold on, please. Do you remember that time? The allegation that was laid against Emefiele is that how did bandits are getting ransom? And do you remember that? How did bandits are getting ransom being paid? So maybe they are trying to link it to Emefiele. At least if they are getting ransom in cash,
In new notes.
In new notes, then.
They should ask commercial banks now. There's no intelligent DSS person that would put that question at the table of CBN. CBN does not dispense cash to individuals.
So to the individuals, God bless you.
So they should ask commercial bank that question. To me, this is what is happening. Tinubu cannot stop them from trying him now. I'm sure Tinubu's boys are compelling him to pick that guy. People like Dele Alake, people like all of them that felt this guy really went for us. We have to caution them. You know when this guy declared for
you are missing the point. You are missing the point. I don't care about listen. I don't care about Emefiele. I don't care about
him.
One point. I don't care about Emefiele. I care about what he knows, who he's been working with. That's what that's the issue here.
You will see now. Shebi, it's a matter of time. You will see what they will find there.
is because they just felt this guy. I'm sure Tinubu, for him to have quickly taken that step, is that his boys said, no way. This guy has to be questioned, has to be cautioned. Because what Tinubu Emefiele did was very unprofessional. Very unprofessional. You are a CBN governor, you carry your bag, you say you are running for presidency, you are doing this one. Then you are beginning to come up with policies that suggest you have political interests. So I'm sure they have the intelligence that there were some political interests that he was serving then. And so they must have felt, oh, this guy will make a scapegoat of him such that nobody occupying such position will try that again. Even if Tinubu says no, his boys will not allow him. Just watch it.
But I think Emefiele have the right to contest as the president of Nigeria, but he has to step down from his post.
But he didn't do that now. He didn't do
He
that.
didn't do that. Yes.
One thing I read about Emefiele now is that how he sent a well-known terror financier to help him send money to Sheikh Gumi. No, I'm reading it now.
Come on.
Apparently, Emefiele wanted Gumi to support his presidential ambition bid, but Gumi reportedly rejected the money. So
hello, guy.
That is beer parlor talk. Baba, yes, Alexander. How is my brother? Yeah.
No bad. Is the guest still coming on tonight?
Yeah, he's still coming. He's having some technical glitch.
Yes, I'm trying to contact him. He's having some technical glitch. I'm not still clear on where we are, but I'll give it another 20, 30 minutes, and then I'll make decisions after that. But he did give me his assurance that he was going to join us. So I'm taking him by those words. But I'm in the background working on just what the problems are and how we can resolve it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Okay.
Yeah. Did Baba Shebe contribute to me, or just want to ask that?
That man, that young man. I'm surprised he aged so much, though. My goodness, he looks about 70. When I saw him being handcuffed and taken onto the private jet. He should be charged for incompetence and ineptitude. He's been the worst central bank governor we've ever had, and probably the richest.
But can he be charged for that? Are you sure?
Yeah, he can be. They look for something to pin him on. He was a very corrupt individual, and he shouldn't be allowed to get away with what he did.
What I'm saying is, many people has made bad decisions for Nigerians.
No, but this one takes it. This one takes the cake. This man, I am so you just don't know how upset I am about this Emefiele.
Everybody's upset, Baba. Everybody's
very upset. People died and suffered because of his stupid policy, and people are saying that Buhari wasn't the no. Buhari, can he read? If I had a letter to him, can he read and understand it? The man is a dumbo. He was just taking instructions from, like Tunde said, he gives you a job and he expects you to do it. And he gave him the central bank governor job. He expected him to do the job. The central bank governor comes to tell him what to do, and he authorizes it. I don't know. I don't know. This Emefiele guy, I don't know. He shouldn't be allowed to get away with this. Should not be allowed to get it. We should teach him a lesson. And I've been following Marwa and what the wonders he's been performing as the director of NDLEA. This man is doing some amazing job. I didn't know that anyone could clean up that space like that. So Tinubu must use him in his cabinet, because this man is amazing at administration.
But Baba, do you think if they don't have the substantial, maybe he has involved himself in a criminal attitude or embezzle money, but I don't think with this monetary aspect it can be charged. That's what I think.
my big brother, who knows that space very well, said that the week that oh, Chineke, Nigeria, the week that what's his name? Oh, Chineke, the week that Aliko Dangote opened a refinery, he transferred $1 billion into his account in Dubai, and they're looking into that. I mean, there are allegations. The man was very. MFLA is a disgrace. It's a disgrace to me as an ex-student of the same school. It's a disgrace to one man. It's a disgrace. You know, I can't believe this man.
Proud
It's
alumni. It's a proud alumni.
yes, it was 2 years my junior, and I remember him because he was so unassuming. I mean, brilliant. He made a first class, but he was a brilliant student, but very timid. And look at what he became 50-something years later. I mean, unbelievable. So people that people that say that Nigerians are by their DNA corrupt, this is indicative of the space from someone who had a working class background and grew up in Lagos. That guy speaks perfect Yoruba, grew up in Lagos, and look at what he's become today. You know, it's amazing. I remember Kulata saying on this platform a while ago, that guy's worth at least $2-3 billion. For what? For being a central bank governor? Stealing people's money?
So that is being conservative. That
Yeah.
is being conservative.
And they said that he transferred $1 billion into Aliko Dangote account in Dubai the week he opened that refinery. $1 billion. Huh?
Do you know
it's
hundreds of fleets of car he branded for his presidency ambition?
I know the way people steal money from that country. If people steal money from South Africa like that, South Africa would not be in existence. It just shows you how fabulously rich that country Nigeria is. You know, and I am praying and I'm hoping.
Can you guess Emefiele's salary? Just by month.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe $1 million naira a month or something like that.
Oh my God!
It can't be more than that. It can't be more than that.
Let's even say 5 million or 2 million.
No, it can't be that
much. Sorry, Thomas. I'm not clear what is going on. I'm not clear what is going on. I've been texting the guest, and he told me that he was having technical difficulties, and then he was having to switch devices. So that was the last communication I had with him. So I'm still trying to reach him, but it's proving difficult to reach him. I'll give it a few more minutes because I want him to direct me on just where we are in terms of the session. So I'm trying to reach him. I'll continue to try to reach him, and then I'll feed back to you. Just so that. But he did give me.
Let's just be calm. There's no rush. Let's just be calm.
It's just I want the communication to. I want to be feeding back, but he did give me the assurance that he was going to join us. So let me continue to try.
Yes. Then also, we have to clear the. I don't want to be like.
No, I'm gonna butt. I'm gonna butt out in a minute. So don't worry about it.
Yeah. So that we can give space for the.
Yeah. Let me
for
butt
the
out.
guests
Let me
to
just.
That's all right. Yeah. Okay. So maybe 8 or 7 people on the screen. If I may, how many people we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because if the house is full.
You mean he might not be able? Yeah, no. There's still enough. There's still enough. We can take 12. With 2 in the backdrop. So as soon as it comes in, then I'll clear the space. And then we kick it out.
Beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah. So back to our conversation. So I think Emefiele may get away with all this shenanigan. To me, he may get away with it.
Almost. You are missing the point. He has no support from anywhere. He's the scapegoat for everybody now. So there's where support coming from.
Sorry. So if I want to hazard the name, but don't let me blunder it. If actually what Baba Gomez, if I'm right, that was who was speaking. If what he said
Yes,
now,
you are right. Yeah.
$1 billion is true, and Dangote is involved, I'm afraid. I will tell you for a fact. The way the risk, Tinubu will not throw Dangote under the bus.
Never.
No, Bishop.
True. Yeah.
No, Bishop. See, all these people, they know how to play that game.
I am not saying so because
I read that report. I read that report, right? I read that report. You know,
I've not actually had
Bishop, you are all hold on. Bishop, you are breaking heavily. We can barely hear you. We
really?
can barely. Yes.
Wow, how about now?
Now we can hear you now. I can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay, I don't know. I think it was just a track. What I was that if they with that allegation of 1 billion, that really sank my heart. And if it is true, quite honestly, they will sweep it up. They will sweep these things under the carpet.
Of course, no be Nigeria.
If it is true.
Okay, Bishop. Let me counter your point there. Now, I read that report. It was 1 billion, and these guys transferred $750 million to Dangote's account in Dubai. Correct.
Next left.
Now, the issue is this. The allegation against this guy was as far as last year, not now. The one in April may just be one of his calculations, just to make sure that he gets himself out of this trouble. That's why I say these people too, they can play the game. Because this is what I will do if I find myself in position of Tinubu. I will look at what happened last year, and I will look what happened in April this year. So now, desperately transferring that money, we don't even know what transpired behind. Whether even Dangote even accepted the money, or whether he had that money and reported it, we cannot say yet. Even see at that, if they still want to make scapegoat out of this guy, irrespective of how Dangote was involved in that matter, if you still not stop them. That is exactly what I'm saying. So I don't think Dangote, because if this same Dangote we are talking about, if you could not save some bank executive in the past, I don't think Dangote will necessarily save Emefiele from this one. Because this guy already find a way to, like I was saying, sometimes this guy.
Ola, in what capacity Emefiele transferring that money to Dangote? Is he on behalf of the government or their personal deals?
It was since the CBN governor at that time, right? So I just read too that he transferred $750 million to the account in Dubai. So I don't know the detail of that. So
it could be to support a transaction. It could be anything.
That is
when we have the information,
Pato. That is the reason why I said earlier that this thing goes. The rabbit hole is very deep, and I don't think Tinubu is going to be willing to go down that path, because once you start mentioning names, I don't know how far. It's a very dangerous territory for
the
him.
guy needs Bank Dangote now.
No, Baba, see, this guy is a cool. This guy
that's
is
what
cool.
That's what Bishop is saying. By saying, I'm afraid it will be gone, because the way he could not involve himself in that kind of a deal, it must have been transaction related. You know us in Nigeria, once we see anything, we suspect everything to be fraud. It's like that. You might just call that is a transaction, is a legal transaction.
Which transaction? Can you just guess?
Patoski. Let's assume it could even be. It may even be right.
Eventually,
it can as well be a setup. It can as well be a setup. So that's why I'm saying that until we know the details.
Sorry, what's going on with your audio? Your audio is bad.
Yeah. Patoski, your audio is bad. Yeah.
Thomas. Thomas. Do you know what I think? I think the more Tinubu, if Tinubu continues in this part, it just tells you how terrible Buhari was as administrator. People can just do whatever they've been doing.
Buhari is not an administrator, Babati.
Buhari has always
president.
been terrible.
I
Buhari
mean,
has always been terrible. So don't be
so
surprised.
I know, Ola, but think about it. If this is happening in the CBN, look, imagine what's been going on in other ministries for the last 8 years. That means this guy never even supervised these guys.
Buhari is a mumu man. He's a mumu man.
I mean, my God. I mean, this is just one part of the economy.
No, Buhari is only power drunk, and I think it was there to favor his people, and that's only I think.
How did he favor them? How did they favor? Just by being there? He didn't really do anything.
Okay, BT, Babati, let me tell you one thing. Those people in the bush, who were they? And those Iskaba that were getting money, who were they? Who dominated the banditry in Nigeria? So with that economic capacity that they acquire under this guy, if some of them we have to do something, just like we are saying, how Jonathan favor Asari Dokubo now. Now today, can you call Asari Dokubo a poor man? He has established himself.
You are missing my point. My point is that if I am there as a president and I'm going to favor my people, it will not be those kind of I won't consider that as empowering my people. It will be more of a long-term economic benefit for my people, not banditry, not people in the bush, not some Asari Dokubo. That is not empowerment.
No, he did it in different way. Look at the federal government presence in Daura today, or should I we say in Katsina. He did that one as he was doing for those people in the city. The crooks too, they find their way because they know their grandparents will not say anything.
Do you know? Ola, do you know what it could have done? Buhari, I think, had the best opportunity to promote education, primary education in the north, and people will have followed his lead. Like, Good Luck was struggling with that because of their Amajiri system. If Buhari had done the same thing, they would have opened up the doors for him. So I think one of the ways that it could have empowered these people by promoting education, primary education in the north, and spreading this gospel of education across the board. That would have been the most important thing it could have done for his people. But they feel that is all. How many schools were built under Buhari? Primary schools for his people. How many did he invest in education?
Permit me to interject you. I mean, sometimes because because the necessary level of government they have failed in their responsibility. The federal government has zero business in building primary schools. Zero business. And what they did was to put in place UBEC. And the money is always there for every state that is ready to pay their counterpart funding to assess and develop their primary education. I think it should be, we are going back to what we want to get out of.
No,
by saying,
Bishop, listen, because you missed my point. I said promote. If you are way behind, it's very different from everybody else. I get your position that
the way to promote it is what the government through UBEC and make funds available, but they don't just want to be dishing the funds to them. You bring your own counterpart funding. The federal government is going to give you, let's say, 1 billion naira, but you have to match it so that you are not just collecting our money to go and be paying salaries, because we want you to put structures in place. That has been on for so many states have not taken advantage of that.
I know that you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying that the peculiarities that are very different in the north. You put the pressure on your people to get that done. Is what I'm saying. Put pressure on your people to get it done.
Okay.
As a leader of the north, listen, we are behind.
Babati.
You are putting. Okay, go ahead.
The little that Buhari did for Katsina State, I don't think anybody since 1999 has ever done that for his own state. Yeah, you may be saying he didn't give them education, but then other things that he took to Daura, not directly because the ministers too indicate for them to have high service and their ambitions. You understand? They did a lot there that will improve the economy generally. So it's not about education alone. Even what they did there can even encourage education later in the future. So
but I want to ask this question. At the long run, are you sure Tinubu is not going to throw Buhari under the bus?
No, Thomas, no, not directly. Okay? No, Thomas, listen. Thomas, listen, not directly. his actions will just show how incompetent.
That's what I'm saying. Indirectly.
No. Yeah, indirectly, you just see that, man, what the hell will we, once starts to reverse all this closure of borders, opening up the cryptocurrencies, approving this electricity bill, the more it does that, without even saying it, you will just see, it will just, that just if you just oppose it to the Buhari government, you just see how incompetent it has to be.
Inefficient Buhari.
No, BT, it does not even mean anything. Yaradua did to Obasanjo, Jonathan did to Obasanjo, Buhari did to Obasanjo. All those things means nothing to these guys. So the only thing is that for someone to think whether OBJ whether Tinubu we prosecute Buhari, people should.
No, I'm not saying prosecute, right? I don't say prosecute like direct prosecution, but with his action, with his amendment, with everything, catching the thieves, indirectly is telling us that Buhari is just, you know what I mean?
A politician have been doing it to one another since 1960, so it's not new.
But Thomas, what happened to your boy crying in the Senate? I have two parties in Aba. I have 4 factories in Lagos.
One by bread, they collect bread for in hand. Politicians, they are not. No. That is the last thing I would think about in my life.
You betrayed the party flag bearer. You did not campaign for him in your state, but you want them to give you Senate presidency for what did you?
No. But politician they are the most nonsensical human being on earth.
That was funny.
Yeah, that was.
So the one Tinubu is doing means nothing. Look at it. No be Yadua did there. Well, this guy, Nuru Ribadu and this Baba of Kaduna, Erufai, when they ran out of the country for their roles. One was FCC minister, the other guy was FCC chairman. And what did they do? They ran away. Yadua was supposed to protect them, right? But they ran away. So no fear. There's no way whether Tinubu made attempt to rubbish Buhari or not. Of course, yes, Buhari will be rubbished. Now, I asked a question today. Now, maybe it is true. When last did you hear, since Buhari Tinubu got to power, that what have you heard about all those banditry in the bush and kidnapping in the bush in Nigeria? What have you heard about? You think
we haven't heard anything? Even we haven't heard one kidnap.
No, that's not correct. That's not correct. There was an attack in Zamfara and Sokoto about 4 or 5 days ago. It's a sad moment.
Wow.
Okay.
And did he make the news?
He did. He did. I heard it from the news.
I think.
Okay, Bishop. Thank you. But what's the frequency? Or is it like before? I just want to know. Is it like before?
But it has been reducing for some time. Seriously, they have actually been the military and the security have been gaining upper hand since last year, or about a little over a year ago. Yeah, it still happens, but it's been reducing in intensity. I mean, that's the fact about it. The records are there to show. The attack is one too many, but it was really bad at some point. For example, look at the Abuja Kaduna highway that everybody used to make. But now everybody is traveling there. Nobody is saying anything again because since there's no bad news there, bad incidents there, there's nothing for anybody to report. That's famous, or let me call it infamous Abuja Kaduna.
Even before Buhari left, there's been improvement.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying now. I'm saying that before. No, I'm not saying it happened now. I mean, few months now, almost. Just before the electioneering began, we had some level of sanity in that Abuja. So there's improvement, quite honestly. I hope we will be able to do to dissect the performance or the improvement in our military in the past 8 years, where we were and where we are. It will be an interesting topic.
Oh, that's a good development. I'm happy to hear that because I think as you rightly said, when I would listen to channels, listen to Arise TV, if there is any attack anywhere, those guys, they are very quick to report all those bad stories. They may not bring good stories.
But Thomas, whoever Tinubu appoints as the NSA head will help, to curb all this noise. I mean, personally, I would have preferred a former general, but I think he's going with Ribadu, right? If I'm not wrong, right? That's who he wants to be.
Ribadu is the first man as well.
So whoever he picks for that position will help with this. I mean, they can share intelligence and just get rid of these people.
I'm being curious, Babati. When is the Senate, the new Senate coming in, so that that they can, when the Senate hasn't been set up, even Tinubu cannot set his ministerial appointments.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure the date. I think it's maybe next week, because
I guess it's maybe June. It's already June. What is today? Is 12 already. Happy Democracy Day to you guys. We are in June 12 here. So maybe Tinubu will celebrate the democracy for us. Maybe give all of us 5,000 naira to celebrate Democracy Day. I'm just being joking, though. But I think when the Senate is not yet set, then I don't think Tinubu can send his ministerial appointment.
But this, what do you think about this last 2 weeks, though? Tinubu is on a roll right now. So far so good. I mean, for the most part, I think he's done a good job. It's just that
my brother, 2 weeks is better than 1 year.
Apologies, Thomas. So all right. So gentlemen, I seem to have now lost all contact with the senator. So I suspect it's related to the network queries. I'm not getting any response at all. So he was having technical issues, and I suspect that the network may well have given up on him. So it's looking, I'm not going to say it's unlikely, but I've not heard any feedback from him yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, should I take down the notice that he's coming? Because I don't want to be giving false advertising, and I'm not getting any response from him. So I'm going to change the thumbnail of the session, not to give the wrong impression.
Wama, that is a good thing, because many people seeing that capture, they will be curious to come and join, and we are not delivered that. I don't think is a good for us. So if you can do that, change the caption, bring us like 2 or 3 topics. Today may be just a short session.
It will have to be. It will have to be. Yes, because I'm not getting any direction, so I'm not clear if it's network problems, if it's no longer able to make it. But we're almost an hour and a half in. So I'll do that. I'll change the thumbnail and the title, and then maybe we just respond to this Hadi Siriki and call it a day.
Yeah, can we finish listening to the Hadi Sirika interview then?
Yes, we can. Let's do that.
Thank you.
Going past stage 1, it's my belief that all of the documentation, including 23 set of manuals, have been sent to, as the time Welim has been sent to NCAA. And so the term expired, but they were renewed, the same people. So you're not going back to stage 1, you're continuing.
Well, one of the things that came up in that conversation between Olumide and the committee was that the flight that we saw, the aircraft that we saw on May 29th was a chartered aircraft. Now, how much was paid for that chartered aircraft, and who chartered the aircraft? And we were told that the aircraft took some passengers away from Nigeria, what they called, referred to as returned passengers. Now, who took, the benefit for that? Ethiopian Airlines or Nigeria Air?
Well, so very quickly, first and foremost, the AOC owned by Ethiopian Airlines is known to Nigerian laws and the NCAA. They are permitted to come in as either scheduled passenger, charter, or cargo. Now, they have to come if they are coming under one of the 3. So they came on charter. Charter that don't mean that anybody paid for anything. To answer your question, government did not pay a dime for that to come in. That is number one. Number two, there are no revenue passengers going out. That would have been totally against the law and would have been allowed. And like I said, also is their own marketing strategy as partners, equity partners, that they came to do this unveiling on a special allowance, which is called charter. Charter does not mean that they paid for it. If there's anybody who would have paid for it, it would have been the Ethiopian Airlines, not Nigerian government at all. No penny is paid. I hear figures like 139 billion was used to pen the aircraft and bring it in. How ridiculous can that be? I think, Dr. Ruben, people should get a bit more serious. 139 billion can buy 5 brand new 737s. So how will you pay that to pen an aircraft and bring it in just for the show? So there is no iota of truth, no penny is paid, and people should invoke the Freedom of Information Act in place to ask for the records and to ask for the figures and to ask for explanation and to be given to them, I believe, because that's what we've been doing while we're in government.
Okay, but domestic airline operators have also expressed concern. They went to court.
Oh man, can we pause
and
there?
part of the argument is that the Federal High Court in Abuja, I think it was the Court of Justice.
Mama, that part, we have to interrogate that part. Do you think, do you want us to finish watching it?
No, carry on. I was editing in the background, so I wasn't paying attention, especially, but carry on.
Yeah, Bishop, he made a comment there. The money that was alleged, paid for the aircraft to be painted and chartered, he said he can bought like 4 or 5 aircraft. So how will Nigeria? I don't get this. Why would they go so low? I don't get it.
Like he said, it's so true. I think it's just ridiculous. I think we should, if it's alleging that they pay 1 something million just to charter an aircraft, I think he even underestimated 130 billion will buy probably more than 8 a brand new 7. If he says 747, maybe, or 727. It's not. I don't think that there's anything to discuss in that. It's ridiculous.
But where are those people getting this false news? This man doesn't look like somebody that is lying to me. That is my opinion. I may be wrong.
We don't know a chief by look. I mean, we'll be subjecting ourselves to this state. But if he has the facts, and if other people have other controversial facts, get them out. I'm always open to things deep and give me the facts out. Like I say, we have this chief mentality in Nigeria, and people will just pull things out of their heart like they're magicians, and people will run with it because there have been no consequences for peddling fake news or rumors, that's damaging to people's personality and integrity. If he's come out, I salute him. Let the facts bear on the table. If that people have converted fact or alternative fact, let them bring it out, and we'll know who is lying. But I'm still giving him the benefit of the doubt. Not that I believe him totally or completely. No.
One man. Yeah. Do anybody have a response, or we should just continue playing the video? Yeah.
Let's carry on.
Let's carry on. Yeah.
It's Ambrose Louis Alagua, who then said that, look, the unveiling of Nigeria Air should not go ahead. So it will look like what was done on May 29 was a violation of a subsisting court order. Are we aware?
Well, Dr. Ruben, what I remember, I am very aware of that. But what I'm aware of also is that I remember there was a court order and there was a motion to vacate that court order immediately by our councils. But I am not court. I cannot determine here on TV whether there is contempt of court or none. I think I leave that one to the courts. But certainly there was a motion in place to vacate that order.
Okay, one of the concerns of the domestic airline...
And again...
Please go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
One of the concerns of the domestic airline operators also is that Ethiopian Airlines has been given an advantage. First, to initially operate within the domestic routes. 2, to enjoy tax holidays for 15 years, and that the priority of the Ministry of Aviation under your watch should have been to provide vast opportunities in terms of frequency of flights from Nigeria to other parts of the world, rather than giving advantage to a foreign airline to come and dominate the domestic routes in Nigeria?
Well, so allowing for there is a company called Nigerian Air with shareholding. Just like Air Peace has announced that they have acquired 70% of Antigua and Barbuda National Airline. It's the same way they are acquiring 70%. It's the same way that Ethiopian are acquiring 49%. And this Nigerian Air is known to Nigerian laws. Once it starts operation, it will be flying. Nobody stops Max Air or Air Peace or Ibom to go and buy shares in Lufthansa or to invite Lufthansa to buy 49% of their own. So whether they should do operations locally, yes, they should, because they are a Nigerian company. And the Nigerian law allows you to come and own 100% of business, 100% of a business in Nigeria as a foreigner. There's nothing wrong with that. Regarding tax holiday, in the initial outline business case, there was allowance that they should be given some tax incentives. Because at that time, aviation became the fastest growing sector of the economy. So Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning thought that by giving them some tax incentives, just like they done to Dangote, for example, or to anybody, a pioneer, that will help them to continue to participate and contribute to the GDP of Nigeria. But that has since been removed. That was in the initial OBC, but now currently there is no tax break or tax holiday for Nigeria Air Limited. They will operate within the same tax laws that everybody is operating. But like you, they are going to operate within a special economic zone that we established, and they will enjoy those taxes like every other person. So they enjoy the same like Air Peace or Ibom or anybody. And remember, Dr. Abati, we have promoted these local airlines beyond anybody had done. 50% of all the airlines today in Nigeria flying were licensed to fly during my tenure under Buhari government. So we have supported them in that direction. And we have also supported them by removing taxes, removing customs duties, and removing VAT on aircraft and spares. That has been unprecedented. It's support for national our airlines in Nigeria, which we did.
Okay, one of the questions Nigerians are asking is that ahead of May 29th, the day of the unveiling, you had promised that 3 aircraft will be on the ground for the purpose of the unveiling, but you ended up providing Nigerians with a chartered aircraft. What happened? The idea of the chartered craft, was that an afterthought?
No, that is not the case, Dr. Abati. We said for the takeover of the airline, 3 aircraft in the name of Nigeria Air with the 5 November registration, which means with the Nigerian registration, will commence the operations once the AOC is ready. But that on that Friday, there will be an aircraft, Nigerian Air aircraft, that will come in to do the unveiling, to showcase what it is as part of their marketing strategy. And the aircraft came in and did that, and they created the necessary hype they wanted to create as their own business. And I want to tell you that, look, now there are 2 things here. I think perhaps people should understand that some people now own Nigeria Air Limited, as against at the time when the government was trying to push the idea. Now they have shareholding, and they decide to do whatever marketing they want to do in their own style, so long as they are within our laws. So the aircraft that they say is an Ethiopian register, yes, it is. And they will not come and keep the airplanes here pending when the AOC and everything is ready before they commence flight. We've seen airlines in Nigeria did so. I give you example. Recently, we've seen Rano kept aircraft for about 2 or 3 months on the ground doing nothing, waiting to start operations. And we've also seen an Air Peace at the time. He came to us and asked that he wanted us to permit him to be going to America, China, London, everywhere. We all gave him the permit to go. And he brought in 2 777s. He was paying leases of about maybe $250,000 per one. So which is $500,000 he was paying per month for the 2 aircraft. And he kept them for 18 months. And that is $9 million. And didn't go anywhere. And by the time he was ready to start, his landing gear was due, his engine was due. Depending on what it is that was due, if you put together another maybe $10 million, so he was starting that business with minus $19 million. Who does that? These Ethiopian people, they are masters of the game. They are being in the business for 77 years. They also have post-profit during COVID. Last year, they post-profit of $1 billion. They're the only airline with Qatar that post-profit during COVID. So they wouldn't come and keep the aircraft waiting for the AOC to happen before they start flying. But once you say the AOC is ready, the aircraft are ready.
Okay.
To come in with the 5 November registration, which is Nigerian registration, and fly.
Okay, these Ethiopian people, to use your phrase, how much have they invested in this Nigeria Air project? Or how much are they expected to invest? And are they also going to be in charge of the maintenance contract? I think Nigerians would like to know.
Well, so who will do the maintenance contract for the airline? We should ask the shareholders. If they agree they want to give it to Ethiopian to do, it's fine for them. It's not our case. If they agree to give it to somebody in Keflavik or somebody in Morocco to do it for them, it's their business. But I know that part of our roadmap here in Nigeria, we have established an MRO, which is coming soon. Maintenance repair overhaul facility is the owners. You cannot tell airports you must go to social location to maintain your aircraft. It's their business. So it's a business of the owners. How much have Ethiopian Airlines paid? I have answered the question earlier on, that they will pay equal to 49% of their money. And the total I told you is $200 million, the capitalization. So they will pay 49% of that. And the rest will pay, everybody will pay his own shareholding.
Okay, you've talked about the shareholding. How about the management structure? What percentage in terms of management is reserved for Nigerians, Nigerian investors, and what percentage is reserved for the
Ethiopians?
Can you
pause? Can you please pause, please?
Also, at the time that we were
yeah. Can you see the professional, which English will I use? How Ruben Abati really put out his question. Can you imagine Rufai Oseni is in this interview? Everything will just go agag. Everything he could have been asking, where's the money? Where's the aircraft? Where is it?
Thomas, why do you have to spoil our ego by bringing? Oh God.
No, I'm just, I'm somebody that I'm very sensitive. Look at how this guy Ruben Abati, very professional. Ask the question. It's not too pushy. It's not asking stupid question. It sticks to the questions. It sticks to what the man said. It brought out some words from him and interrogating. Look at the good section here.
He's not asking like his trap has caught a thief.
No. Let's be professional for once. Come on. Woman, continue. I just have to put that. I just have to highlight that.
Driving the process. Before we found the investors, during the OBC, we said, and it must be so, that all the crew, the pilots, the engineers, the cabin crew, will be Nigerians. So long as there is a competent Nigerian licensed to exercise his license on that type of aircraft, it will be a Nigerian. So Nigeria first. That's what we agreed. Who are going to be holding the management of the airline? It is an airline, it is a company. The owners of the company will decide who owns which position that will pay them value for their money. In my opinion, that Nigeria Air Limited, a company known to Nigerian law, will operate within the laws of Nigeria and ensure there is value for money. But what we put in place is that ensure that majority, maybe 90, 95% of the airline must remain Nigerian.
Okay.
And I think they have that agreement as well.
Okay, I want to go back to the first question, where I started from. And I was asking for a justification.
Right.
There are some Nigerians who are saying, look, we have Arike, we have aero contractors that could have been brought together, and then we'll form Nigeria Air. Instead of creating a new thing and bringing Ethiopians into the matter. Could there have been a different approach to the matter?
Well, so, no, I think whoever would have suggested that would have been done a very, very big error and mess. Because at the time that Arik Air took over, was taken over by Amcan, The AMCON exposure in Arik Air is 250 billion Nigerian naira. And Nigerian agencies under aviation were owed about 30 billion by Arik. And plus other people like catering and ground handling and so on. So Arik was indebted to about 300 billion naira. So who will start a business with minus 300 billion naira? That is one. Number two, there would have been litigation by legacy owners. You will not want to start the business and then you go to court. And now we have been vindicated that that is true because now Arik had gone to court and has taken over back his airline. And at the time, all of the aircraft of that Arik had, I think there were about 3 of them or so that were flying. They have engines all over the world. They have aircraft all over the world held because they are owing. So if you start using Arik, and Aero put together, you have started with litigation and we have been vindicated. So it was a wrong idea. But the best idea is to have an airline that is private sector led and driven, 95% private sector, and 5% government. So that government will have skin in the game, people will trust us. Because in the past, from 1980, when the sector was liberalized, we had 130 airlines that started. Only 7 of them. Hello?
I'm listening. Hello? I'm listening. I'm with you.
130. Oh my God.
Please go ahead. I can hear you.
There are 130 airlines that have started, and they've all crumbled. Only about maybe 10 or 15 of them are still alive in Nigeria. If I'm being heard, because I can't hear anybody.
Okay. But
130.
Okay.
I can't hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me from the studio in Lagos? No?
They've all gone down the drain. That's the point I'm making, that the 130 from Cabo, Okada, Haraka, Hako, Kwalkwal, Chanchangi, ADC, Bellevue, Fascination, name it. They're all completely gone down the drain.
Okay.
Am I being heard?
Yes, I can hear you clearly, if you can hear me.
Oh my God.
One other question that was raised in the video.
Sorry, Doctor, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me, okay. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, the conversation with Senator Hadi Sirika, former Minister of Aviation of Nigeria, will continue. Welcome back to This Day Live, the Sunday talk show here on the Arise News channel. Our guest is still Senator Hadi Sirika, former Minister of Aviation of Nigeria, and we've been discussing the Nigeria Air Project. Senator Sirika, as we begin to wind down this conversation, one question raised in the video, one of the videos that was shown before we started this conversation.
Sorry, hold on.
Was the question, why the unveiling on May 29, the very last day that the administration, that you didn't you just leave it for the new administration to come in and continue from wherever the matter had reached?
Question saying that it. So I answered that question. I was saying that it was the owners of this Nigeria Air, the consortium with the federal government of 5%, with Murphy and everybody. They decided to do the unveiling as part of their marketing strategy. So it is not a government that was doing the unveiling to start the job. No, not at all. It was them who did, and I was invited and I went there. But Dr. Abati, before we run out of time, there are 2 things fundamental that I want to answer. One of them is that there is allegation that the whole thing was shrouded in secrecy. And that I find mind-boggling and I find disturbing. These airline, we have advertised during the procurement stage in national dailies and The Economist. And there was a bidders conference, and members of Airline Operations of Nigeria participated in the bidders conference. I remember seeing Air Peace participate in the bidders conference. And everything was deposited on the website. We had a website dedicated, being regulated by ICRC. And the whole world knew that we were bidding, and everybody bidded. And they even asked for extension of time, some of the bidders, which we gave them 4 weeks. And it was open, and someone won. So why is the secrecy question? And you said at the beginning of this interview that I am synonymous to Nigeria Air, which means that everything that's been done has been said. We held 6 stakeholder conferences, six. In every stakeholder conference, we will discuss Nigeria Air. We will tweak it. We had an outline business case. We presented it to the public. We presented it to the stakeholders. So everybody is in the know. So why is the secret about? And the bidding was done transparently, and it was deposited on the website during the bidding. And don't forget, Ministries of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Attorney General, Aviation, etc., were members of the evaluation team to evaluate. It's not only aviation. And ICRC are the regulators to regulate any PPP and ensure that it's according to the law. And they issued a compliance certificate to say, yes, what you have done is within the law. So why is the secrecy they're talking about?
Well, Senator,
I think it's in their imagination.
You've referred to airpeace about twice in the course of this conversation. But it's not only airpeace or SACOL. Yes. It's, the airline operators of Nigeria who seem to, agree on their objections to Nigeria Air. What do you think their fears could possibly be?
Well, I think their fears that they think that perhaps the airline will get advantage because government has stake in it, 5%. They will be given tax-free, which we said it is not the case. Now we know. Or they're giving some other advantage. There is not going to be advantage given to this airline. And I personally invited every single one of them that, look, this airline is the first time in Nigeria that you have a well-structured airline with a clear business case, not owned by one man, but it's going to be owned by people who are professional, who knows how to run airlines. Don't forget, from the beginning of the liberalization of the sector in 1980, we had Cabo, Okada, Harco, Harkat, Whole Trade, Chenchengi, Kwalkwal, all of them, 130 airlines, all of them down the drain, because the structure is wrong. There is poor governance. I remember when we were leaving, we did a policy, and I'm sure by now NCA may release the regulation. We did a policy that there must be corporate governance. They must appoint in all airlines at least one director, independent, to be approved by NCA. They nominate, NCA approves. They must also appoint at least one out of the top 4 auditing firms for NCA to approve, to improve the governance, to ensure that they are healthy, these airlines. We have been supporting them all over the place. People, the concern they had of being partial, Nigerians can remember the time I stood up for airpeace and ensured that they must be going to Dubai.
Okay, Senator.
And they were giving Dubai. Are they going now? No. Why? No capacity. No capacity. So, no. Finally, Dr. Abati, I think I agree it is not only airpeace, but I'm talking about all of them. There are only 5 of them that went to the so-called court. Airpeace, United. In fact, United, when they came in, there was objection to their name because of United Airlines in America. That must change. I say, well, let United in America change their name, but we register our own. And he got the license without knowing me. He came to my house during a meeting when I was ill. They came to see me, AON, and begged me to please stop the Nigeria Air project. And I told them that, why don't you go and buy shares in it? And he told me that, Honourable Minister, I need to appreciate you, that I never knew you, I have never met you in my life, but I went for my license and I got it. And that is the culture we built in aviation. 50% of all airlines today in Nigeria were done under Buhari, under my supervision. And none of them ever had a reason to come and see me as minister. He just go ahead and it's done professionally. Nigeria Air also would not be treated differently from them. 50% of all airlines today in Nigeria were done under my name. So during our tenure, aviation became the fastest growing sector. Our airlines have doubled. Our airports have doubled. Our passenger number have tripled. We were safe and secure. We were efficient. We are just trying to create a roadmap that is intertwined with each other, to create a maintenance center, to provide a leasing company where they can lease money, because now when they go, there's country risk, they lease in dollars. We have now put the ALC here in Nigeria, the leasing company here in Nigeria, they can leverage. We have an MRO here, it's coming up. We have a university to train people with high-level manpower. We did that. We gave them level playing field. We supported them. No VAT, no tax, no custom duty. I was all over supporting them.
Well,
the value jet guy has confirmed that. He's never known me. He has a license.
Senator Sirika, well, before we wrap this up, one more question. the controversy over the firefighting trucks that you were alleged to have bought for about 12 billion naira. Is that true? If it is not 12 billion, how much did the ministry spend on those firefighting trucks, and why the urgency at the last minute?
Well, fire trucks, if you're an aviator, you know that once there is no fire cover, the airport will be shot. It's a very serious safety issue. So the cause of Sosoliso crash and the guys dying, it was wind shear that crashed the aircraft, but the students would have been alive today. But they burnt to ashes because of absence of fire cover. So we ordered 3 years ago for these fire trucks. And yes, they are about 1.2 billion per piece. We ordered for them to be manufactured specifically for Nigeria. It's not off the shelf. And that thing, don't forget, somebody said on social media that he checked and they were selling about 600 million naira. Why 1.2 billion? Okay, you add 1% VAT, you add 5% withholding tax, you add custom duty, you add transportation, you add training, you add spares, you add the markup of the contractor, you add the cost of funds, you add also the exchange rate from 600 million naira, if I even take his figure. But before I close on this, I think I need to respond to my friend who said it was a fraud. Right Honorable Unalim, the former chairman of House Committee on Aviation. What I said to him in private, I will say it now. He asked me, just to give him some comfort, he asked me to please indulge him and give him 5% of the airline. That 5%, what I told him in private is that it belongs to the owners. And I believe they'll still be willing to offer him if you have the money. So it is not me giving it. I didn't get involved. It was bidding process. And I'm very sure that they will have reserved 5% for him and his people according to him. So he should approach them to get his 5% that he needed. But the fire truck, we did it. And in fact, we even gave more. We gave, I think, about 5 more, even after this procurement. And the records are there. And there is Freedom of Information Act. You can go and get the records, apply for the records and get them.
Okay, Senator, let's just get
and we are very responsible people accountable to our actions.
Okay, Senator, let's get one thing clear. You are saying that Honorable Nnaji asked for 5%. Is it 5% of Nigeria Air or 5% of the firefighting trucks contract?
No, he asked me exactly, you know, I record all my things anyway, and I have it very clear. He asked me that please, I should give him 5% of Nigeria Air to carry him along with his people. I am saying, and I said to him that time that, look, Honorable, you didn't understand me. This is a bidding process that has taken place. And some people won rather. So I think you should go to those people and ask them the 5%. So I want to assure him that at some point, even the 5% held by federal government will go to market. So he should get his money ready and buy for him and his people according to him. That's what I'm saying about Nigeria Air.
In other words, Honorable Nnaji and his colleagues in the House of Reps were in the Aviation Committee were asking to be bribed before they could support the Nigeria Air project.
In other words, Honorable, let's be fair. Honorable Ilan Nonlim didn't say other members. He said he wants him and his people. His people could be his family, could be members, could be leadership. I didn't know what it means. But him and his people, 5%. I'm saying that he should relax and approach the owners. That's exactly what I told him in camera. You remember, I've been to House of Reps 20 years ago. And 10 years ago, I was senator. I know how the workings is. He called for public hearing. And right after the public hearing, he just turned the paper and read the Riot Act. What is the practice in National Assembly is that after hearing people and the complaint, you now go and sit down as a committee, the clerks will do their job, you now sit down, discuss the issues, raise them, approach the whole House of Reps, and take position of the House plus leadership, and come back and make your findings known. But not immediately after you now just read the Riot Act. It means it's predetermined. To say, okay, arrest IDs, we are not part of this. Of course, it's an executive exercise and function. You cannot be part of it. But you have been overseeing the ministry for 4 years. Is it now that you know there's fraud in the airline? We started in 2016, which means you didn't do your work.
Well, on that note,
you have been very diligent to ensure that in 4 years he has found out whether it's corruption or no corruption, there's fraud.
On that note, I would like to thank you very much, Senator Hadi Sirika, former Minister of Aviation of Nigeria, for joining us on This Day Live, the Sunday Talk Show.
All right. So that was Senator Hadi Sirika. So that was Senator Hadi Sirika. So before we get into Senator Hadi Sirika, let me just because I don't want to. So before we get into Senator Hadi Sirika, let me just do something quickly. The session was meant to be about and around Senator Shehu Sani, who I had been in touch with and was quite eager to come and join us to interact with us. So that was what was meant to happen. And when the session started, I was still in touch with him, and the conversation was that he will come on. I sent him the hyperlink to come into the studio, but he struggled somewhat with the hyperlink. So he couldn't join then. So he changed the device to still try and join us, but he still couldn't. So it looks as though technical issues may have defeated that effort. So technical issues have defeated that effort. He was quite keen to come and interact. I can assure you of that. He was quite keen. So technical issues has defeated it. So I have changed the title of this session now, just for reasons that we don't want to be putting out there as we have not delivered. So I've changed the title of this session. So I wasn't actually going to come on today at all. It was only really the opportunity to interact with the senator that made me come on. So I'm going to hand the session over to Thomas to continue as he wills. So of course, I know you all prefer the company of Thomas anyway. So I'll hand over to Thomas. But before I hand over to Thomas, let me just so I just have to put myself on the screen just to explain to you what happened. So before I hand over to Thomas, I feel almost as though but he is super chatted anyway, so he always does. So I'm not sure that it was especially super chatting to Senator Shehu Sani, but I assure you I'll try and contact the senator tomorrow and see if we can arrange. But when it does come, it'll probably come as a surprise, because I wouldn't want to put it out again and then not be able to. But yeah, so that's that. Let me acknowledge Ayo, who of course you know now, the official sponsor of the platform. So that's Ayo, who super stickers are a retinue of super stickers just to support that platform. So Ayo, the #1 supporter of the platform. So that's Ayo doing as he often does. So yes, it's a bit of a damn squib, but there it is. It happens. So Thomas, over to you. Thomas, do you want to click on that process that I showed you? Do you want to try it out? So let me see if you're able to do it before I bail out.
Yes. Yeah, try now. Yeah. Oh yeah, beautiful, Mama. I'm good. Yeah.
All right. So gentlemen, I'm going to bail out. Like I said, I wasn't intended to come on. I only came on because the senator said he will be available. So I'll hand over to Thomas and let the conversation carry on. Thank you, Ayo, for the super stickers. To you.
Oh, thank you, woman. To everyone, I can deduce many things. Yeah, I can deduce many things from the senator interview with Ruben Abati. Let me keep my comment for now. Did anybody have a comment? Yeah, observation, prosecution, anything you guys think? Yeah. Anybody? Yeah.
Okay. I mean, let me go first if there's nobody. I just want to point.
Go first. Yeah.
I just want to point out something. I listened to him. I actually listened earlier, and like I said in my statement earlier, I was impressed by his presentation. And the picture I have is this is an individual that has rendered public service to the best of his ability. But we have developed a culture, albeit a very dangerous and wrong culture, the one I have tagged, catch 'em, thief mentality. People will bring up very spurious allegations, and people will lap on it to impugn and destroy the personality of people that have rendered service. And we'll call them thieves for. I tried to fault him in one or two places in his presentation. The only place I could fault him was when he said, "Oh, some people went to court, they got an injunction, and they now went to court again to file to vacate that injunction." He did not say whether it was vacated. Because if you filed and it has not been vacated, you shouldn't have actually gone ahead with that. What do you call it? But if it was vacated, he did not say it was or it was not. But that was where he ended it. But I think he was lucid enough. He was clear enough to be able to give an account of what has transpired. I remember we had the discussion here, and some of us were very vehement on how a terrible thing people are. I don't think it's everybody that's in the public space that's a thief. Sometimes things can happen, but because I'm sure if they put some of us, then we want to do our best. But despite trying to do our best, there might be some lapses here and there that is completely out of our control, because there's a limit of how you can monitor or micromanage what an individual does. You know, you give them their assignment, you give them their responsibility. You are taking care of your own. They should take care of their own. But the way we run down our public officials, unfortunately, some of them are terribly bad. But I'm saying we should be able to dig to the facts of whatever we're going to come into conclusion with. Because believe me, I'm still waiting for people to bring out facts. What this gentleman presented in this is presented today.
Bishop, Ola wrote in the comment section that the same airline landed in Canada with 300 passengers. So that means the airline has started operation already. So Bishop, sometimes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm with you.
Yes. Sometimes if I think we have this negative attitude to everything.
What airline landed in Canada that you're talking about?
I said Ola wrote in the comment section.
So what airline did you ask him? What airline was that?
Nigerian Air.
Nigerian Air landed in Canada with the Nigerian logo.
That is Ola is not a ghost now.
Come on, we heard what this guy said now. I mean,
no. Rational mind, please.
No, Thomas, can you? Ola is on the platform. Can you ask Ola to expatiate on that?
Ola is not a ghost now.
Let me expatiate. Let me expatiate on that, Thomas. He's on the platform now.
Bishop.
Ola, do we have Ola?
Ola is not here. It's not here.
Ola is on the screen. Maybe it's busy. Ola I highlighted the message on the screen.
I saw it also.
Ola is here.
Yeah, he said, let me finish, please. He said, Nigerian Air just landed in Canada with 300 passengers. Ola is not a ghost. And everybody saw the message. I highlighted it.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. You and the bishop, you people that are advocate of RDC here. Now, you said, we heard what they said from the beginning. They said the Nigerian Air was going to be local. It's going to be doing local flights. Now, suddenly now it's in Canada. Not even in the UK. Not even in Ethiopia. I mean,
let me answer you.
Oh, yeah, answer me, please.
Now, if you listen to him very well, he said the AOC, that is the Air Operating Certificate for the Nigerian Air, is not ready. But that aircraft that flew is an Ethiopian airline that is operating under an existing AOC. And that's why it can fly.
Internationally.
Yeah, it can fly.
But not bearing Nigerian logo, Nigerian Air logo now.
Let me finish. Well, it now depends.
Don't say well. Come on. This now, you heard him. He said they chartered it. Hold on. I will propose so many things he said. I was just listening to everybody. I heard all he said.
Finish now.
Go on, please. Go on. Sorry. Please.
Let me finish. Good. Now, if you are talking about the airline, the aircraft is registered as an Ethiopian airline. Agreed. It has an AOC. Agreed. Today, if you have your good money, you can approach any airline and you have something to do, maybe your birthday or your wedding or your campaign. You can approach an airline to brand their aircraft in your name and fly. They are registered. It is there's something they call that their registered number. That's what they're flying. So they will not grant the plane because they are waiting for an AOC. They have branded it. That means if Allah says it fly to, I don't know, you just said that. That means they are still flying under their existing AOC. And for me, I don't think there's a conflict in that.
Well, it's just sometimes we want to whitewash things. You see, I would bring you counter whatever counter fact or whatever counter things that are out there. Now, this guy was giving how much? $100 and how many billion dollars? I mean naira. You said what?
Who says so?
That's what the figure says out there. That he was giving
no. They might just debunk it now. That's crap. He said all that has been released for this from
5 billion. 5 billion.
No, not 5 billion. Not 5 billion. What was budgeted?
They were accounted 5 billion. They were given 3 billion.
They were giving around 3 billion.
No. Okay, go on. Let me land. Let me.
From 2016 to 2023 is 5 billion. But the amount that has been released is around 3 billion. Whether it is more than 3 billion or less than that, but it's just said around, and it enumerated everything they have done with that money.
And he got 3 fire trucks for 12 billion. How much was that amount? They said he got it.
It's a different
that one is different in now. Rational man, why are you muddling up things together?
Don't say it was different. If you heard him,
if it was different, Bishop.
Come on. Can I talk? Can I talk, please? He said they bought a fire truck for 12 billion naira, and it was it goes about trying to break down how each will cost, as opposed to what some people were saying that he overspent. That if let's assume, let's just leave all of that. Now, that money for the fire truck, is it part of the money that was supposed to be given for him for the airline, that the Air Nigeria would have their own fire truck, or what? That's yet to be settled. Now, on that instance, you said what?
Go ahead. Can I answer you?
Okay, answer me quickly on that.
Number one, I mean, where is it ever heard of that every airline will have their own fire truck? It is the airport.
It makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me too. Yeah.
You say what?
Airport runs the fire truck.
Exactly. So the airport fire trucks were for the airports.
Okay.
The are two different things. They are entirely two different things. The Nigerian air project is a completely different thing. It's just like saying the money that were used in renovating and building all those new airports. That's a different thing. The one in contention is the Nigerian air, and that 3 billion is associated with the Nigerian air.
Okay, if 3 billion was released, like so far, like you said, how much was that money? Did you listen to that the House of Rep committee where they
claimed 39 billion. I said 100 something billion.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So that's where I got the figure from. So
yeah, and he said the man maybe is from his imagination or from his head.
You see, that's what I'm saying to you. When we see all this conflicting information, you see, only time will tell for us, because that's one thing about Nigeria. You see, there's so many things said I could put holes on in.
Okay.
Now, one of those things he said is that of course, is a Nigerian air. It should be more like almost like 90% Nigerians that should be running it. But he said, hold on, he said what?
That's the pilot, crew member, and the rest.
Okay. All right. Now, but the current group manager, the managing director of the Nigerian Air, some Olumide something. Yeah. I think that guy should be the wife or the husband of this guy, this actress. I think it looks like that guy. This
Nigerian.
Omojalade Kehinde.
I don't know.
It looks like her husband. Anyway, so let's go because the pilot, the former pilot. So anyway, the point I'm making is this: the guy is the managing director.
Okay.
Now, and he said that Ethiopia determines that, but the last time I checked, it was a Nigerian that was the managing director.
No. Okay, I had that one. if you don't mind, let me answer that one too. What he said, what Ruben was asking was that, what is the managerial...
Bishop, hold on. National Mind, that is the message.
I saw it. Why can't Ola come on and inform me and talk about this?
So if you want to castigate, you will castigate Ola, not me. I'm highlighting what he wrote.
I said,
yeah.
I get
Bishop, go on, please.
Okay, so
hold on, let me reply him. You can't just say certain things and you won't allow me to give you my reply on that. I did not castigate you, my friend. All I'm saying is that if
but you were talking as if I was lying. No, rational mind. I know your tonation.
If I
know my brother, I know you.
I'm not castigating you.
Hold on, please.
I'm asking
when I make that comment, hold on, please. When I make that comment, hold on, please. When I make that comment, you come at me as if I was lying.
Oh God.
That's what you did.
You said, let's just move on. I'm not here for this.
No. It's not about moving on. It's not about moving on. When I made that comment, you come at me as if I was lying. Simba, can you testify to that?
He said that's not. He just asked the question. I think we can leave it at that. He just asked the question, and we both were trying to clarify it. We were not there. It was somebody that brought that report, and that's the beauty of the platform that we're sharing. So I think we should let that lie.
Bishop, I have to go and stroll up to find the message so that I highlighted it again.
Listen, Bishop. Okay, go on, Bishop. Just go on.
Okay, so I think we just let's. If it actually landed in Canada, we're going to hear more about it. I mean, definitely we can. I mean, there can even be visuals to that effect.
But did you hear what that guy said? Did you hear what that guy said? He said they charter. They said, listen, they said that's what they do. Everybody can charter any airline. Yeah. You ask them, they'll bring the plane to you. But in that case of what IDC card did was that, I don't know, maybe Ethiopia owns. I mean, well, of course they own that airplane. He asked them to paint that thing into Nigerian Air, but that plane was registered under Ethiopian Airline.
Exactly.
Hold on, because Ethiopian Airline is the pilot airline that would take charge of that Nigerian airline. We can understand. But now they painted it. They brought it to Nigeria.
Yes.
What they said, they chartered that it was a chartered one. They paid Ethiopian Airline for that.
They did not pay Ethiopian Airline.
They did not pay. They did not pay Ethiopian Airline to change that aircraft to
they did not.
Logo.
Did not pay.
You see,
because hold on, rational mind. Let's be open. Because Ethiopia Line already owes majority.
Bishop, he said they did not pay a dime.
I know that's to portray. He said so. The rational mind is asking a question. Let's assume that the question is valid. So there is an answer to it. What he said was that Ethiopia Airline actually technically now owns majority share of the Nigerian Air. That's the president, because they own 49. That's the largest single shareholder. It's 49%, and that's what Ethiopia Air owns. So it is part of their operation. They want to come and do their marketing strategy, and they brought an airline branded in the name Nigerian Air. So it's like Ethiopia Airline and some Nigerians have come together to register a company in Nigeria that is called Nigeria Air. That Nigeria Air does not belong to Nigeria. Only 5% belongs to Nigeria. The other one belongs to other people, SACO, Ethiopia Air, and other private owners that own it. So it is not in Nigeria to carry the expenditure of hiring or branding that aircraft. These are facts that the man that you know just laid.
You see, Bishop, I know we've had him spoken. Well, I think time will tell. Except if Tinubu and his people will not tell us the truth about what happened. We shall find out how.
Can I speak? Can I speak a bit?
You will speak, please. Let me land.
Thomas.
You will speak. Let me land, please. I'm speaking now, please. So time will tell. We just saw they arrested Emefiele. We shall see all the details that they have as to that. Adesirika came here now. It sounded like maybe he's a saint, and we saw all the mockiness, the secrecies that was surrounding the whole thing. He was talking about bidding I don't know what they bidded. Hold on. What they bidded? They said they bidded. I don't know what newspaper or what website that he said they used. This very day, I can't even find Nigerian Air online as a website. So all the things that he's doing behind the door, and now it sounded like, oh, he did very well. It's only 3 billion so far they've spent. We shall find out. Time will tell if truly EFCC and whoever is in charge will tell us the truth about ASPA. How much actually this guy got from the federal government? Because somebody was saying, his group managing director was saying, when they were grilling him on the floor of this, he said it for the rep, and he was saying that almost $100 something $100 billion worth. Naira was spent, and now he's saying only 3 billion was spent. We shall find out who is lying among all of them. Time will tell. That's what I have to say.
It was not the man. It was not the MD that said 100 or something. It was the member of the aviation committee of the House of Rep who now quoted that he got the figure, because they asked him where did he get the figure. He said he got the figure from MBS or what? Does that make any sense to us?
There's a disconnect. There's a disconnect then. If the MBS gave him that figure, you cannot fault him for that. You cannot fault him for that.
No, now hold on. You two hold on. Let's think a little bit outside the box. What is the business of MBS in giving that figure out? Is that not a mockery of the school? If the school where we go, it's making a mockery.
How is it a mockery? What are you talking about?
It is a mockery. It's just like saying, I come today, I say, I have disease. I said, who told me? And they ask who told me so. I said, my mechanic. Is it for my mechanic to diagnose?
What is MBS? What is MBS to you? What is MBS?
Nigerian Bureau.
If Nigerian Bureau of Statistics is telling you that works with the Minister of Finance, which is
no. What Bureau of Statistics does? No, now they do statistics. Bureau of Statistics is what they do. They conduct their. It is not there. You would talk to how much was spent. There's
Come on. Don't do this. Don't do this. MBS can give you figure. You can go there for figure, for stats as to what was spent on certain.
Rational mind. Why
are you faulting?
Hello, rational mind.
Yeah, Mumbo. Sorry.
No, if you are looking, if you look, let's look at it this way. These are member of House of Representatives on aviation. They were looking for figure of money that they spend, and they are going to MBS to look for that. Does that one make sense?
Absolutely.
They cannot go to Ministry of Finance.
If it doesn't make sense, why was that not made public by himself? Why was it not made public by?
No, they can't be telling. If they have been doing their oversight function, they are the one that passed the budget. They are the one that passed the budget. If they have been doing the oversight function, they can. It's not. It doesn't even make sense for them to be telling us in public that MBS is giving them figures.
Information.
It's not statistics that we are talking about. This morning. We are talking about money spent, and you are telling is Nigerian Bureau of Statistics.
Fine. If Adi Sirika is not playing, he's not. It not discloses publicly. What do you expect them to do? What do you expect them to source?
What I'm saying, they can do better by going to. They can go to Ministry of Finance. They are the one.
Have you not seen when they publish this on the newspaper that this is how far we spent, or they haven't have it on the website?
Don't change the topic. What we are contesting now is that how can somebody be telling us that they got their figure from MBS? It is not ridiculous.
What is MBS to you? National Bureau of Statistics.
It's just Bureau of Statistics. They give statistics on inflation and all those things. They are not the one that will give us how much money that we spend. It's not their role.
They are not the ministry. They are not the ministry.
Yeah. So if the ministry is not giving you the figure, the ministry is supposed to have it published on their website.
How can you say the ministry is not giving them figure? A whole lot of rep.
I ask you.
A whole lot of rep.
Did Adi Sirika publish this on the Ministry of Aviation website that this is how much to spend?
No, my good.
No. I'm not cutting them a slack too. I'm not cutting the
rational mind. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Can a Senate ad hoc member walk up to a ministry of any agency in Nigeria and they will not give them the facts or document they want.
Well, they should get it. But in Nigeria,
Yes. So what? Why going to the NBC Bureau of Statistics?
What about if they don't get it? If they don't get it, have you factored that into?
Why would they get it?
Oh,
they have the power.
Sometimes in the Nigerian context, they do not give all those things out.
I don't believe that. Okay, well, they can be sanctioned.
Anybody in the comment section can tell us who's for.
I said they can be sanctioned.
Well, they can be sanctioned, but if they can't get it, they go to other source to get it. That's why they give you that figure. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I'm cutting them a slack for that for doing that.
You cannot be asking for earth statistics or earth figure, and you go to Ministry of Agriculture.
Come on, don't stop this this your inconsistent because I want to stop. I want to talk to
you when you are sounding ridiculous, you make yourself to look as if you are making sense.
MBS is Nigeria. It's National Statistics Bureau of Statistics. They have figures of the economic parameters within Nigeria.
But rational mind, the figures they have, where did they get their figures from?
You said what?
The figures they have, supposedly, where do they supposed to get their facts from? Is it not from the ministry?
Listen. I've said to you, if I go on,
can you please answer that question, please?
I'll answer your question. I'm answering your question. I don't know how many times you want to repeat this question, and you've asked me before. I don't want to sound I'm stupid asking this question you're asking me. I've answered your question. I don't know why you're asking me again. They should go to the ministry. The same thing that Tinubu Lagos, we never saw the balance sheet of that state.
Well, what brought Tinubu again to this conversation?
I'll give you. You allow me to speak. You ask a question now. Let me speak now.
But you are going out of tangents. Where we never mentioned Tinubu.
Because you never hear me talk about Tinubu, right? So we never see them. not just Tinubu Lagos, other states too. Not even on those states or whatever. They don't even publish how much they spent on what project and how much is the balance sheet for the state. They don't even spend. They don't release all these papers.
But Rational Man, do you know as an individual, you can walk up to any ministry of a government and ask for this thing? Bishop Baba lying.
That is why we have Savic. That is why we have Savicom. We have Savicom in the country, even at the undergraduate level, where we are serving.
We are not illiterate now. We are not illiterate.
You know. Let me tell you what Rational Mind is looking for. That's what he's getting from MBS, and it will be. Anybody can choose to believe whatever they want to believe.
When it's convenient for you, can quote MBS, right? When
it is right, when it is within their jurisdiction, we believe them, but not a whole house of representative. A whole house of representative.
Come on,
we will not be telling us that they are getting their figure from MBS. What they're supposed to get from Ministry of Finance. What are you telling us now?
If they're not getting it, what are you expecting to do?
Hey, what is it there? Have they told you that they couldn't? They went to Ministry of Finance, they couldn't get it.
Thomas,
why are you rationalizing for them? Why are you rationalizing for them?
I'm asking you, all of you here, go on the website of Ministry of Finance. Go to the Ministry of Aviation. Did they publish it there? Is it published there?
National Mind. Please hold
on. Let's hear from Bishop. Yeah.
You should publish it.
Can I say two things, please? Number one, what you said to Lagos is completely untrue. I know they have their audited report for year 2021. I don't know if they have 2022. When they went on that roadshow for the finance of the what do you call it? Where they raised money, where they wanted to finance for the Fourth Mainland Bridge and something they did. They are part of what they released to the public space for their 2021 audited report. So if you say they have never, I don't know whether they have done for 2022, but we can check. And people that work in the financial sector do that. About 16 states or 26 states, no, 16 states have their audited report up to 2020. I don't know of the rest, but 16 states have their audited report up to 2020. I don't know if they've done
published as well.
The one you said about Lagos is completely, and I want to challenge you to let us go on a research on that and bring the fact.
Why did you see publish? Give me a link to it.
No, how can they rate Lagos? Do you know that Lagos has the capacity to generate a lot of funds on the international? These guys have they are well audited
So
reports
where
for
do you
the
have
for
the link?
every.
Where is it published? Where is it
They
published?
are there. They are there. You ask for it.
They are there. What does that mean? Give me a link to it. Give me a link to it. Say if you don't have it right now. Say you don't have it right now. You will bring it to me. Fine. Don't be telling me you have it published. Where is it published?
Now hold on, calm down, bros. Calm down. Now what you do?
Thomas, can you take charge of this thing? Let us, rational mind will not watch. So let's move on.
Because I'm not singing your song here, right?
Let me give rational mind the link. All you need to do is type it into your Google search. Lagos State financial report for the year 2021-2022.
Okay. All right. Let me do that right now.
You know, rational mind is a contrarian. So if you guys are talking good,
go to WW Lagos State, that was the website, and I've been there before. I don't put it in my head, but you can check it on your Google search too. Lagos State official website.
Don't worry, I will. But I've done that before. I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen anything.
So let's go back to the Addis Erika. So Bishop, the guy pointed out something. He said the guy that is alleging him now asked for 5%.
Yes.
That is why this guy is coming after him. And he said it's on live TV, not is there.
He even went for to say he has recording of the whatever.
On camera.
I did not say camera. He said, you know, I had recorded all my, so whether it is the voice or the audio recording or whatever, but he said that he has recording. So when the push comes to shove, I did say it. When the push comes to shove, to release
Bishop, that was not the first time we have an allegation like that. Remember that this stock exchange woman one time, sometimes ago, that also alleged these honorables of collecting bribe. So it's the same thing.
Yeah.
We forgotten that this the Senate, what's his name, is in jail now. He's still in jail. What's his name? The small man in House of Rep, the chairman of the this one with Otadola.
Okay, yeah.
Yes. I forgot his name. Oh my God.
The Kano man. Jubri.
No, to be Farouk Lawan.
Farouk Lawan.
Yes,
Farouk Lawan. Yeah, Farouk Lawan. Farouk Lawan.
So, Seneca does not come to me as a dumb, as somebody that doesn't know what he's talking about.
No. So, you know what he's talking about. Forget.
That is Nigeria's best. That's Nigeria's best. That's Nigeria's best aviation minister. I can tell you that.
Throughout Buhari's tenure, there was no any plane crash.
Not a single one.
So what did they do?
You see?
So Soliso crashed.
Yeah.
I can't even. I lost counts. So Soliso.
Dana.
Dana. Yeah.
And which one? 5 crash now.
Bishop. One even crash.
Thomas, can I please talk? Can you please help me? Let me
say this. Let me say this. Bishop, one even crash in the front of my house in Ijushaga, in the front of my house. I witnessed it. It's not about the money one way. In the front of my house in Ijushaga, front of my house. Even the wings of the plane took my antenna off and it crashed in the front of my house. It's only God that saved us. I witnessed it. It's not that they told me. I witnessed it. There was no plane crash throughout.
No. There was plane crash during the Buhari. Many.
Which
one?
The military plane crash.
Yeah, the military plane crash.
Are we not talking? Come on now.
No. When you say there was no plane crash,
that is military problem. That is military problem.
Civilian.
Maybe not commercial.
NCAA, Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority.
Crash. Yeah.
So, but then saying that there was no plane crash.
Rational mind. Military, hold on. Military aircraft is not under commercial. Is it under it?
They use the same radar, right?
What are you talking about? Rational mind.
Rational mind.
What are you talking about?
What are you people talking about? You people saying your people are making it look like there was
no commercial crash. The military. Why are you making?
Thomas, can I please talk? Can I please talk on this, please?
Am I what?
Are you playing on our intelligence as if we are fools?
No, intelligence. You are giving something that's not exact.
It's exact. There was no any crash.
There was crash. There were several things that crashed. Maybe not.
That is military aircraft. That's what I'm telling you.
It's not a plane. People not die.
It's not a commercial plane. That's what I'm telling you.
Send me this. When you say commercial flight,
those military are they commercial? Are they carrying civilian? Are they carrying civilian? Answer me now.
Can you hold on, please?
Come on now.
Please, just hold on. Just
if an enemy shot down a military plane, you said that one is a crash, eh?
Let the person that wants to say something, then I will answer rational mind. Please. That somebody was trying to say something. Let that person speak, then I will answer rational mind.
Dorothy, I think Dorothy wants to speak. Yes. Come on now. Let's just be factual in our narrative now.
You are not factual because you're just saying things that are not actually exact.
That's all right. That's your opinion. That's all right. Let's move on.
It's not to rational mind if Dorothy is not there. Now, rational mind, American airspace is considered one of the safest. Okay.
Dorothy, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Thomas. You see, one thing I want us to know as Nigerians is this. It's as if Nigerians are now used to negativity about that country. You see, when this EU came on board that time, I remember Bishop was saying that let's hear from the horse's mouth. Let's hear, but as far as what he knows, this guy has not really done anything bad. I myself was also part of those guys that was saying it.
I remember.
You know, in March, my own mother flew in to the Gambia using Nigeria's airport, the new airport. I saw them. We had a video. I was happy. I knew there was a big difference. There was a very big difference. See, that man that you are saying, that Adisirika, that was the best aviation minister Nigeria has ever had. It was under him Nigeria started to understand what we call this MRO, maintenance and repair shed that we are now operations that we are now kind of prioritizing now. Do you know that in different airports right now, IBOM and so many other guys already have their own aircraft management and repair offices. That is, you can easily bring craft into Nigeria and repair and maintain them without any problem. Under this guy, we have less crash. We have heard it. Nigerians got to understand that even big countries like Canada, UK, US, they don't have their own airline. What is the fixation about Nigeria carrying airline?
Australia don't have airline.
Yeah, airline. I don't understand. I was speaking to somebody here. He basically told me how he normally flies free on the then airways, Nigerian Airways. That was how they destroy it. Let me tell you. Do you know the only business Nigeria does and gets profit from? Do you know the only business Nigeria does and gets profit in Nigeria, in that country, as a government? That is only NLNG. The reason why Nigeria gets good money from that LLNG was just because it was not fully owned by Nigeria. 51% owned by oil companies, OICs, and I think Nigeria has about 49%. So they take many of the management decisions and when the cash call comes, the joint venture cash calls everybody pays according to their shares. I think that 21% was shared between about 5 companies. Nigerian owned, yes, they shared it. Shell, ExxonMobil, OMV, Wando, and some other guys. within that 51%. Nigeria had 49. So Nigeria normally put down its more money when they want to
And
invest.
those
They
guys
put down.
they are out to make money. They will not mess up their
Make
country,
money.
isn't it?
You cannot exactly. That is what they are replicating in that Nigeria here. Nigeria wants to say, hey, we have here. Even UK cannot maintain an airport. I must have heard about a Nigerian that bought Gatwick Airport. Nigeria, in UK, as big as they could not run a profitable airport and an airline. Technically, they have already sold their airlines and the airport, sold it to liberalize it, gave it to somebody.
We have Virgin Australia. They are just carrying Australian name. There's nothing.
Exactly.
Australia is not. No, it's private entity all through. We have Qantas, Australia.
Yes.
The government is not. It just give them the enabled environment. That is it, and they are thriving.
That's what we need.
Yeah,
and Thomas, does America have one? Does America have one? America doesn't have one. We've seen Delta, we see United flying all around. They are doing fine.
Can I interject, please? You see,
yes.
Yeah. Let's hear from Prince.
When we have a subunit that has a particular character, and we want a different result when they aggregate, it's somehow laughable. I will bring in something a bit different from what you said, but it's similar. Most of us, we have houses in Nigeria. It is not a profitable economic venture, but we do it. However, we now want Nigeria to run its organization and be profitable. I don't know. That is just
I'm getting you.
It's a bit funny the way we sometimes think of this thing. Individually, despite most of us putting in $100,000 into owning a house in Nigeria, and we are getting rent of 801 million.
Some people even shut their own house. Nobody's living there. If they go to Nigeria once in 3 years,
take us maybe 30 years to even get
you are right.
And we continue to do it. We do things mainly for pride. That is who we are. We don't bring sometimes our economic sense into things. And we want a government to run for profit. Are they not the same Nigerians that are going to run the system?
I agree with you. I agree. So that is the issue. So you know what? This guy, when he enumerated all his words, I've been a keen observer of the aviation sector. It's one of those sectors of Nigeria economy. Do you know one problem I have with Nigerians is that despite our level of education, we do not have correct information at our fingers. Immediately you guys were talking about it. I already liked FAN website, Facebook page for about 6 months ago or so, going to 1 year or so. So they normally give you update. So you can see that I posted something on the chat. I knew when they bought those things. Yeah. So if we might say that probably the truck is more expensive than what it should be, I've not done my full investigation into that. But that somebody was, I think Ashram was talking about three.
I could remember the guy highlighted, Dorothy, you buy a car in America. That is the price for the car. Custom duty, transportation. He highlighted almost 7 items of money they are going to pay. If you buy $1,000 car in America, when it lands in Nigeria, it's not going to be 1,000 naira, $1,000 rather. I'm just for example, my own sister husband bought like cars in America, sent to Nigeria. Even only clearing in Nigeria. My sister just got a car. She helped him to buy a car. He paid almost 1.2 million to clear car. It's not about the money they bought the something. What of the logistic for them to carry that thing? I don't know the country they bought the fire truck from. We don't know. We don't know how much, how many, even to transfer anything from this Australia to Nigeria, it takes 3 months on the sea. On the sea to transfer anything from this Australia, sometimes 3 months, sometimes 2 months.
Distance.
It's a fast distance. Sometimes they will stop at Germany. Because every terminal it goes to, they have to check the vessel. Maybe it's not carrying anything that is bad. It will stop in Germany, it will stop in that. This thing costs money, man. It costs money.
Thomas, do you know the reason why? Do you know the reason why we don't have air accidents? I watch Earpiece. I have been a keen follower and a lover and I patronize Earpiece. You get it? Yeah, no, it was under this minister that they never made no nonsense of our what, of our maintenance and repairs. He said it online on Arise that at the Silica, at the Silica we what.
Oh, you are breaking.
We tell you, if you cannot go nowhere, you are not going anywhere. If you have not meet up with the standards, you are not going anywhere. Do you know this man was the one that made me feel like I was proud of the country. He fought tooth and nail for what? For Earpiece to get slot in Dubai. I followed that information like my life. I mean, Dubai had to kill him.
He told us on this interview that you know how they are helping Earpiece.
Of course, Earpiece is the major beneficiary now. He's the major beneficiary.
How many duties they overlook for him, just for the guy to try.
Of course, he has been the number one beneficiary of every good thing that happens in the bed.
Say, let's look away. Let's give it because it's a Nigerian airline.
It's Nigerian flagged. Earpiece is Nigerian flagged.
Goodness.
So
listen. It's not rocket science.
It.
Hold on. It's not rocket science. If you meet the FAA requirement to fly international, there's no big deal that you are helping me doing something here. Because this is where we're going again now. Trying to make it look like, oh, he has helped an Igbo man, he has helped Earpiece. I mean, goodness, listen. If he doesn't meet the FAA requirement to fly, he will not fly.
That is not what I'm saying. I said the guy said sometimes they overlook some stamp duty for him.
Are you talking about tax? Are you talking about taxes?
Yes.
We are not talking about that. We have the intervention fund. Although it was even though it was not enough, it was not enough. But he at least
have the right to that. It is the FRS and the federal government
that. Now there you go.
No. Hold on.
Do you know? Rational mind. Do you know that Adi Sirika is the West African chairman of aviation minister? Do you know that? This guy is not just a small guy. He's an industry expert.
Dorothy, let me say this. I heard a man who seems to understand what he's doing. He seems to he's articulating the way he spoke, but it's just some mockiness around him, some of those great things that are around him that I'm not too clear about. He speaks like among all the aviation ministers, yes, I'll give it to him that we never saw the downing of any commercial flight, like the likes of what we saw during maybe Obasanjo and Yadua and what's his name?
FFK, better than FFK.
I'll give it to him. I saw a lot of innovations brought into the aviation industry under this guy, which to me I feel is too slow. But I don't know why. I think every aviation minister, they keep having problem because I went through Murtala Airport about 2019. I was in Nigeria. in 2019. Recently, I had to go to another airport, but fly through into Nigeria in person through Nigeria Murtala Airport. 2019, I was there. Now, the point I'm trying to raise here is this: that when I got to Murtala, oh my goodness, that airport.
But 2019 till now, have you been to Nigeria last year?
No, I've not gone through. Hold on, I've not gone through Murtala, but I won't want to say much than that. But I've been to Nigeria, but not through Murtala.
But you can't be comparing 2019 till now.
Adi Sirika was there 2019. He was the aviation minister. I understand that there are some things going on within that aviation sector that are making it almost impossible for every aviation minister to transform that industry. But among all the aviation ministers, I would say Adi Sirika seems to like it trumps every other ones that is it FFK? Is it Sela Odua? Is it all of them? This guy truly trumps them. But the point is that the seeming not openness is not a lack of openness, shrouding things in mystery, in some kind of mystery whereby we don't even know what is going on. Especially with this issue of the Nigerian Air, which I agree with most of you here that it should not be run by the federal government. It should be run by every country that owns an operating airline. Yeah, you're talking about, is it here in America? Is it some other countries? Is run by, at least, if not more than 80% is owned by private people. So I understand that. But my point is, the point I'm trying to make is that it's lack of openness. It's not being open. That it is after almost towards when it was, we just give us snippet. He went to.
But rational man, everybody on Inshallah now. Some people
No.
just
This
walk.
is not allowed. Publish it on your website.
I think you are right. I think you are right. Many, even in our government generally, we are the governments are the ones that always give people the opportunity to lie against them and to carry a lot of propaganda.
Okay.
I think we need to. I need to agree with rational mind in the sense that the way we normally the government don't, they are not too transparent. Yes, they are not too transparent also.
Well,
so people normally tread on that. Okay, no problem. Let's pray that he come. Yeah, let him come in. Let him come on.
All right, thanks. Hello, everyone. Thanks, Thomas.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah,
good. How are you doing?
Welcome.
Yeah, I've been listening to the conversation all along. So I'm just trying to see. I listened to the guy's interview with Dr. Abati, but what is the base or what is the reason for the support for Nigerian Air in the first place? Anyways, did he say? Did he explain?
Can you expatiate? I don't understand. What's the reason?
The minister. What was his reason for why the Buhari's government has to support Nigerian Air to be, to come on board? Why are they so forceful about it? To support the establishment.
Can I answer that question to you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I think the main thing is just to promote the Nigerian name, that name Nigeria. I think that's the focus. But there might be other things behind it. Like when I mean other things, like some people, some government actors want to use that as an opportunity to maybe make money for themselves. But then I think the main goal is just the Nigerian name. Anywhere we fly. And apart from that, the economic contribution to Nigerian economy, because if you look at it, can I just let me just land. The economic aspect to it is that, like he said, that the majority of the people that were working in that the Nigerian Air with Nigerians, you know how much that's revenue that would generate for Nigeria if they even have to tax those people, and these people they have to make money into their pockets.
Well, the people working for Air Peace, who are they? Where are they from?
They're Nigerians. They're Nigerians. Most
okay, so
Air Peace is a personal owned company, isn't it?
So
yes.
What's your question about? I mean, I think I'm answering your question. I don't know if you.
Well, yeah, you're answering my question, but I'm just we have Air Peace and other airlines. Why should Nigeria be so much invested in an airline company with only 5% share or less?
But you asked for it, isn't it? Nigeria has been asking for it.
That's the problem. Nigerians are fixated on having that Nigerian
Nigeria. They are fixated on this. We don't have airline.
We must have it. We don't have it. As in, I normally talk to them like, what's your problem about this thing? Must you have it?
Yeah.
Let's hear from Bishop. I think Bishop have a diverse opinion.
Okay.
No, I just want to answer what he asked. Number one is that there's been a lot of criticism that Nigeria does not have a national carrier.
Yeah.
And I know let me finish this. The angle they're coming from is that we're utilizing 0% of our BASA agreement bilateral air service. Now it means a lot of airlines fly to Nigeria. We are supposed to have equal number of flying rights to their country and their cities, but nobody is utilizing it in Nigeria. There are 40 flights between Nigeria and, let's say, US. In a week. Instead of Nigeria using 20 and they're using 20, they are using the entire 40. So they are making more money at the expense of Nigeria. Now, some guys were promoted to run. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it. I remember where Arik was coming to New York. Arik was flying London. Arik was flying unfortunately, they ran Arik aground. So there was a need to fill up.
Who ran at the ground? If I may ask you, who ran Arik aground?
Donors now, for different reasons, they were owing. Their airlines were being held different parts of the world due to debt. They were, it was their management. Now, the government wanted to float an airline.
Bishop, real quick. So are you saying the whole purpose about Nigeria Air is to fly internationally? Is that what you're saying?
I said, let me finish. That's one of it. To have the pride of place, people were always using Rwanda Air, Kenya Air.
Senegal.
Senegal to harass it. Everybody was saying it. So government was planning to float an airline. Somewhere in between, they changed the model, the business model, to say, you know what, instead of government running an airline, let them just promote it and invite private operators to make it functional, effective. Because if government runs it, it's going to die the same way almost all the airlines. The man said we have had 130 airlines registered in Nigeria between 1980 and now. If you go to some hangars in Nigeria, I think the number of dead aircraft we have, the Nigeria will be the highest number in Africa.
Yes. It's one of the highest in the world. It's one of the highest in the world.
They came up with this model, and the model is simply invite private operators that will fund it. Let them bid for it. Nigeria will have a minimum
share. Let me just so all this Rwanda Air, Ethiopian Air, all these other airlines, are they run by the government directly, or most of them are like private airlines that have the trademark of the country's name on it? So in other words,
can I say something? Okay, go on.
I was going to say, just to what I guess Bishop was alluding to, we should have just like trademarked the name, the Nigerian Air, to a private company, wash our hands, and be out of it. See, just like the refineries and anything the government does, it doesn't work out. It's just another avenue for corruption and to manipulate the Nigerian population. That's the way I see it.
What you just said now, technically what is being done. Nigeria
that's what they are doing now. That is what they are doing. Exactly, that's what they are doing now.
Oh yeah. Well, the way the guy explained it, it sounds like that. But again, somehow, some way, the man looks more involved in it. See, this is if you left to the private companies, they will run the airline and do a good job, or whichever private company gets the contract. But buying go ahead.
He was the supervising ministry, so he has played this when he was there. Now he's out of there. The supervising ministry supervised all the airlines because through NCAA, Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority. Then FAN is another arm. There's another arm of there. So we have about 4 or 5 supervisory agencies that supervise airline operations in Nigeria, both commercial and private. But the number one superintendent over them is they don't have control, but the supervise is the Nigerian. We have the Nigerian Civil Aviation, where we have the Nigerian Airport Authority. There's another one. There's another regulation agency.
So FAN, is it FAN? Federal Aviation.
Yeah, FAN. FAN.
Accident Bureau.
And they have accident bureau. Yeah.
That's
so I
all
think
these agencies. all these agencies, they of course they're going to monitor or watch over any airline that operates in Nigerian airspace. So there's nothing unique about these agencies. I mean, they're going to be doing their job, right? That's what they're going to do.
Yes.
So okay, so and well, the man was eloquent. He knows what he's talking about. But as detailed, so to speak, as it was, I still smell something fishy in the whole game. I don't feel comfortable with everything he said. There's something fishy about it.
What do you see? Can you highlight that?
I mean, I'm not an expert in the industry, but somehow, some way, I feel that it was withholding some information. I feel that the way they launched the airline in the first place, the media behind it, it looks murky. It does look murky.
But your feelings is not factual.
Well, it's not about feelings. It's about the perception. See, the perception that the people had.
Bishop, your feelings is not factual, isn't it?
It's not about feelings. It's about
That's
the
what you
perception.
say. You say you feel. Your feelings is not factual.
About the man. I mean, about the man. The minister himself. I'm talking about. But in terms of their unveiling of the Nigerian airline, it looks really murky. It doesn't look. I mean, I see some back end dealing, just like most things we do in Nigeria, anyways.
I don't do that at anyway. I do not do that. There might be some back end thing, but at least the fact that the back, yes. But do you know that in Nigeria here already has an office? In fact, I was shocked when I saw the office, well planned, everything was already on the
when it comes to office, when it comes to paperwork, when it comes to documentation, Nigerians are best at it. It doesn't matter what you see. Huh?
No. This one I saw it. It was right in that airport.
You saw what? What did you see? What did you see?
Okay, was it only plane you saw? Was it plane you saw? Or you only saw the plane? That's all.
So what did you see? What else did you see?
No. I later from a source. I later saw. I can even find it. No, I saw the. No. This one was not for optics. This was not for optics. I'm serious. I'm serious. I saw this. I'm not saying that there may not be some. I don't. You see, one thing we need to understand is this. You see, Nigerian politicians, they are going to definitely, even not only in Nigeria, even in other countries, even in America, they always have their own way of doing some certain things behind. But what we are really saying is, yes, let us have value for whatever you are doing. Don't come and use something to cajole us.
Hold on, Dorothy.
So that's just it.
Dorothy, can you hear me, Dorothy? So what value from what Adi Sirika has done so far? Let's just leave other things that there was no commercial plan that's ever gone down ever since. Let's forget about that. I mean, from this incident, because I think the whole thing centers around his role in this emergence of this Nigerian air, and that is what I think Prince Daddy was saying, that why should government even get involved in it in the first place? But we understand in Nigeria.
I already said it now. I already said it. That was what everybody was saying. That the government doing this business, it will not work. Probably that was the reason why they were trying to bring in this guy. It's just for cloud chasing. As for me, honestly, I don't really want it. As for me, if Canada and UK cannot run Airpeace, did you hear the man? I told you that
I fine airline. Airpeace, I've flown
Airpeace.
Yes, fine airline.
Do you know that COVID-19 damaged Airpeace too? Airpeace, very nice airline, very good plan, astute businessman. But COVID-19 really affected this man too. It affected him. He was supposed to be using that Dubai slot that Sirica fought for him. We had to go into a serious diplomatic row with
airline already has,
but he has not been able to use that slot given to him effectively.
Airpeace already has all the functions necessary to run an airline. They have everything already.
Yes.
if only they could just invest in the airpiece to be Nigerian Air or have a division of it, or I don't know how they're going to structure it.
But
He
that's a
doesn't want
private
it. I think he doesn't want it.
That's
I
a
think he
private
doesn't want it.
So why duplicate resources and other assets
They
whereby?
don't have to. They don't have to.
But they're gonna be
Do
doing
they?
it, yeah. If they, with all this private people coming together, they're gonna end up doing it. That's what's gonna end up happening. I think Airpiece would be a more streamlined merger or deal they could have had with Airpiece to just get Nigerian Air. And I think that'd be much better and save them a lot of money, I would think, and take the opportunity to invest in the Airpiece. I think that would have been great. Well, put more money in it.
Listen, Prince Daddy, listen to me.
Nigeria. They will come again and say, hey, you have given it to
Igbo. They are giving it to Igbo. They have given it to
I'm
Igbo.
telling you, you know your country now. You know them. You know us. You know how we normally think. But Bishop, I think you have what to talk. That's the problem I'm having. Airpiece was the flag carrier. Airpiece was the only that is carrying our flag to all other countries, and we were good for it. Everybody likes it because at least he's a Nigerian flag carrier now. Do you know what it means? Arik is no more functioning now. But presently, I'm talking about presently.
It was up to like 20.
Yeah, of course. But right now, it's easy flag, Nigerian flag carrier.
And to win now,
And that's the reason why Nigeria normally fight for him. That's the reason Nigeria normally fight. The government normally try to fight for him at least to some extent to support him.
What is the fighting here? What are you talking about? Come on, let's stop this fighting.
Okay, what will America? What is America fighting for? If Bishop was explaining now that for the Basa agreement, American airlines will fly in. Of course, America will also fight for its own people. Other countries will fight for their people. They will fight for their own companies.
As if they're doing him a favor. It's not a favor. Listen, it's not a favor. If you meet the FAA,
it's a responsibility. It's a responsibility of a government.
You allow me talk. Can't be talking over each other.
Okay.
Now, is it IATA? They call it IATA, or is it FAA, or whatever they call it? One of these they are regulating bodies that regulates airworthiness of plane, and you having all the logistics and whatever that requires you to run an international flight. You must meet those standards, and hence you meet that standard. Then they should just your country should just clear the way for you, and then you just go. Not like I said they're doing him a favor. If you can say they're doing him a favor, hold on. If you can say they're doing him a favor, if it doesn't meet that airworthiness standard, and maybe they try to go and talk to people, and it doesn't have this number of planes that you people require. Like as they say, they need like 3 planes to start international flight. He only has only 1 plane, so just overlook that part, or he has only 2 planes. And he has met all these things.
We are not saying he doesn't have it.
Hold on, no. Every country has what they call reciprocity. Reciprocity doesn't only exist, even in aviation. It exists in aviation. Reciprocity. And Bishop, you can tell me to the contrary if I'm going off what is there. Now, the point I'm trying to make is that, like Bishop also explained, is that if Nigeria is flying, if UK is flying like 10 flights to Nigeria every day, maybe British Airways or British Caledonia or whatever they call them. If they fly to Nigeria, 10 flights, Nigeria has to fly 10 flights back to what's it called, to the UK. If UK is flying 10 flights back to UK, British Airways is flying 10 flights back to the UK, Nigeria also should do something, same thing from there. So it's reciprocity. But Nigeria is not using that slot for every country.
But can you fight them? Can you fight you as an owner of airline? Do you know that Airpiece did that? Airpiece took up. No, listen. Airpiece took up the UAE government. They took up the UAE government on this, and they could not get through. You have to go back to your government. Don't downplay the role of government in standing up for their own economic interest. Do you know the amount of dollars Nigeria is owing right now? In terms of repatriation. That's what we are talking about. How should we be taking dollars out of our economy if the dollar cannot flow back into the own economy?
You're making it complex, but
no, it's not complex.
You're making it sound like
it's just about somebody standing. We have an agreement. That agreement was not signed between Airpiece and UAE government. I hope you know that. The agreement was signed between the government of Nigeria and government of UAE and any other government. So will Airpiece be fighting on its own? Can UAE Can earpiece fight that part on its own?
Can you hear? Can you hear me? You just
Yes, I'm hearing you. I'm listening.
I mean, what I'm saying.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
It's a bilateral air agreement between not between airline and airline. It's between the country and the other country, Nigeria and UAE, Nigeria with the United States, United with any other country. Now that if you are flying 10 flights to my country, I will fly 10 flights to your country too. So like that, and if you do back and forth, they do the same thing too. But Nigeria has not been using over the years. Number one reason is because we don't have planes, we don't have airlines that are airworthy. Listen, let me tell you one thing. Before you can fly into America here, any plane can fly from any country. You must meet their standard here, their FAA standard here. Whatever that standard is included in that standard. I don't know, but I know you must have airworthy planes, not planes that whereby they will just fly off the sky. And you have to be certified by TSA here. They call it Transportation and some security agency here. You have to be certified by you have to certified by them. So all these bodies, they have to look into your planes and everything and make sure that mechanically everything is working. You have all the requirements before you can fly into their airspace, which is part of the agreement Nigeria must have done with them. But when Nigeria does not have all those planes, all the Nigerian hold on,
but let me ask you. Let me just ask you. Did the earpiece have the capacity? No, the earpiece have the plane to fly that route.
Hold on. I'll come to your question. Nigeria before earpiece came into scene does not have that capacity. The only airline the only airline was Arik Airline. Even Arik Airline was even struggling then because there are sometimes they even prevent their airline from entering into New York because sometimes their plane has issues. So Nigeria does not have local airlines that are airworthy to come into the US airspace. That's slot to sit there. They still give it to them. Okay, it's a slot, but until you have those planes that we feel is airworthy for our space, for our airspace, we will not allow you people to fly into our airspace. Now, but now that somebody has come into the scene now, which is this earpiece guy now, he has met most of these requirements. The same thing that he has met with, he has met. So if he has to fly to Dubai, let him fly to Dubai. But we know the politics around it because Dubai, is it Emirates? They get a lot of money.
Yes, Emirates.
You say what?
Yes, Emirates and Etihad.
Etihad. They are making a lot of money from Nigeria. So if they now have to bring this guy in on board now, that will cut into their profits, into their whatever money they're making. That is the politics. And if Nigeria is standing up for him, in that instant, that no, you are just allow us to use our own slot. You guys fly into our
country,
let you fly. Let him also fly into it too. But I don't see any favor there because
that's what I was talking about. That was what I was talking about. That, you know, like for example, US now, for US, one of the best play right now, you know, is E196 Embraer Profit Hunter. Very, very efficient with aircraft. This guy already had a lot of bookings for that, and they are coming in trickles. Even not because of the COVID-19 that caused those the release of those airplanes. I think this guy has the capacity to take on it. You know, he has started Tel Aviv. He has started Tel Aviv. He has started India. So there's nothing. Yes, I'm listening. Bishop.
Can you give me please? Now, I was going to answer what our president said about Hadi Sirika. I think you cannot be more competent. You cannot have a more competent minister than Hadi Sirika, who studied. I believe he studied in America. I think Delta Aeronautics or something. I wonder how I would have tried to change. So he's not just a flyer, but he's an expert in aviation, whether avionics or something that they call it. So he crosses he checks all the boxes, you know, and he definitely knows what he is doing, and that's why he was able to excel. It's not just like appointment, and that is that. Now, on the bilateral air service agreement, the one that we fought for, and they handed to Airpeace on the platter of gold, he's not been able to use it. Why? Because they lacked the capacity. And we all knew, we followed them. It caused some diplomatic row between Nigeria and United Arab Emirates to be able to secure that, and it was a very profitable route, a very profitable route. But unfortunately, he was only able to do a few flights before they were bogged down with some competence or operational challenges. Now, is it a right to give to a private airline, which is not? But it is something that a government should do, or a government, because they can do it, to support local business from going. And that was precisely what the aviation ministry did rather on behalf of what do you call it? Now, all of them were aware when a bid was published or were published about the Nigeria Air project. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, they did not see themselves matching up to compete with. I had a preference. I wanted Qatar Air to win because Qatar Air 2 came into it then. Qatar Air 2 bidded for it, and I know the capacity of Qatar Air, but for whatever reason, it was Ethiopia Airline that won. And if we the best to win and we threw it open, other Nigerian airlines, if they had come together, but the record of operation and the capacity that Ethiopian Airlines has swallowed all of the about 8 or 9 airlines that are operating in Nigeria now. Ethiopian Airline alone is more than 10. Because if you go and look at both Boeing and the other manufacturer, what do you call it?
Airbus from Europe.
Airbus and Boeing. 2 of their biggest customers now is between they are among the top 3 rather of 4. Qatar Airline and Ethiopian Airline. So if it is we want competency, they bidded for it on competent ground, and nobody was favored above any other person. And I was a little bit curious why they had to go and bid and beg, according to the minister, that they should not allow the thing to fly, that it should kill that Nigerian Air project so that they can have a say, because they are afraid of competition. And we all know
exactly
the best in every sector. If the competition is, because Nigeria really scored not of first. Number one, it was under this Adesirika that were able to achieve the what they call radar, total air radar coverage in Nigeria. It was under this ICAO category 1 or something. I don't know how they mentioned the category +1. Certification under this same same minister. So there were quite a number of firsts that was called. So if we have an airline, and all the airlines we have had before, that is a one-man show, all of them, at least off my head now, I can mention like 10 airlines that I know. I know back in the days I used to fly gas. We have gas. We have Capo or something. Capo Airline. Gas was General Aviation Service. And we used to fly from the north to Lagos then. We have Capo Airline. We have Chachangi. We have quite enough. We have even the one that the man in charge of our drug now. What's his name? The man in the drug. Marwa. 2 floated airline that time. One beautiful airline that did not last more than 3 or 4 years. What's his name?
Sosoliso.
No, not Sosoliso. Not Sosoliso. And I remember the name earlier today.
Albarca Airline.
God bless you. Albarca Airline. So all of the one-man show airline, they have, I mean, our record with them in Nigeria is a beast. So it's time we have a big player in the industry. The man said something very significant. Only during the COVID, only 2 airlines in the whole profit during the COVID period. Only airline, Ethiopian Airline. And this same airline we are talking about posted a profit of $1 billion this last year.
Well, it's not because they didn't have competition. That's basically, I mean, even American Airlines was losing a bunch of money. Yes. American Airlines. What you guys said.
What happened during that time was because I followed it. Ethiopia Airline converted some of their planes into cargo. People were moving a lot of equipment and stuff. They converted it into cargo, and they were able to they're able to do a lot of flights, this flight that people, emergency evacuation flights. Then also moving goods of importance around that COVID-19 time. That was how they were able to pull that kind of profit. I followed that. I remember I read a lot of stuff
Well,
on how they were
They
able
did
to do that.
well. I mean, they retrofitted the airplanes to accommodate
Yeah.
the times. But just like the minister said, Ethiopian Airline has got like what 70 or 75 years experience in the industry. So it looks
Of
like
course.
they know what they're doing. I mean, but in terms of them flying in Africa or the routes that they fly, they didn't have competition. Of course, many American airlines company, there's a lot of competition in America, right? They didn't make money. They lost a bunch of money too. But Ethiopian Airline was able to be profitable because they did what they have to do. So yeah. So but now with the Nigerian airline that we're gonna have, so. Did I heard the minister say something about what? Is it over $200 million invested in the company so far?
Yes, I think something like that. Yes, I also heard something like that.
And that can only probably buy one
$2
plane,
million.
one new plane
Is
with
it
all the
$2 million?
expenses they're gonna have.
Prince Daddy. $2
Yeah,
million. How much is that in the aviation sector? I mean, like, I'm a
nothing. That's what I'm saying. It only buys one plane, and all the expenses. They can. A new plane is about what 100 to 120 million dollars, right? So.
It up. You are missing it up. That's not. He said that is the capital. That's the capital share. That's the capital share. That's not the total operating cost. And they are going to brand almost about more than 15 or 20 aircraft in Nigerian something now. In Nigeria.
No.
They're gonna have it. They're gonna have that.
$1 million is too small a capital to run a kind of like something like that.
$200 million.
Is it 200 million, $1 million? What was that?
100
No,
million.
200. I think for Ethiopia. Other core investor, the remaining, I think they have 49. Nigeria has 5, that's 54. The remaining 40 something is owned by some other, I think 2 other Nigerian investors, Nigerian or something.
That is 100 million from what he said. All of it is 200 million, but that does not translate to their operational capital. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah. In other words, they need a whole lot of money, a whole lot more, to be viable. I mean, it sounds like, by the way, how do we put it? I don't think they plan to maybe even purchase new airplanes. I think they're just trying to maybe lease airplanes from the Ethiopian Air.
There's hardly any airline that purchase airplane now. There's hardly any airlines that purchase airplanes. The arrangement to either lease the aircraft from General Electric, from Airbus, from all these, from Boeing or Airbus, all those big aircraft manufacturers. It's just that you go to a dealership and you do a car note or something. You understand?
Yeah, they can list it. Yeah,
that's what they do. Nobody buys the plane. Even a number of private jets that you are seeing, they don't pay cash for them. It's just
but I think no Ethiopian Airline they bought their plane outright. I remember.
Must have leased it over time because that's an airline that is over 100-year-old. They must have had some. They have leased and the tenure of the lease has expired and
remember like a year or so ago that the airline, the new Boeing plane they purchased crashed.
It doesn't make economic sense to buy aircraft now. It doesn't make economic sense.
Well, I see a point, but who knows? I mean, it did. Well, if you a new airline, a new plane, Alan's gonna last them 20 years. I mean, so how much?
A new plane is supposed to last nothing less than 50 years.
So why won't you buy it outright? So it actually make more sense. If that's been the case, why would you want to lease and pay more money over time?
No, you can lease for 10, 15 years, and then you pay there's what they call in lease. If you have ever leased a car before or some other items, you pay the lease, and then there's a lump sum you pay at the end of the lease.
The balloon payment.
That will transfer the title to you. So they can have that.
So it's lease to purchase. That's what you're saying.
Exactly. So That's what we call capital lease or something, not finance lease. Capital lease. You just continue to pay and then you eventually own the aircraft. So you can free your cash flow to run other things and to take other opportunities. You understand?
Yeah, makes sense. Yep.
So no aircraft does that. And that 200 and something million is not for aircraft, it's for equity. The equity of the company, so they can generate liability to do their financing to lease by leasing aircraft. They generate liabilities. They generate other liabilities to fund working capitals like aviation fuel and other running costs. So the equity and the liability funds the total fund available for them to run the airlines. I think Nigerians need to be educated and then to know how things run. The way they just went to market with it. Oh, Nigeria Air, that company
Do
is
we
not owned
want to
by the
be
government.
do we want to be educated? That's the question.
No,
No,
because we
that
are
is it.
colored.
No,
We are colored in our thinking. We are seeing everything
very
with colored
colored.
lenses.
No,
We
no,
see
no.
our lens
Nigerians,
is colored
Nigerians
with
are
corruption.
educated when it comes to electricity, power. Nigerians are very well educated. Trust me.
We read corruption into everything because we have that
Negativity,
corruption in our glasses.
negativity. That's what I would call it.
Exactly.
Negativity
Oh, they've
always.
cheated us. They've done this. They've done that. Very suspicious of everything.
I mean, but is that not based on real experience? They're not making it up.
Exactly.
I mean, it's real.
Yes,
I mean, all
it's
the
based
looting
on
that is going on right
experience.
now by
It's based on
Emefiele.
yes.
Which
That's just
experience? Which
you cannot
experience?
exonerate them completely. Our politicians completely too.
It's,
They
of
already
Which
course.
made that
experience?
part grand.
Which experience?
So, but our
Give
people
me
need
some
to
time.
come out of that cocoon. They need to come out of that cocoon and free themselves up, feed their mind. So I think that is what we need to talk about.
But you heard the minister, the senator that was asking him to give him 5% of the new airline.
Of the
What do you
new
think was?
hairline.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what do you think
it's
was
the
going on
same
there?
person alleging him now. Can you imagine?
Yeah, what do you think was going on there? That's part of
No,
it.
They're all
Prince, what did
thieves,
you
man.
say?
They're all thieves.
Prince, what did you say? The minister did what?
The ad hoc member, the ad hoc chairman of the airline something,
The
asked the minister
overseas,
to give
yeah.
them 5% of this project.
Did you give him equity, 5% equity in
Thomas,
the?
5%, yes.
Thomas,
He
remember
must be.
when?
He must be. He must be
Sorry,
joking.
remember
And
when?
the man turned him down. Now he's alleging the man is alleging. Oh, come on.
He wants to own airline. 5%. Is that
But
how
they,
they?
but they all do that for all contracts. That's nothing new.
Okay,
Remember
what
But the
when?
man
contract?
said the whole process was transparent, was on. I mean, they were all there as well. So I knew there was something missing when I saw that Dr. Nanji and every other operators, crying foul. I knew they probably felt cheated that they're supposed to
Nigeria.
have been the one.
Adewale, when we say we have a
We don't have
corrupt mind,
reputation.
I'm
We don't
we
have
ashamed
don't have
of some of our
reputation
reputation.
at
We don't
all.
have. Oh my God,
We don't.
5%. The guy
As a matter
said,
of
"How
fact,
come?"
I know for a fact that foreign operators will be the winner of that bid because our local
Of
operators they
course.
could barely even get a route. Flying
Adewale, wọ́n
from
ní Àríkì jẹ gbèsè minus
Lagos
ní
to
Àríkì.
Dubai.
300 billion.
The
300
investors,
300
billion.
billion.
the investors in Nigerian Air, did they mention where they're from? Who the investors are? Are they Nigerians or where they're from?
Prince, do you know why?
Yeah, I think
Do you know
some of them are
why
Nigerian.
Virgin left? Do you know why Virgin left Nigeria?
No, I can't. I know they left. I
Why?
can't remember.
You
No.
need to read. You need to read Richard Branson's book. It was because of this
Corruption.
corruption thing that
Oh
Virgin left
my
Nigeria.
God.
That man put
I'll
that
kill that
thing
country.
and said Nigeria is one of the most corrupt countries to do business. They frustrated him out of Nigeria.
Was it Branson?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes, Richard
they
Branson.
frustrated him. You need to read that. I think which of his books now is this Screw It or something or Losing My Virginity? One of the books. I can't remember where I read it. I felt so ashamed. I felt
He was
so
supposed to be the
ashamed.
one running
With all this, the
Nigerian
Fami
airline,
Kayode
by the
were
way.
there
So,
that time.
uh,
It was supposed
Uh,
to be like Air Nigeria now.
and
Yes.
Patoski, aviation sector is not something you joke with. If you joke with it, you joke with the life of people. It's not something you joke with at all.
And the man said he wants 5% of the contract. Okay, he wants 5% contract of the total contract. He wants to be the one that will do 5% of the contract.
5%, my brother. 5%, yes.
Isn't that what they did during the?
It's small now. It's a small money. Why are you shouting? 5%. How much is 5%?
Thomas, I have a question. Thomas, I have a question, Thomas.
Yeah, your question. Yeah.
In all honesty, will you be comfortable flying international flight, knowing that thing was service in Nigeria? Will you be comfortable getting that plane?
But all the domestic airline we get to in Nigeria, they were service in Nigeria, isn't it?
No.
No, Thomas. Guys, wait. Because I know each time I fly to Nigeria, when we land, people are always praying and clapping their hands like, "Hey, thank you, Jesus." I'm like, what is like the miracle that landed? Like, no. You be comfortable. No, am I lying?
No, we now have a better ARO. No, don't talk about that. You know, Caverton. Even we have Caverton. Caverton is coming up. He's coming up also. We have good guys that are coming up. Yes, Caverton is also trying his best. Little by little.
Caverton has been there for some time now.
So that I know it was under this guy that they gave Caverton also. He also supported these guys to let us build. You know, one thing about Buhari, one thing I like about Buhari. Yes, it's a helicopter. One thing I like about Buhari, he might have his bad sides and some other things. One thing I don't want to take away from him is that he was just like the only government in this other country that have believed in the capacity of Nigerians to do some certain things, like fend off some external influences. Do you know that was what happened in the last Olympics? In the last Olympics, there was a problem between Nigeria and Germany, Germany. Puma was ready to give Nigeria free of charge, almost with another money like that, to the ministry, that they should wear Puma branded stuff.
Yeah, branded. Yes.
But yes, but you know that they gave it to AFA. They gave it to a Nigerian, AFA, in Lagos. This guy has been branding a lot of clubs in Nigeria, and he has been branding the volleyball team and some other at the handball and volleyball team. So they gave him. That was the only African brand in the whole of Olympics on African continent. Every other 54 African countries, they were putting on
something we should be proud about.
That is something we should be proud about.
Yeah.
Then they say Buhari is.
But nobody will see any good. That guy brought out the best content development in Nigeria. I mean, he may have his own. I have my reservation. When you get there, I will talk about it. If you talk about that, my reservation, I will talk about it. But when it comes to, I'm telling you, the guy tried.
Was that Buhari's idea in the first place? Was it that?
It doesn't have to be his idea. Now he's the president.
No,
he doesn't have to be
the minister just brought it to him that, sir, we are casting this contract for Puma. He said, go give it to Nigeria. Give it to Nigeria.
The same way Emefiele brought the swap deal to him to do, huh?
Yeah, we have some that it was done in a shoddy way, and I don't have any problem with that. I know.
The Naira swap.
The Naira swap, yeah.
No, the Naira swap. That Chinese Naira swap. Wait now. That, if you understand the swap and the way swap works, that swap.
Pato, can you fix your mic? Can you speak up a little bit? I can.
No, actually, I'm driving it. Okay, let me.
Okay.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Yeah.
Now, if you understand the way swap works, that deal was a good deal, but I'm sure that there are a lot of external influences. It's just like these BRICS now. If we got that swap deal done properly, it's like what that means we have direct exchange with China and we are boycotting dollar. How do you think it's going to be easy for Nigeria to be able to do that? When it's taking the Russia, the Indians, and the Brazilians to be able to do it now. So we were the only one that were trying to do it directly with China alone then. It wasn't going to be easy. But it was a good idea that almost 60% of our imports were coming from China. So why do we have to go to a third-party currency to trade with them? So let us do our swap arrangement. If not for the big transaction, the big ticket transactions. And that was a good deal. So we could negotiate our exchange rate with them. We could trade off stuff or use cross rate and then just use Naira as a benchmark. do the cross rate, and then swap our individual currency. So that's it. And then the way they were doing it, we could also do other swaps, like swapping our loans, swapping interest, swapping. That's a good deal. That's how you hedge risk in high ticket business. So that's a good one. But the frustrated the international community, there are a lot of influence there that will frustrate it. That's why I was saying we should have a central bank governor that is good and strong. I don't mind going to US to hire one. I don't mind going to UK to hire one.
Come on now. We have good people now. We have
The
good people.
man who is the governor of central bank in England is an American. So forget that. The Bank of England, which is the central bank, the guy who is the head of that bank is from America.
Yeah,
Well, see,
I understand it. Yeah.
America, Canada, all these countries,
If
they
we
share
feel that you
similar
can't know
economy.
everything,
Well, see,
if
I would
we
not,
feel that
I
we
would
don't
not
have
agree.
competence in this area,
Hold
let's
on,
hire.
I
Okay,
would
we don't have
say
competence in high-tech weapon. Why we
well,
buy
the
weapon from America?
The
Why can't we say we have
African
energy? Let's go and
bank
produce our weapon.
leader,
Go
what's
and
his
produce
name?
Yakabula.
Yeah,
The
let's hear from Prince. Yeah. Prince,
Hold on.
yeah.
The African bank additional, is it additional, right? The African bank,
Additional, yes.
yeah,
Akinwumi, additional.
Akiyome, yeah. He he has experience. He knows about Nigeria, of course, and African banking. Somebody like that, if qualified, of course, can be the central bank chairman. But bringing bringing an American or a British to Nigeria to run the economy, I don't buy that. And on the issue of an American being the head of a central bank in England, well, that's an easy transition, I would say. These people are like symbiotic in a lot of ways. They have the same economy. They run the same pretty much tight central bank. All their central banks, by the way, is all linked together. By the way, it's all linked, so they know what is going on. But Nigeria is not the case. I would not suggest you bring an Harvard American to come run Nigerian central bank like
They will
that.
finish us. They will finish us.
Oh yeah,
No,
yeah.
but let me tell you, Prince, the woman who was trained in the US became World Bank president, became a president of World Bank, eventually became the MD of World Bank, eventually became your prime minister now, and became your finance minister now. That woman was never really trained in Nigeria, apart from going to Queen's School Ibadan.
Well, but she has some cultural and roots or background.
What she's running Ministry of Finance, does it have to do with culture?
Not culture per se. What I'm trying to say is that it has a sense of what is Nigeria. I mean, I think she does.
That woman had left since secondary school, went to Harvard, and have been with World Bank for years.
Well, but I guess you can relate. I mean, she was able to relate though. But it's not always bad if you have a foreigner. But I wouldn't recommend it.
Just like I said, we have Nigerians. I was saying yesterday, we had Nigerians. A Nigerian army officer was chief of army staff in Gambia, Colonel Dada. Justice Akola Aguda, I think was chief justice of one of these, whether Botswana or something. We have a Nigerian judge. This Gbadebo Rose Vivo, the father, was a judge in Supreme Court of Sierra Leone. Justice Rose Vivo, that eventually came to our own Supreme Court here. There was a time he was a judge in Supreme Court of Sierra Leone. We had another judge who was a justice in whether one of the Sudan or something. People do that. It brings the flavor, the flavor, it brings the genuineness. And if we have somebody like former Bank of Reserve Bank chairman in the US, like Becky or who was his name now, he can pull strings, he can use influence, people can be.
You are right. I think you are right. I think you are right. You are right. You are right.
Okay,
Probably we are just
if we not doing that.
Instead of carrying a Mayfield.
Even if are we even look at I'm even look at the guy.
Deposit. They say they know nothing other than deposit mobilization now and selling.
That guy.
Those Nigerian commercial bankers.
The last 3 months, that guy finished Nigeria with this monetary policy. Do you know that, guys? Do you know now that the new notes has disappeared in Nigerian? There's no new note in circulation anymore.
You failed
We are back to the old notes, my brothers and sisters. Listening
Yeah,
to us.
you were saying it was yesterday. You were saying it. Listen, we all knew from the beginning this Naira swap thing was a sham. It was
Oh
not real.
my!
We knew
Oh yeah,
that.
jail. They're supposed to
See,
jail that guy forever. That's Emefiele.
what
Oh
happened with
my
the Naira swap
God.
was probably one of the biggest heist in Nigeria's history. Really, they just looted the central bank with that nonsense. They had no money printed to give to the banks or the commercial banks. They had nothing. The
Prince,
whole
do you
yeah.
know what I suspect? I suspect that this man did a lot of deal in that place, and they just used the Naira swap to cover that thing.
Emefiele was working for the cabal.
They must
He
have
was working for the big man.
done some deal
But guys, is Emefiele
and
is
they
going
just
to
use
get
Naira
away
swap
with this
to
thing?
cover it. Of
Is
course,
he going to get away with this thing?
I don't know. It's not my business to worry about that. If the president allows it, it's not. What am I supposed to
But
do?
you know what? Do you know what, Thomas? You know that this guy, when he, you know, you know that some of his policies, it's not as if those policies were bad.
Yeah.
And it was, and some of those policies were also taken. You know, normally he's supposed to manage the monetary policy. He brought in the fiscal policy because of the corruption and the irresponsibility in the Ministry of Finance itself. Now, he himself now used that as an opportunity to loot. That was where we had problem, and there was no enough checks on him. Many of the things those policies. Now, let me give you an example. The NASA, NIRSA, risk sharing, agricultural lending, stuff like that. When they started it, when Oshibajo campaigned about it in 2019, when he said he was going to do it when they enter, and I followed it up. You know that I followed them to the place where they will start it. Yes, I was in that office. They said they are going to start that lending, and it will be backed by the commercial bankers committee. It will be generating about, I think, 5 to 10% of their profit will be channeled towards agriculture, small and medium scale enterprise. They are going to start in 7 states, 6 states, each for each geopolitical zone, with Abuja being the general office. Now, the one in the southwest was in Ibadan. I went to the general post office in Ibadan and I confirmed. I was in that office. I was given a dossier. They gave me a lot of stuff to tell me, oh, this is how you're going to go about it. You want a loan on this scale, 5 million, whatever million, thousands. You can scale the stuff. Actually, this guy had a very good plan. That thing was supposed to go through all the 774 local government. From the regional level, it will move to the state. All the state or the federation we have is so. Then from there, it will move to the local government so that everybody can access finance without have to go through these bottlenecks and stuff. But what happened at the end of the day? Probably he raised some private companies that took some loans away, and also the COVID-19 time. Then he was able to dole out some money, and they were not able to get them back. And they also used that opportunity to also siphon most of those money also. Some of the money that was given by the private, because the reason for that policy is to shape where money flows to, because we know, but it messed up everything at the end of the day because of corruption.
Do we have Kolata? Kolata.
I'm here.
Let's hear from you now. Your brother Adi Sirika. What do you think about it? They said it's your cousin.
Is he from Osun State?
He's from Delta now. I think he's Delta now.
I can go and find out from my wife.
Why do you want to root Kolata?
Honestly speaking, I've not been following the story, so if I say anything, I'll be lying. I've just been listening to you guys. I don't really know anything about it.
About the story, yes, we're supposed to have Shehu Sani before, but
I was waiting for Shehu Sani.
I know that, but I think it's some technical
I was trolling on Dr. Dameji.
Yeah.
As per normal.
Golata, you in the comment section.
You went to your
if I catch you.
Aniko, Laura boss there.
Laura go. Auto super chat.
That place is tempting. That place is tempting, actually.
Auto super chat, Golata. Auto waste to wear.
It's
to
funny.
super chatty. Well, that's good. To be honest, the guy is a good guy. The guy is a good guy, but it's only the
I think I
followers.
get the general gist. I get the general gist, but I did not watch the interview or anything. Because
Yeah.
when we brought it here earlier on, we said there was a bid process. And of course, in a bid process, all those local airlines cannot beat Ethiopian Airlines because
Nah.
they're international players now. But Nigeria, we must look everything with some fake patriotism, some fake Nigeria must run airline, some fake nonsense. So selective outrage like we normally do. But when this guy is now laying out the facts, I mean, look at how transparent it seems. Like it's just a business transaction. The best man won. Nigeria has 5% of the deal. Must Nigeria have an airline? No. Why do we even have 5%? For what? So I don't even know because government has no business running any company. But
You're right.
it will be good if we have the airline at least. There are some legs that are currently, like if I want to fly to Brazil from Nigeria now, I can't fly, there's no direct flight to Brazil. But we have bilateral agreement with Brazil. You'll have to fly to Portugal, then Portugal to Brazil. Or you shall have to go to Europe or go to North America. So what's the point? But if we have this national carrier, we'll fly from Lagos straight to Brazil. Just short trip across the
Yeah.
Atlantic. But
Yeah, but with that, do we have the volume or the numbers to fly directly
you
to
can
Brazil? Is that
you can
worth it
do
for
it
them?
once in 2 weeks.
That
Once
would
in
make
2 weeks.
sense. That would make sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can do it once in 2 weeks. I mean, you will never even know if you have the volume because there's no direct flight. Everybody flies from one place to get there. And we may even increase the volume if we have a direct flight. Then many people can start heading to Brazil versus going to Dubai or going to all these places. So
That's true.
Brazil is
Yeah.
just one example. Just one example.
Ah, but to me, the guy really expatiated. Kolata, I want you to go and listen to that video later. The guy really expatiated. I thought we always have a negative thoughts to everything. I'm bringing out rational mind now. It does come. We almost fight each other earlier on. I almost punch rational mind from the
Yeah,
screen.
Nigerians, we approach everything with this simplistic idea, this purity nonsense. Like, everything, you look at everything with corruption lens, like, what you call jail, this, that, without even knowing that, okay, it's a business deal. This is the way the deal is structured. These are the parties involved. This is the qualification. This is what qualifies one person to the other. And just transparent stuff. What really?
Kulata, they talk about the fire truck. The guy said Nigeria is just looking at the cost price. He highlighted almost 7 items of payment they are going to pay: custom duty, logistic, this, that. He highlighted everything, and he's even said it was a fraud. Yes,
Thomas. I can't count the number of times we have been castigated on this issue. Because the day they raised this issue of the Addis Sirika, I think it was only me, Bishop, and
Bishop.
Ogbeni.
Yeah, I could remember. Yes,
And
Bishop.
the people have been mentioning it, even when we are not on the platform. Even yesterday, Babajide was still mentioning Simba, Bishop, everything. This is what I think we should always give our people benefit of doubt. We should not be always look it from a negative angle. Anything that we don't have enough information, I think we should be a little bit wait before we start casting accusing finger and all those things.
That's just the truth. I mean, sorry for butting in. Ajale Gogo made reference to it, how do I call it, a side jab about this. I just let it like that. It's going to come out someday and we're going to discuss the facts behind it. If anybody listened to that gentleman, Hatsirika, with open mind today, you will see the pain in his heart when he was talking. And look, this is what he has given his best. And we all know, he did make mention of a few things like at some point, aviation industry was the fastest growing sector in the Nigerian economy.
In Nigerian economy, yes.
Our import doubled, our passenger capacity tripled. You know, our airlines that were registered, that about 50% of more airlines were registered in Nigeria. Look, if people do their due diligence and they see that the environment is not conducive, they will not bring their money. For people to be
and even I hear that Nigerians, some people are even using Nigeria. Some African countries are using Nigeria as a transit.
Exactly. So
yes,
but we just promote the negative, and that's what I termed the catch 'em, thief mentality. You just want.
Are we addicted to negative news? Is that our problem?
We are just, that is it, Okolata. That is just it.
That is the problem.
Anything that come out of that country must be negativity. There is vibe.
I was happy. Yeah, no, I was happy in March when I saw that for that airport. My mother was in the airport and he showed me around. My in-law was around, showed me around. It tallied with what I have been seeing on the world on Facebook, on YouTube. Many influencers came into Nigeria that are living in America, UK, and they were saying, they have never been so proud of the country because of this airport that they are able to see that. Nigerian airport used to be nonsense. Yes, the new Lagos airport. Yes, the new Lagos airport.
You mean
is it the airport
yes.
or the terminal? You are talking about the terminal.
The terminal.
I
Everybody
thought
was
one
saying
Brazil
this thing
low
is
now.
this.
I thought they've
No,
not.
they are
Nothing
using
low.
it. They are using it for
They are using it.
small,
Qatar is using
small
it. Yes.
aircraft.
I think that
Yes,
okay. I think what's going on, like, we're not used to good leadership. So anytime we have something
That's
like
it.
good news, it's very weird. We're not used to that kind of. Look at what Tinubu has done for the last 2 weeks. Even though everybody agrees is great and wonderful, we are still very cynical and very skeptical. Like, you know, they might release him late. No, we are not used to it. So just give them
But
time.
Babati, I hear Tinubu was having meeting with people face to face.
Right.
Sitting down with people. Why never done that?
Engaging Thomas, engaging in
Are you guys sure that is not?
discussions.
Are you guys sure that is not an hologram? No blabber, no
I'm
balabu.
still afraid. No balabu.
Eh?
No blabber, no blabber. No, we saw one Labour Party guy came in now and said it. That Abia guy said he never knew. The chairman, that woman that represented the oil market.
And what happened to him?
Also said
that
we never knew that.
Wait. And what happened to him from Labour? The guy was praising.
Obedient. They almost kill him.
How dare you praise him? How dare you?
Obedient. They nearly killed that guy.
Yeah.
They nearly killed
because
him.
They were shocked.
How dare
there was
you
no
go and talk to Tinubu?
There was no bullet. They were even saying Alex Oti was smiling with you. Why will he smile when he was shaking his arm? Why will he smile? I don't understand us.
He's smiling at President-elect.
You know, I like
President-elect by INEC. President-elect by INEC.
Thomas, you know, earlier on, I likened Tinubu to Maku yes,
Maku, yes, yeah.
Like I fear for his life, for his safety, because he's going into dangerous waters now. Like this is a very deep rabbit hole that he's playing with. Let's just I want to see who appoints as the CBN governor.
Babati, it will
I
be
have
okay.
a suspicion he's going to appoint Bode Augusto.
Who is that?
That's who I suspect.
Who is that? I've never heard him before.
He's in Tinubu's circle. He's like an economist. And I read the man's plan for our forex. I won't. If he appoints him, I will not be surprised if he does.
Is he the one that went to UPenn? Is the UPenn guy?
I don't know. Where did he go to? But he's one of those brainiacs too. I don't know if we go.
Yeah. He went to UPenn and MIT. I think I remember him.
He's a smart guy. He's a very smart guy.
He went to UPenn. He's a UPenn guy. He's a UPenn guy. Yeah.
Babati, why are you afraid? Is it not what we are saying even before the election, that we needed somebody that can take bold decisions, that can step on toes of those cabals?
No. He's being fearful of his life,
Thomas,
Yeah.
Thomas, wait. I'm saying that he's going on an offensive right now. I want to see how he responds when you fight corruption, they will fight back. So when they
Okay, by
fight
the time
back,
they are fighting back,
I want to see how Tinubu responds. Then I can tell maybe it's up to the
But Babati, they will fight back the normal way. They're going to start doing insecurity. That's what they used to fight back.
Right, yeah.
Insecurity.
So how does it?
That will not good.
Thomas,
That will not
did you
be
people
good.
see? Did you people see the video by this NNPC group managing director, Mele Kyari, and the chief of defense staff in the creek?
Yes. I saw it. I saw it today. I saw it today. I saw it. I saw it that time, and I also saw it now. Yes, just today. I even saw it today.
You know, this Tompolo guy that they gave that contract, the guy is digging everywhere in that Niger Delta to
the guy has already
brought
exposed
out
all of them now. He has exposed all of them. It was the one that exposed them. It was the one that showed the stuff.
Within few months, our oil production has risen tremendously.
Yes.
But didn't you guys see that Tinubu went to the creek 2 times during the election, during campaign?
Yes, he went to Baramatu.
He went to
I saw
Baramatu.
him. I watched him. I saw him when he went to Baramatu. You know that's the area where I think that's where this guy also came from.
That's where Tompolo comes from. He's a traditional ruler from Baramatu.
Yes, he went to Baramatu.
Hey, but you know, Kulata, when Buhari gave this guy 4 billion naira contract that time, everybody was shouting 4 billion. But to me, that 4 billion is something that they can make maybe in a day or 2.
You said in 2 hours.
So to me, it make economic sense. It make economic sense.
10 hours. 10 hours. They will see the whole crude. They see the whole crude and go.
Who do you think will take this Malami? Because that's a very key position. That's that is very.
But I think you guys are confusing Tinubu's move. I personally don't think he's out there to go and play police.
No, I don't think so.
No.
I think he's just there to stop the
bleeding. Tinubu will not get that route. He will not be pushing people all over the place.
No. Wait, I'm saying moving forward. Forget that. But I'm saying moving forward, that position has to have something very credible. Not the Malami type of general.
No, he will not pick like somebody like Malami.
I'm trying to figure out who they can pick. I wouldn't. Fashola is not the guy for me because he's been soiled with the Buhari tag.
But what will Fashola do in this government?
Exactly. I'm not really a Fashola for that position.
Did he really support Tinubu? Did he really support Tinubu? You can question that.
He did though. Yeah, he did. He tried.
I don't think so.
One way or the other.
That one is just lip service. That is just lip service. Yeah, okay. I don't think so.
But Kulata, I think you have already said it that probably Tinubu might not be picking some like known names, as in those guys that have been working with him. I think he might be going for new guys and some other. He will settle some scores of political guys that work with him. Settle them, but he might not be using his core people like we were expecting him.
Because let's look at it now. It's Nigeria now, it's not Lagos. All his core people are Yoruba people. So even when you look at his moves now, almost everybody is appointing now as Yoruba. So that may turn to another Fulani story. Like, look at it now.
Why are those guys those Tinubu guys that work with Buhari? Why did they fumble all of them?
It depends on what you mean by fumble now. The Fashola fumble.
To me, his body language first. Then even look at Aregbesola. Even look at to me, they didn't. I didn't see.
your in-law, your uncle.
I didn't see the kind of support I was expecting from them during that election. Like Aregbesola, he traveled.
He traveled. No, something happened that time. They already have an issue, political issues. A lot of them have political issues with him.
But Aregbesola was fighting with Tinubu.
No, okay. Look, okay. Yeah. We have Aregbesola. We have Baba Osinbajo, and we are also
Osinbajo too was. Osinbajo's
that's
boys.
What I'm saying. That all of them, they seem. I don't know. Maybe they were carried away by what they were getting from Buhari regime, and I don't know why they.
Let me see if I can explain. But it's not going to be backed up by facts. It's just backed up by how I feel. I feel the North, they understand power play, power game, especially the Fulani leadership. I think they used them, those cabals used those guys, promising them X and Y. They probably knew that they had an end game for Tinubu, which is that currency disaster, because they probably felt they will not be able to recover from that currency disaster. So these guys will have seen hints of all the nuclear bombs that they've set for Tinubu, but they did not know Tinubu is an Idon. They did not know Idon survives everything.
Political nuclear bomb.
Because if Fashola can be saying that he's tired, he's not interested in joining any cabinet, to me, all those statements, it reads meaning.
Hey, but Fashola still ran. He ran all the coalition, APC coalition center. Fashola ran it.
No, his
Fashola
own is
was
a little
working
bit
behind the
better. But his own is a little better. But somebody like Aregbesola, somebody like Osinbajo and Co, I think they did not do well at all.
But
Aregbesola
was.
Forget Osinbajo now. Why would you be talking about Osinbajo?
But you mentioned the worst. Aregbesola was battling Tinubu in Osun State, also insulting him, saying that he's peeing on himself. Aregbesola went very low. He went very, very low with Tinubu. I don't think their friendship will ever become the same anymore. Osinbajo too, even though he's doing Ojuaye, Osinbajo's boys, they were attacking Tinubu. That's where all those the likes of one Edo guy, one Jacobi or whatever.
Yes.
That guy always insulting Tinubu.
Sending memo to churches that they should not vote for Muslim tickets. We know now.
That was all Osinbajo. Osinbajo was very bad, though. Let's not lie. Osinbajo was
very bad, my brother. Let me just keep quiet. That's why sometimes if I call him Iscariot, people just they did something bad to that man. Sending memo to churches.
Osinbajo shit for church. He shit for church. Church.
Church. Sending memo to churches. Don't vote for Muslim tickets. Come on now. He did so bad to that guy.
Thomas.
Yeah.
I am equally very, very, very extremely disappointed and angry at some of the things, or most of the things Osinbajo did. My candidates were Osinbajo, El-Rufai, and I had my reasons for projecting those. But immediately the primaries came. Immediately Tinubu declared his interest. That time he went to visit Buhari. I assume, and I believe very strongly, albeit very wrongly, that was the end of Osinbajo's ambition. The first wrong step he took was to declare his own ambition again after Tinubu has declared. That's me. That's for me. That's my assessment. That he made a terrible mistake. Now, okay, fair enough. You went in, you competed fairly, you had zero chance of winning, but you went into the primaries and you came out, you were defeated. If I were to be him, it was right there on that stage that I will go embrace Tinubu and embrace him and congratulate him.
Why can't he even step down?
Tinubu stepped
down.
Why
can't even step down on that primaries? People came out and stepped down. I mean, Osinbajo.
Yeah, well, we are past that stage now. He went into the contest. He had the opportunity of not declaring. He declared. He had the opportunity of stepping down on the day of the election. He did not. He had the opportunity of congratulating Tinubu after the election. That would have been.
Ọmọdé òkè mórí jẹ kó má ra lọ́wọ́.
Then all these skirmishes that was going on underground was so annoying. Then they set up a women campaign committee that the wife of the president, the incumbent as it was then, carried on her head She was having night meetings with people trying to galvanize support for Tinubu Shetima. That is Aisha Buhari with Shetima's wife. The wife of Oshibajo was nowhere to be found. The day they launching in Abuja, she was in Abuja. Honestly speaking, that one was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Then when Buhari was supposed to attend some of the campaign launching of Tinubu, and he couldn't make it, and he deliberately said, okay, Oshibajo should go and represent him there. On 2 occasions, Oshibajo turned it down. I felt so. In fact, don't let me use any word to qualify how I felt. I felt so bad that you are a pastor. Come on. What level are you taking this bitterness to? You contested and you lost fairly. So why all this how do they call it? All this Ilara, Ikora and Tembelepo and Ote coming from where? I mean, I held Oshibajo in an extremely high esteem before, but all these things.
Bishop, when I was telling my mom, because I'm a bit close to Baba Olowo and everything, Oshibajo, I've met him very well. The wife, Dolapo, we've met in Ikene very well. When Mama HID died, we were there in Ikene. I was talking to my mom. I said, these people, they really mess up. They really messed up. I don't. You remember I was the one who said on this platform that they're not born Oshibajo well to come out, because I hold him in the high esteem not to go that route. You can't betray a finger that fed you. You can't buy that finger. Who is Oshibajo? Is we that close to him that we know Oshibajo now? Do any Nigerians know Oshibajo? Who is Oshibajo is?
Look, I've had an opportunity of seeing him a little bit closely because of we worship in the same church. Before Oshibajo became the Attorney General, before Tinubu did not know him, before he sought him out and brought him in, he was a complete. I'm sorry, I don't mean to demean him or to disparage him in any way, but he was a complete and ordinary going. There is this saying they used to say in Yoruba. Àìmọye Bello lọrí tí wọ́n rí nǹkan fi ṣe tí wọ́n fẹsẹ̀ gbálẹ̀ títí káàkiri àwọn aṣọ rẹ̀ di Bello fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀yẹ pàtàkì. Sorry if there is any Ilorin man here or if there is anybody that is Bello here. That is exactly what the picture of Oshibajo. Yeah, a gentleman, unassuming, brilliant, intelligent, hardworking, but I mean, the life was not giving him the what's a.
How much is he earning as a lecturer? How much?
I'm a professor. Me don't feel disparage a professor, but I'm a professor.
So, Bishop, I can tell you what they are spending. I know them very well. They are spending the words of Baba Olowo. That is what all of them are spending. Baba Olowo will still have share in Coca-Cola till tomorrow. That is the wealth they are spending. I know them. I know them very well. I'm close to them. Yeah. So I don't expect him to go that route. No. I don't expect him to go that route. And you can't do that. Upon the whole, the man won the primaries. You are still doing.
And he came to him. He came to him as well. He came to him. He even went to him after he won. He went to go and meet him.
He visited him. Yeah. He went so low.
Honestly, when Tinubu declared, I did not expect Oshibajo to also declare. I thought he would just like say, okay, Egbon, I'll chill for you. And he now came out. When he came out, I'm like, maybe they promised this guy something. But Bawalogbe third, number 3. I mean, that was when I lost it. Like, man, I mean, before you play that kind of move, you must have. You should know what you are doing. You should know what you are doing now before you go against your benefactor. You go against your benefactor. Bronze. No.
Probably was looking at it like he may not it might kind
Colata,
of
there are some people
disappoint
giving
the
him
Christian community.
Colata, there are some people giving him that backing. Oromi tó ń jó ni, onílù wà
Talk
lábẹ́
about for
odò.
him backing. If they give you backing, at least it must be solid. I mean, before you say, okay, oh, I want to go against Tinubu, I want to go against him. You should have been confident that this is going to be a walkover. I said, I'll show him. You now went against him. He now trashed you like a baby. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, he just looked bad.
Well, one problem I have with that issue is probably was dancing to the tune of some of the cabals and also probably like the Christian community. Like I'm a Christian too, but I would have expected him to know that without Tinubu backing him, it will be a bit difficult. He doesn't have the political base and capital.
On the long road.
He doesn't have
Are you telling me Christian did not vote for Tinubu? Christian voted for him.
Christian voted for him now.
I have people that I spoke to that they voted for Tinubu. Not that I'm a Christian. I told them, come, this is what this man has the capability of doing. Forget about Muslim, whatever. I think we need to get it right this time.
In the Southwest, Christian voted for him. They voted for him en masse.
Overwhelmingly.
You know, in Southwest, we don't look at religion like that.
After the memo they sent to redeem members, after the memo Oshibajo is sending around to the redeem members, people still voted for him.
More than half of that vote. Look at it this way. Look at this way, Thomas. If Christian did not vote for Tinubu, where will you got the vote you got in Ondo State? How many Muslims are in Ondo State? How many Muslims are in
Ekiti? What about Ekiti?
State? Even Oshun that has Muslim. Oshun that has Muslim didn't vote for him. Oshun with Muslim votes, he lost it.
We lost it. So it was even the Christians that even voted more for him.
You know, Southwest, they are not that. We don't put religion on our head the way the other people put it on our head.
I can
say the Southeast and the North, we put it. We don't do it.
To me, this is Kayode talking. That is my real name. I have Muslim in my family, close family member. These are not extended family members. So religion, Muslim, I can never discriminate against Muslim. I have Muslim close family. I was even asking my mom, how come we are not a Muslim? Because we have Muslim families around us. So it doesn't. Southwest, we are not driven by religion. No, because all of us. And can anybody tell me on this platform you don't have Muslim in your family?
We all have
very
Muslims
close
in our
family.
We all have.
We all have Muslims. We all have Muslims in our families.
There's hardly any family in Yoruba land, at least that I know in Oyo.
I don't have, but we are very open to a whole lot of Muslims. We do, apart from the fact that look, even in Ekiti, Ondo, all these areas, they still are open to Muslims. As in, they don't discriminate. Nobody have that time.
Sorry, you that say you don't have, go and ask your parents, your generation down the line, like 2 or 3, you'll be shocked. Maybe your one grandfather from one side or one grandmother from one side, or you understand? Just go and find out. I
said I was asking my mom, how come we are not Muslim? Because my father's side, they have Muslim. My mother's side, they have Muslim. We never know.
We were Muslims. My father was a Muslim. I mean, Abdul Qadir, my father was a Muslim. And I'm a Christian. He became a Christian, of course, longer. But I have siblings that are Muslims. And we grew up together. And when we were even growing up in Ibadan, our house is a very famous house. That my father has 4 mandatory festivals to provide ram for in the year. Christmas, New Year, Ileya, Tunuawe. That is the rule in my house. We will kill ram for Ileya, we will kill ram for Tunuawe, we will kill ram for Christmas. Those they need so it's a tradition I mean, it's just recently I got to know that people who say that when a Muslim during their festival come and give them food, they will throw it into the trash. I never experienced that. I mean, my brother.
Bishop.
Yes.
You look at it, even if you look at the so-called, even the pastors that we have, even the big ones, like Oyedepo, most of them, they have a Muslim background.
Yeah, yes.
And they are the ones that are actually more fanatical. Most of them, they have, if you see any pastor that is that fanatical, they have a Muslim background.
MFM, his parents are Muslims. He comes from Muslim background. Suleiman, Muslim background.
That religion thing cannot just fly in Southwest. Like as in, even if you don't have, you cannot do that fanatic stuff in the Southwest, and people will not call you to order. They will call you to order.
In the Southwest, it's actually the inverse. See, the Christians are more fanatical in the Southwest than the Muslim Yorubas, I would say. What do you guys think?
Yeah, but no matter the level of fanatism, we still have some kind of open-mindedness. As in the Southwest people generally still have that. If you look at the demographics, that 2.5 million that Tinubu got, I can tell you that more than half of it are Christian votes. So there are people that you cannot just tell them, Tinubu is the money. They will just laugh at you. What are you talking about? We saw what this guy did. I know many of my friends that are Christians. They mobilize overwhelmingly when they were even pushing that stuff. I have a friend of mine, a colleague of mine that was the SUG of my school then when during the undergraduate days. He lives in Germany. Many of our friends that were also Christians came onto his platform, and he was one of the guys that was mobilizing for Ashwaju. They said, I'm a pastor, I attend Redeemed Christian Church of God. I am for what? I am for Tinubu. I'm going to vote for Tinubu, and people around me will vote for him. I mean, they were mentioning their name of their churches, and this is the reason why I'm voting for this guy. So nobody can sell that religion bullshit to anybody in the Southwest. Fine, some people will pick it, but
we never buy into that. No, we never buy into that. Nah. I said Muslim, and in my family, I can't discriminate Muslim. Never.
But some Pentecostal people in the Southwest have bought into it. All this.
Some bought into it.
No, those new generation people
church,
now.
Those kind
of
Jim Church.
Jim Church, you are right. Yes, you are. You are not wrong.
But you guys know that in the north actually.
But if you look at but Kulata, do you look at the votes that Atiku even got or Obi? They're very small. They're very minute. So which means nobody is shouting that there was the manipulated election. I mean, there was gross, what's it called? Misconduct in the Southwest. That tells you that many of those people that you are churches that you are even talking about, I can tell you categorically that let's start.
It was only in Lagos. It was only in Lagos that
it's only in Lagos.
It was only in Lagos.
And now in Lagos, it cannot be more than 200 or something thousand. Cannot be more than 50,000 to 100,000 out of that 500.
No. That's a mistake. Obi had 1 million votes. Tinubu had 100,000 votes in Lagos from the situation room. Yes, they are going to. That's what they are going to prove. They are going to prove it. They are going to prove it in court. If they don't prove that word, they have to get
Kulata, where are you 2 days ago? Kulata and Babati. When we have a Pansa on the platform.
I woke up in the middle of the night and I was laughing. I was laughing. Pansat is a special kind. Oh no, my boy, Pansat.
You guys need to thank me. Thomas, because he came
Mike,
for me.
yeah,
So
we should thank Mike.
I'm the one
We
that
should
brought
thank
him.
Mike. Mike, yeah, no. We should thank Mike.
Kolata.
Oh my
Kolata.
God.
Let's look at it. How many votes? How many votes did Obi got in Oyo, Ogun, Osun? Let's look at it now. How many votes did this guy get?
Nothing. I mean, Oyo,
Nothing now.
Osun,
But
Ekiti,
let me tell
Ondo,
you,
nothing.
Ekiti,
the
Ondo.
vote he got, Darati, the vote he got is more than what other candidate got in the Southeast. Though. He
Yes,
got
you're
a
right.
Let me
relatively.
read the numbers. Let's read the numbers. Yeah. Oyo State, it got Oyo State, it got 99,000.
Can you imagine
votes.
that? Can you? No, that's not
Yes.
even stop by that. Can you imagine that? Eh?
In the whole of Oyo State.
Yes.
99,000. What are you talking
That's
about?
a lot, though. That's a lot.
That's a lot
What are you
now.
talking about, Darati?
That's a lot now. That's a lot.
Okay, let's
Osun
look at
State.
it. Okay, what was the percentage? What was the percentage of the total votes? That's where you know
Even Tinubu got only 300
course.
plus. It was only 300
300
plus that Tinubu got now.
Do you know that in the last election, Oyo State, PDP, APC lost Oyo State. Buhari lost Oyo State in last election by 1,000 votes.
What
He
did
lost
PDP
election.
get? What did PDP get in Oyo?
Let me read out the numbers.
Not this one, no. 2019 election. I'm talking about
read out the
2019.
numbers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me read out the numbers. Oyo State, it got 99,000. Osun State, it got 23,000. Ondo State, it got 44,000. Ogun State, wow, it got 85,000. Wow. I don't even check this number. Wow.
We should expect that
well.
now. That's where
He did well in the Southwest, though.
He did well. He did well.
He tried actually, but to me,
It's not right. That is not right. Darati, that's not right. They gave him a lot of votes. What are you talking about? And I'm very sure because of this Christian thing that they got these things. Because of this Christian thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. It's because of the Christian thing that they got that vote. You should expect that in Lagos and in Ogun. Ogun is closer.
Our born again. Our born again. Yeah, our born again.
Ogun is closer.
Gym members in
here. Ogun is closer to. Ogun is closer to Lagos, so you should expect spillover of that vote that came in from Oyo and also Oyo and Ogun. You should expect the spillover from anything that happens in. Naturally, that is how it is. Look at Lagos. The three of them are.
Why didn't you even join Ogun State and Lagos State together? They are too close.
They are already doing it now. No, they are doing it. They are already doing it.
It's too close.
Joint Development Commission.
But Tinubu was getting like 300,000, 400,000 in this state, so that was a blowout. In other states, you mentioned the states just mentioned.
You want to go to become no man's land?
In Oyo State, I think it was almost 400,000 votes.
Yeah, Oyo got 450,000.
449,000.
449,000.
Yeah, so it blew him out. So I mean, all those, a lot of Christians that voted for Obi in those states, but Tinubu blew him out. I mean, it still was a landslide, really.
Hey, please, that you didn't get what you are saying. Okay, if you are comparing that, what about what happened in Anambra? That Tinubu got 4,000 votes and Obi got 500,000 plus. Can you compare that?
We understand what happened now. They did a lot of.
They did a lot
of
I wasn't
things.
really surprised with those numbers, really, in the East. I wasn't surprised because
Prince Daddy, do you think those Eastern numbers are real?
See, that's what I conclude. See, if the election had been like fair and clean election, I still think Obi would have gotten like 95%. But nonetheless, they didn't do a clean election. They just forged most of those numbers, and that's what they gave them. But if they had been clean election, I think we would have gotten the same thing. Quite frankly, I didn't see Tinubu doing very well in the East.
So, do you think Tinubu would have gotten 4,000 votes in Anambra?
Prince Daddy, let me put it to you like this. Prince Daddy, let me put it to you
clean
like
election, maybe it would have gotten less. Yeah.
Prince Daddy, listen to me. Okay, let's take Abia State for example. Kalu got over 40,000 in the senatorial election. The same election, the same day, the same hour, the same ballot paper given at the same time. Tinubu got how much? How much did he even got in maybe 8,000 votes or so? So how do you
5,000,
explain that? 5,000.
Which state? Which state?
Abia State.
Yes,
Abia State.
Abia State is it got
So please,
Abia
Daddy,
State.
how will you explain that?
You got how much?
They voted for their own now. They voted for their own.
So they are so enlightened, they are so educated that they can distinguish that, okay, this one, no, I will vote APC, this one I will vote Labour. Are you sure what you are talking about, Prince Daddy?
I don't
Please,
know.
Daddy, let me take you into that. You know what? I served in the East. Naturally, the East, they are PDP oriented, they are conservatives. Naturally, you are right, they will vote for Labour. But I do not think he should have 90 something percent. In 2019 election, my younger sister served in Anambra State. I could remember when they already finished there was a rain on that day. I put a call through to her. What are you doing? Still doing at the main collation center. She said, they are already taking their boxes there to do the final collation with the ward collecting team. Now, I said, leave the place. What are you doing there? She told me immediately she left the place. They came in to come and stuff the box with guns. And the stuff, we know that is the general, they do it across political parties. I'm just saying that they do it also in the West or in the North. But what I'm saying is that they came around, they won comfortably. They won, but they needed, I'm talking about 2019 election now. They came to come and stuff more. That is what I'm talking about now. I told you, I did an election some years, more than a decade ago. But she was telling me that, I thank God that when you called me, you said I should go home. I went home. But later I went home, that was when we got the information that people came in with guns and cutlasses and they stuffed the boxes. What are they doing that for? It's just to maintain that lead. Should in case to neutralize more votes that will be coming from people that will be doing something like that also from other regions. So what we are saying is that something of such must have happened in this election that will prevent this guy from getting like 15 to 20%. So
Olata,
that's it.
your spreadsheet really is almost accurate at the end of the day.
It was close at the end of the day.
It was very close. It was very close. I think you really did a good job out there. But I still stand with to be frank with you guys, what Obi got in this election, I was very agag. I don't think it's going to get that. But I think my prediction still win because I said APC will be first, PDP will be second, and Labour Party will came distant third. So I think everybody permutation really passed out in this election. But I'm still waiting for that 1 million votes of Lagos Labour Party. Is it among their petition in court? I don't think they have that in their petition.
I'm not following the petition honestly because I know it's not going to go anywhere. So I'm not wasting my time.
The way the thing is now, I mean, article now, many of the witness article is calling. I think they are already saying they are saying that there was no infraction, there was no misconduct, gross misconduct, there was no issue. I don't know where that one is going to take.
How come PDP is now fighting Labour Party? They said Labour Party cheated them in Anambra and Nasarawa.
That's what I'm saying now. They are saying that no problem happened in the election. If they are saying
you did not hear what I'm saying. PDP is saying Labour Party cheated because Labour Party came first in Nasarawa. So PDP said Labour Party cheated them in Nasarawa, and Labour Party also cheated them in Anambra.
Yes.
Of course, now that Anambra, I'm confident of that one. I think I just told you an hypothetical example what happened in 2019 with my own sister. So that one in Anambra, that of Adamawa, Nasarawa, I don't know. But of course, we all know. Look at it. How many senators did PDP got in Southeast? They only got one. It was APC that even got 6. Labour got 5. So which means
APC
I
has
already
6
told you.
senators in the southeast.
Yes, they are the highest number of senators in the southeast.
See,
Wow.
this OB movement thing. You guys got to keep in mind that like 90% over of OB's votes were PDP votes. So
Yes, that's it.
so OB did not really have a grassroots mobilization or nothing. This was just PDP voters converting
Protest
to
votes.
Labour. That's what happened.
Yes.
So
and
it's not really
even
that
tribe
surprising
as
that in
well.
Oyo you get like
Join with the
almost 90.
tribe.
Huh?
Join with the tribe.
Yeah.
I want my brother. We want our brother.
Look at Lagos now, 75,000. PDP that went head to head with what
I
with
think that was the most embarrassing one. That was
APC.
terrible. PDP
75,000.
Atiku really did bad in this election in the South. It did terrible.
It was
did
the
terribly.
same thing in Kano. The same abysmal performance in Kano for Atiku.
Even with Shekarau going to his party, that's what happened. That was terrible.
Guys, I want to make one comment now. It could be very stupid. I was thinking maybe the Mayamutu Obi, because Atiku is very desperate. Because it's just Obi just spoiled his chances, my brother. Atiku could have been your president.
Could have won that election.
Oh
my
yeah,
guy.
I mean,
Yeah, could have won it
Obi
hands down.
was Tinubu's
Hands
best
down.
gift in this election for real.
He's supposed to buy like private jets for Obi.
I'm telling
Tinubu
you,
just go
it's
and
true.
buy the private
But
jet.
another
For
issue,
real.
there's another issue to it too. You know that if Atiku if it was between Atiku and Tinubu, probably Tinubu might not have might not have gone for a Muslim ticket. How do I say it? But Atiku, let's just say that Atiku still have a power, because if the south and southeast is able to match with some votes with the north, from the north, a good number of votes from the north, it will actually give Tinubu a very big problem.
But we in the
Serious one.
southwest, we in the south, west, southeast, we should be thanking Peter Obi now, because Atiku could have been your president again. That is it.
Exactly. I think I will go with that.
Yes, Atiku could have been your president. This you say, Buhari just finished one, and we don't want another now. Atiku could have been your president, hands down.
And they will continue for 16 years.
Ọlọ́run náwó lọ́rọ̀ Nàìjíríà ní wọ́n parọ́, because if Atiku imagine Atiku taking over after Tinubu, another agitation yẹn máa pọ̀ gan mẹ́.
No, taking over after Buhari, not after
agitation
Tinubu.
yẹn máa pọ̀, Yorùbá nation, Biafra, ó máa pọ̀ gan, even South gan, àwọn máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ tiwọn, because ó ti ẹni make sense. Although náà àwọn Igbo yẹn kọ́ dùn náà pé at least Tinubu didn't win. But my done after like some months. Hold on, what's going on? I say northern guy really again.
No. Yeah. God bless Peter Obi. God bless Peter Obi, because no. That is it. Atiku could have been the president. My gentle guys, they automatically, because
that Southeast votes would have gone to him.
I have a question I want to ask. So if Buhari is working against Tinubu, so who was that preferred candidate by that Buhari wanted?
Obi.
Is it before? Are you talking before premise or after premise?
Even after primary, they were still working against Tinubu now.
Obi to win.
Honestly, they could have give it to Atiku now. They don't care.
Honestly, because this is what Buhari was trying to do. Buhari saw the way Jonathan didn't rig the election and just kind of made it kind of free and fair. So he felt like, I have to do the same thing. I have to just take my hand away and not.
No. Mike, if you are doing that,
he
you won't be
overdid it in a way. No, he overdid it in a way where he just allowed.
One at a time. Yeah, Mike.
He tried his best to make him look like he has no hand in this thing. But then he kind of overdid it in a way where it just looked like he allowed things like the sabotaging things going on like that. I mean, that's just ridiculous. So he overdid it where he's trying to take his hand away, but then he's supposed to intervene in this whole sabotaging move that was going on by Emefiele and all these things. So that's what I think it is. I don't think he really, in his back of his mind, of course, he wanted his party member to win, but just wanted to prove to everybody, to the whole world, that listen, this is a free and fair election.
I want me more. My hands
are more. That's what I was trying to do.
Yes. Let's hear from Bishop. Bishop wants to come in.
I was going to say that it was not going to be like a very straightforward thing, like we are saying, if Obi were not to be in the race. If it were to be between Atiku and Tinubu, I agree. It was Obi that gave Tinubu the victory, and I mean I said it long when we were always discussing it, because Obi was going to do a lot of damage to Tinubu. I mean to Atiku's votes. But if Atiku had emerged, even Atiku has emerged against Tinubu, and Peter Obi is not in the race, a number of the votes that went to Peter Obi, majority would have gone to Tinubu against Atiku, because the anger of Atiku coming up again immediately after Buhari's 8 years in the north would have been very real. So it's not going to
but that, Bishop, that you're thinking, that is the thinking of the South. The Northerners don't think as you are thinking like that. Do you know what
Thomas,
I mean?
it's not even true. Bishop, let me ask you. So where would that vote come from? Is it from the south or from the southeast?
Or from the southwest?
Let me finish now.
Thank you for that question.
Let me finish now. Which vote?
The vote that you said Tinubu will get, if he had been between him and Atiku. Additional vote, where is it going to come from?
Definitely not from the southeast. No way.
No, see, the southeast will get Tinubu and Atiku will share the southeast.
They will not share anything.
No.
They will not share anything.
But not the southeast.
Southeast will vote for Tinubu.
Forget about it.
They may share the south, but never the southeast. Not the southeast.
Not the southeast. Southeast will vote for Tinubu.
Hold on. No, it is because Peter Obi was in the race. If it were to be a straight race between Atiku and
Tinubu.
Bishop, Southeast will still peel Atiku anytime.
Bishop, don't forget that Obi will endorse Atiku.
They will never vote for Tinubu. Forget it, Bishop. They will never vote for
Obi will endorse Atiku. Don't forget that. And also, Atiku will pick a southeastern as a vice president candidate.
Kolata, rescue me here. Now, what is this one talking about?
You know that if Atiku has won, they will be saying, thank God.
There was no way. There was no way Southeast would have voted for Tinubu.
Even this court case, they are fighting for Atiku to be president, and that's what this whole court case is
about. They will never vote for Tinubu.
It will never happen. Never.
The obedient court case the court case is about for Atiku to be the president now. It's not for Obi. Obi carry third. So they all this disqualifying Tinubu is for Atiku.
Bishop, I do not. It's not Oshibajo. If it was Oshibajo, I could have said some Southeast people will vote for Oshibajo, but
of course, I agree.
There is that competition in the South between the Southwest and the Southeast, and they will say, "Oh, is it only you that can be president, Abi?" That rather you get it, let's Fulani Koko kill all of us here. That's the mentality.
You spoil everything. Exactly. That's the mindset. I have spoken to people during the Jonathan election. I spoke to some Southeasterners. You see, they are already made up their mind. So they will never. If it is even, do you know that one of the reasons why this guy Buhari was not sure whether he should pull his weight behind Oshibajo was, even if we give Oshibajo the ticket, I wish we will be able to placate our Southeastern brothers. We did still not go and spoil show for us because
No.
did not we have a
Southeast
free
will vote.
run, a free
Southeast
ride.
will vote for Atiku any day. What
It
hold
is a
on,
free
guys.
ride.
What is different from Atiku and Peter Obi? They are both PDP. Atiku is my boss. Atiku is my boss. Peter Obi is licking Atiku's bomb all over the place.
Can you let me laugh? Number one, if on the scale of 1 to 100, we want to say, let's share the Southeast vote between no Labour Party, APC, and it close to 50-50.
There's no sharing, Bishop. You are getting it twisted. There's no sharing of Southeast vote between Atiku and Tinubu. They will vote for Atiku. There is no sharing.
Look, okay, but at the end of the day, you just go here now. Labour Party got 5 Senate, APC got 6 Senate seats.
It's not party, Bishop. It is the tribe.
It is individuals. It is the individuals.
It's individuals.
It is village. It's the village where you come from. You know, the
It's
village
not party because the party, there are Southeastern candidates in the party. It's not party.
Hold on now.
Bishop, listen to me. Can you listen to me? Mike, please let me put it to Bishop like this. Okay, if you added those votes that those 6 senators got, the six senators, if you put their votes together, do you think Tinubu will not have more votes?
Finish what I'm saying first. Let me land. Everybody is presenting position. Let me present my own now. It's not cast in stone.
Yeah, let's hear from you. Yeah.
The matter is, we are putting sentiments, but facts are sacred. If my thinking is this: if the election had been a straight battle, PDP will not have defeated Tinubu by 70 to 30. It will not be even 60 to 40. It could be 55-45.
In which region? Are you talking generally or which region?
East, south. And I will tell you why. Because, one, when they started that meeting, that the anger, now people can now reason that everything is settling down, but because of Obi in the picture, that is why that did not play out. In the southeast and south, at least, if it had been a straight one, because it was PDP that initiated that meeting, that APC governors joined them, southern governors, and they went to Asaba for that Asaba declaration. And they said in that their Asaba declaration that it is either a southern president or nothing. That some people backed out and that Obi balkanized their the vote that was coming from that region, south and southeast, which worked perfectly in favor of Tinubu aside. That worked for him. But if it had been a straight battle between PDP and APC, Tinubu and Atiku, it was not going to be a landslide for Atiku against Tinubu. He could win.
But do you know the Southeast hates Buhari and APC?
They did what?
Southeast, they don't like Buhari and APC.
But whether you like it or not, today we had 2 governors from the Southeast. That's the highest. PDP had only 1.
Bishop, can you allow us to push back a little bit?
Yeah, push back.
Let's hear from Kolata.
You see what you are saying. If I start with the Southeast first, because that's the easiest one, they are going to say, who brought Buhari into power that cost us all this pain? Who do they blame the most for Buhari's government? Isn't it Tinubu? It's Tinubu that also said, is the one that said, I brought him in, right? So they're now you're now telling me, they're now going to vote for someone that brought the most horrible economic conditions of the country. The person that brought him into power, they're going to vote for him versus their natural affinity. Because if there was no, if any time Atiku is on the ticket or PDP, let me just say PDP is on the ticket. PTP is voted for. And we're not talking about, I mean, Tinubu is not an Igbo guy. He's also from the Southwest. So two things are going against him. The incumbency is going against him, number one. Then the normal political feud between Southeast and Southwest, that competition, that nasty competition that both
God
regions
bless
have.
you. That one is even the paramount one.
Don't also forget that Kanu is in prison.
Number three, they're also going to say,
APC people Kanu in
number
prison
three,
too.
they're also going to say the Southwest, they're greedy because Obasanjo has done before.
Obasanjo, yeah.
So that's that is the analysis for South.
Add Muslim ticket to it.
Oh yeah, okay, forgot about that. Number 4.
You blew everything. You blew up everything.
They Kanu to it in prison.
That is the master stroke, sir.
Bishop, think am.
That is the master stroke.
They've been sitting and doing all this while, and you think they'll still vote for APC.
You forget pattern dance. They've been
sitting out there every Monday. Now they'll still come and vote for APC.
Don't hear now. Number one, what happened in the Southeast in the presidential election was a sham. I will not say Obi will not score 60 or 70 or 75%. But what happened was a total sham.
Not 95, not 90.
That's what I'm saying. He can score 70, he can score 65, he can score 70 or 75. So there is tendency that if it were to be between the two of them, Obi and Tinubu can still score up to 20-25% in a lot of the southeastern states. One, because people were running on that ticket. Two, because there are other people that reside there, that are resident there, that will vote. But the voter suppression they are crying about in Lagos happened, the worst happened in the southeast. At least the election was won, so there is no need to be going back. But I have had it because that's where I've lived for almost 30 years. In fact, not almost 30 years, for 30 years. So the voter suppression was really real in the southeast. If it had gone free and fair between Obi and Tinubu, maybe the margin would have been between maybe 70-30 between Obi and Tinubu. Now,
Bishop, even if you had Atiku and Tinubu's vote together in this last election, the two of them cannot even get 25%.
That's what I'm saying. If there was a real election. If there was a real election.
But it was real. That's the only place we have real election. The other place they rigged it.
Oh, okay. It was only in the southeast. Okay, I get it.
Based on what this. Oh my God! Something. God,
to be candid, that Southeast vote. Oh my God!
I already said it now. I already said what they normally do. I normally said what they normally do. They will stop the vote.
They are the most educated, the most enlightened voters that I've ever seen in the whole world. Where they can say, this one, no, I'm going to vote for Kalu, and this one, I'm going to vote for Obi. All those women in their village.
All the old women, all those women that they can't even pronounce Labour Party. That they can't even read. It's just a sham.
The question I was asking, I said, if those people that voted for those 6 senators that APC got, voted for Tinubu will not have this abysmal result
number. Yes.
Exactly.
Nah. But
imagine, even what gives Okalu himself.
But guys, let us dissect that thing. Are you telling me that the INEC ad hoc staff member didn't help them in this sham? But
of course, they are there.
Yes, because the populists cannot do it by themselves.
The real riggers are the staff members. Now. It's not really the top of the
staff.
The people in the field, the professors, all these people, and all these field soldiers. And a lot of them they come from every tribe. A lot of them are from
the same tribe, of
course. There's actually a member
of
the star that used to come on Dr. Damages. I think her name is Ngozika. She was reporting how they were, she was involved. And she's an obedient. She's handling.
obedient.
She was handling material in Enugu, and
No, she
Yeah,
she
was
was
a
so
presiding
obedient. Like
officer. She was a
there's no way
presiding
that
the
girl
officer
won't
in the
get
presiding
notice.
polling
officer.
unit.
Hmm? There's no
She
way
was
that
the
girl will
presiding
say she
officer.
wasn't doing some rigging for
They will
Obi.
rig everything riggable. Those people. Can we call the southeast, the southwest, and the northerner? They are the progressive voters because they vote for all the candidates.
Exactly.
Can we say they are the progressive voters?
No, exactly. Southwest and the North has always been the sophisticated. In fact, for the Southwest is number one, then the North. But I've never seen the North. The North really surprised me. I would have thought that they will just share their vote between two
No,
parties.
to be very honest,
But
at this point,
they did for all of the parties. They did for all of the parties. They shared their votes for all the parties.
to be very
So
honest,
they did well.
everybody else can agree with me that Southwesterners, we really don't, we are not really focusing on presidency like that. I think honestly, we are more like governors, even many North. We are more like governorship because to me, most Southwesterners, we really don't want our man to go there because
No, it's
when
not.
they start
Yes,
messing
I agree
up,
with you, Mike. It's
especially
not all or
after
none. We are not
remember
making
when
it like a do or die thing.
the reason why many of us just kind of got into it is because they made this particular one about ethnic, and people felt like, okay, you are pushing us to want to support our ethnic guy.
Pushing us.
But
Exactly.
so if there was no
Exactly.
ethnic cloud in this whole thing, there's no way I
Tension,
would have even
tension, yeah.
cared. But
The
exactly
ethnic tension, yeah. The ethnic
because
tension too really, yeah.
because
yes.
my worst time in Nigeria was when Obasanjo was president because everything he was doing wrong, they would blame Yoruba people like they would say, "See, I'm a Yoruba and a brother." So I never wanted Yoruba to be president again because I just didn't want to be dealing with that. Now they rule and now they spoil the country because they will. When your tribal doesn't do well and he's the president, they will blame you. The same thing the way they are attacking Fulanis is because Buhari is Fulani. Imagine if Buhari was not the president wasn't Fulani. Let's say from the south or somewhere. All these the way Fulanis were being attacked all over the place. There's no way they would have been that case, you know. So me, I'm not so big about Yoruba man should be president, you know.
But Mike,
Yeah, I think
what really surprised me is that this Fulani thing and Buhari, who suffer the most thing is the northerner. They were killed like goats. They were it's the level of poverty, the level of it's still
But
the northerner.
you know the game they play is not really about reality. It's just that you know all online is propaganda and just it's just game that people play. This victimhood that you know that's we all know it's the game that they're playing like the entire time. Oh, they're marginalizing us. That everything is a lie, man. That's why when you start coming on trying to present truth to them, they will start to cut you off real quick. What they do, especially like on Dr. Namidi's show, they'll come start preaching propaganda. They know what they're doing. The moment somebody that know the facts come on and start to present the bomb their
Mike,
propaganda, oh
you
more they
remind me of
will run.
Passat.
They won't even
Passat
let you
said
talk.
Tinubu doesn't win one state in Nigeria.
That yeah,
I almost
they
cut
know
off
their
my
target
head,
now. Their
out of
target
my neck.
audience. When they
No,
do
he
all this
didn't say one
propaganda,
state. He said he didn't score 25 state in any state.
you say the
Not
guy didn't win
even
anything.
win.
When
Simba,
you
I
think he doesn't
almost
know, you know what
I
is
was thinking, am I still alive? What am I hearing?
when these people talk.
I woke up in the middle of the night and I just started cracking up when I was
I will
listening
have
to it.
fainted. I will have fainted. If I had that.
I said, you know, and one man just said, don't let us interrogate him. Let him just talk. Let him just talk. I can't hold it. I said, Pastor, what are you vomiting in your mouth? Tinubu didn't win one state out of 33 states, 36 states.
Oh my
When
This
God.
these
level
people
of propaganda
when
and lies.
Thomas. Do you know where they lost me when they said Obi won Ogun State? I'm like, I know. No.
Sometimes when I look the way they brainwash people in that
But
South,
Mike,
I always thank God I'm not
Mike,
from that
it's
place.
because they are not
I would have
listening
been
to
thinking like a complete
Mike. It's because they
upside
are not
down.
listening to us. This election doesn't come to us on this platform as a surprise. We know where the ball is going. We knew it. We said it.
Of course.
We said it. The only thing we don't get right is the vote of Peter Obi, the 6 million plus that he got. That is the only thing we
Even Obi himself
doesn't
knows
get
he's
right.
lost. He got know he's lost. The thing is, the way they operate in that space, they want to control the minds of the illiterate and the semi-illiterate in their region. They just want them to
even the
think.
illiterate, even the educated.
I think I remember I passed through school now.
No.
Nobody can.
No. Let me tell you something. In the Southeast, they worship anyone that has a Western education that can speak English, all those kind of things. If you can go there, you can speak eloquently. They will follow you. They will follow you to hell. They will follow. They will follow anything you say. They will believe. That's why wait. When I begin to have conversation with Southeast and I say, okay, this thing Ojukwu did or saying is wrong, and they will tell me, have you listened to him talk? Have you listened to the way he speaks? He went to Oxford. So because he went to Oxford, because it doesn't mean he wasn't lying. I mean, they just believe once you can speak grammar, you sound
But
so
Mike,
English.
I still listen to Dr. Manmeji's. Some people are still calling Tinubu drug dealer. When there's no case of drugs, there was no case of drugs.
Thomas, wait now. Let's do Mike. Anytime you corner somebody from that part of the country, they always end up with, at least we have the most billionaires in Nigeria. I'm like, how is that relevant to the topic?
That's even a lie. That's even a lie.
It's always like we have the most millionaires in Nigeria. I'm like, what has that got to do with the talk, with the discussion? Like, what are you? I don't. But just hopefully after this court case, we can.
Well, guys, to be fair, the main issue, the primary issue, is the issue of representation, because since 1999 or since whatever we've been doing election, there's not been any president from that side. And
you are wrong.
Let me land for
you are
you
wrong.
penalize.
You must play the game the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, but you know that, I know that, but there's also the fact that the culture or the attitude there doesn't play towards playing politics. Is there,
bro? Then change them attitude. If it's not working, then you change it.
Yeah, that's what Soludo is trying to do.
You can't keep blaming. You can't keep, excuse me. You can't keep blaming everybody else for not voting for you, and you don't play. Because let me give you an example. When you start singing "hand they shake, leg they shake" in the Yoruba culture, you don't make fun of the
Forget. You are done. You are done. Yoruba land.
Because you don't. You must. People have different interests. You must appeal to my interest for me to vote for you.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is the realization of what you are saying hasn't sunk into everybody. It's sunk into some politicians like Soludo and so a few others. But the populace, the nature is different. They come from a very decentralized culture. There's no Oba like that. There's no one central figure. There's no everybody is boss.
Everybody
so it's hard to coalesce. Even the Obi one, if you could notice that it was the Edo people that were first boosting Obi before the Southeasterners finally saw that.
Do you know how bad it was? It was so bad that even Afenifere had to start saying, why are you guys not supporting Peter Obi? They have to even put the president, support your own now. We are here supporting your own, and you can't even support him. It's that. Look at what happened.
That aspiration, the only way it can materialize is by giving them a consensus candidate, and everybody, it will just be a sole candidate.
But there's one other bigger problem. There's a problem.
Any attempt to pit that person from the Southeast against any other person will not work. It's only that we just adopt. This electionary season, we are not going to have any other candidate. Let the Southeasterners contest against themselves. Whoever wins is the Southeasterner.
There's a problem. Let me talk about the problem. Brief. The problem is the candidate that the entire country will favor that come from the Southeast. The people that come from the Southeast will hate that candidate. So it will be very difficult to come up with a consensus.
Fulani candidate or Yoruba candidate.
Yes, it's going to be Okoro Hausa. It's going to be.
They want the guy to be too egocentric. If he's too egocentric, it's not appealing to everybody else.
Remember when one man was asking I forgot who he was here, like, who does he want to present? He said he want a Barry B. I'm like,
I was going to mention Abaribe. I'm saying with the country,
Abaribe has
Nigeria will
insulted
not
the
vote for
Northerners. How will
Abaribe.
he win the vote from the North? I mean, they just want someone as an extremist, as so tribal, any moderate ego person that relate with other group. They will say no, it's a sellout, you know.
That's the problem. There's a problem there.
The pattern Simba is talking about, I think that is the only thing that can work. The country will just come together. This is the Southeastern candidate.
But Thomas, they can't even make the selection. Like to say, okay, well, let's organize amongst ourselves and say, you are the one that's going to be the consensus.
Kulata, what I'm saying, get it. They will not, it's all the candidates will emerge from Southeast. All of them, APC, Labour, PDP, all of them, nobody will come from any other ethnic group.
So
whoever emerges,
even if you do that, they will still lose.
Is it like 1999?
They will still lose. You know why?
Is making the point here. Look at what happened in the PDP primaries. If anybody owed the Southeast anything, it should have been the PDP. That ticket should have been theirs. And I have said
PDP cheated them.
That Atiku stole their birthright. I'm sorry, he stole their birthright. It should have been yours. But because you couldn't come together for one purpose and fight for it, that's how you lost it. An Igbo man on a PDP ticket will have flogged Tinubu easily. I'm sorry, he will have won.
Why are they not eating? Why are they not eating that article? Why is it? Why are they transferring their aggression towards Tinubu?
They were not even going after Atiku at all.
Now.
Simba, you know what's so funny? Okay, Obi got mad. Okay, Obi got mad and left PDP, right? So that means he's rivaling against Atiku.
Yes.
Atiku denied him. Atiku didn't run. Atiku backstabbed him by not giving him a ticket.
And it's very nice.
And when campaign started, exactly when campaign started, exactly. I know when campaign started, you would think that they will all be attacking Atiku for, not giving tickets to Obi, and I would think the main rival will be Atiku, but they didn't even go after Atiku at all. The entire thing, just Tinubu, like. I'm like, what's going on here?
Honestly, I don't understand where there's deep, visceral, competitive. I don't want to call it hatred, but between the Southwest, the competition is too much. Like they just ignore. Like what Atiku did is grievous, but everybody ignored Atiku, like you rightly said. Like, but it's just I don't know why do.
They had delegates from the South that the PDP primaries. People from the South voted for Atiku in the primaries.
They voted for Atiku in the primaries.
Yes, voted for him.
But look at Southwest.
He paid them money now. That was my move.
Southwest, we arranged ourselves. We called the meeting. And all of them came. And they formed a formidable. That was why they were able to pick somebody from the Southwest. They didn't do that. Don't do that.
Okay, what about the way forward?
Kulata, why are they not fighting Atiku? Can we just answer that question?
It beats me. Atiku should be enemy number one, in my opinion.
Kulata, let me tell you, maybe people don't know. You don't know history. Let me tell you, this rivalry has started between Azikiwe and Awolowo. And it has been there pre-independence, and we extend the post-independence, and that's what you are seeing. An average Easterner, Igbo man, will never support a Yoruba man.
From the day they are born, they teach them other history of.
It's just in politics, in personal life, and in business, there's no problem. But it's just in politics.
Simba, not only do they teach them that Azikiwe and Awolowo, they also teach them that Awolowo betrayed Ojukwu too. And that because of that beef they have with Awolowo, they just
remember that 20 pounds
for Southwesterners.
That 20 pounds.
20 pounds.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question. How can Nigeria walk to the point where APC presents someone from the Southeast, PDP presents someone from the Southeast?
It will not happen from APC. It will never happen from APC.
Thomas, let me reply him. Please, Thomas, wait, give me a chance. So, Kate, do you know why?
Southwest does not have any.
Let's have Babati.
Because any Igbo man, no matter how credible, once that person has enough to even become an APC member, it's already a betrayal of the race, according to their
It's a
law.
sabo. It's a
It's already
sabo.
done. Once you are
It's done.
And that's what I was telling you, that even if all
once
the
you are
three
APC,
parties,
you are no longer an Igbo man. Once you are
that's
APC,
what
you
I'm
are no
trying to
longer
say.
an Igbo man.
Even if the three parties pick Igbo person to run against each other, like Labour, APC, and PDP, the rest of the country will end up voting for who they don't like, and only they will vote for the one they like. And at the end of the day, the one they don't like is the one that will win, and they will say
Okay, let me give
no.
an hypothetical situation. So
They won't agree.
APC presents Dave Umahi in 8 years. PDP presents, who will PDP present to? I don't know. PDP presents, oh my God.
Let's say Kalu.
Which Kalu? Kalu did.
Or Jesus Kalu.
PDP presents.
I think you are being ambitious to think APC.
I can dream now. Allow me to dream.
Stop dreaming, brother.
He's doing
Stop dreaming. PDP present kerosene governor. Okay, kerosene governor is a PDP guy. And Labour Party present Obi. Now the country votes. Who would the country vote for?
Umahi now.
Umahi.
And they hate Umahi in that place. Umahi now is the best among them, but they will not agree.
No, the rest of the country will vote for Umahi, and then they will vote for Obi.
And when Umahi wins, they won't agree. They will say, they put Sabo in charge.
It's not their president.
It's not their
They
president.
will say it's not their president.
Wow.
They will say they put Sabo in charge.
But let's be candid to the Southeast. I think Yoruba and the Northerner, we are being selfish. Why do I say that?
How?
Yeah, let me land. Yeah. Why do I say that is since 99, this fourth dispensation, they haven't had a share. At least we have to let them feel among, isn't it?
What?
No. Let me ask you, Thomas. Let me ask you a question. Do you think okay? Let's start from Obasanjo. Obasanjo came is not by any arrangement. He came just because they just wanted to just give us somebody from the south, especially southwest, to persuade us to Abiola's this thing. You understand? He left. When he left, he came. He chose somebody to succeed himself, like in Yaradua, which did not last. And then Jonathan came by default. It's not by default, by mistake. And he was there till 2015. Then Buhari, to me, it's not as if it was any arrangement. Buhari, because they wanted PDP to leave, and they just look for somebody who they can just put on that position.
Yes, somebody
exactly.
else.
So it's not as if it was planned. They were just looking. Okay, we are tired of this PDP government. Let us have somebody else. That was how it came.
Let me add to it, Thomas. You mentioned the three. You know there are three major tribes in Nigeria: Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. Hausa is the majority tribe in the north. Do you know that an Hausa man has never been the president of Nigeria? All those Northerners have been presidents. They all come from.
We can say they are both Hausa and Fulani.
No, they are not.
You can't say that. No, you never live in the north. That's why you think like that. Until I went to the north, before I realized that
they are not the same.
They are not. I call somebody Hausa. They are going to fight me.
They are minority.
They are not these one people that you think.
They are minority, but they are the one ruling.
Mikey,
do you even know that Nupe people, they are closer to Yoruba? Nupe,
Mikey, you are digging too much. To us in the southwest, we count them as one.
Yeah, I'm just trying to educate you. Like, that's what you do. Do you know, even in the north, okay, let me tell you something. Do you know in the north, when they say power shift to the south, they don't care whether it's the south, southeast, or it's just south. That's what I see. Some of them, they are, when it's time, then when it's time after Tinubu now, they don't care. They don't go say he wasn't ruled before. They will say, he went to the south. We want it back to us. So that's the same way them today. Most of them think like that south. If the power go there, we want it back to us. They don't care. But in the north, it's the same thing. There are many region, tribes, and ethnic groups from far apart that don't even relate.
Mike, can I ask you a question?
But we don't think.
Wait, Mike. During the PDP primaries, how many Igbos stepped down for each other during that primaries? Nobody stepped down for each other. Nobody. So until they can fix their own politics within amongst themselves. Please don't try to help anybody.
They just can't play politics.
You must help yourself.
Yeah, what I think is they should have kidnapped Atiku before the primaries. Kidnap him somewhere.
But Thomas Babati, let's be fair. After if Bat, if he does 4 or 8 years, let's say he does 8 years, or automatically goes back to the north. Yes. Let's be fair. After 16 years, please, Nigeria better be able to hand over the presidency to someone from South.
No. Okay, this is my point to
please.
you. No.
Where you are, Kulata, why are you looking at it as if it's a gift that you can just?
It's not a matter of gift. It's a matter of fair representation.
Let me speak.
So how do you? Okay, can you give us how it can happen?
Are you telling me Soren has been standing in line for 20 years? He will now say,
Kulata.
No, wait.
Let's forget you.
Kulata, tell us how is it going to happen? Everybody hold on.
I'm going to start pleading with everybody so we can make it happen. It has to happen.
No. Let me make my point, please. This is my point to you, sir. Please look at what is going on with Akpabio, for instance. Everybody knows they've given that thing to him, but he's still campaigning. He's still fighting for it. That's my point.
And they are still going against him.
You must always fight for, even if it's you must always fight. Show me something. It's not going to just be handed over to you like that. You must fight. Effort.
But Babati, Obi is fighting now. Obi is fighting in court.
You call that one fight?
He fights now. He goes to court every day now.
I'm being serious now. I'm saying, as a people, collectively, show me something. Then I'll take you serious.
Hey, but Babati, look, I get all this idealism. I get the frankness everybody's coming with. But let's be fair. No, it's not about let's be fair. Let's look at it. For us to have a peaceful country.
Yes.
After another 16 years, I know now, no. After another 16 years, are you now going to say that when it's coming back to the south, will not be fighting for it again?
Fulata, we agree.
You are saying for what to be a peace. Are we in war?
Okay, our local leg.
Our local again. Our local.
No. Me, I'm not going to follow you.
The president. Say, I'm not the president. Go at you. Gbani come on. Power. Everybody's in line, though. I beg.
But Mike, on a more serious note, we should be looking about what Kolata said, though. We just maybe 16 years. Yoruba will just say we will put down a. Just for them to have
Thomas. Yes, let me tell you something.
It's not fair.
That Igbo person will get our support, but
maybe Soludo.
No.
Soludo.
That person
will be too old.
Babati, you see the way you're talking right now, eh? In 2015, right now. Let me tell you, I was talking like you. Listen, in 2015, the day Buhari won that first time, I said to myself, the next, even if bring monkey from Igbo like a goat, he's got to be the next president. That power got to shift to their place. But somehow they gave me a reason to make a 360. These people will give you reason not to.
360 means that you come back to where you did now 180.
When Tinubu won, when Buhari won, I say, okay, the power has gone. The next person got to be an Igbo man. He's fair. He's their turn. For that entire time, when IPOB came out, the way I'm like, see these people. Do you guys know that I was saying to myself around 2017 when they do the IPOB movement, insulting the whole world, insulting Alafia for you, insulting everybody, Yoruba, calling us one kind of name. I'm asking, I even talk to my Igbo friend, educated boys, like, do you know that after Buhari, power of Nigeria is also shift to your tribe? Do you guys know that you are sabotaging yourself? This guy it's like they're looking at me like I'm talking nonsense. I'm like,
yeah, right. That thing worked against them too.
Even when some people even trying to forgive them, like, okay, when the campaign begin, the politics started playing. Hatred. I see these people oh my God. So I begin to think of what Pastor Bakari said. Before this man died, the northern, the first prime minister, Tafawa Balewa.
He
said the guy placed a curse on them. this thing you are doing to me, because only when the guy wanted to kill him.
I've
No one from your tribe will ever rule this country. We are King alone. I don't know. But Dr. Bakari said it. So we are King alone down.
But this is to Bishop. Bishop, do you have Bishop?
Yes.
Don't you think in the next 16 years, the whole southwest, southeast, we should just like a consensus to put down a southeast as the candidate for the next? We know Tinubu, if God spare him life, he will go for second term. If he's not going for second term, they will find somebody in the southwest to fill that slot. After that, he's going to the north. There is no doubt about that. That is not a breaking news. But in 16 years, at least you should give them a sense of belonging as well. They are part of Nigeria, isn't it?
Okay. What I think is this. This is my position. I was discussing with someone not too long ago. Another 16 years plus 24. How many years would that be?
That is almost 40 years, if I'm right.
I was praying. I am still praying. Not that I was praying. My desire, and this is my sincere desire, is that in another 16 years, before our democracy clocks 50, it will not matter where the president of Nigeria comes from anymore. Nobody will be interested that our government would have been so, perfect that our president is not going to be selected based on tribe, ethnic, or religion.
I agree.
If we get governance right, and we will put our best foot forward, we will get our best. So it's immaterial where you are from, whether you are from Karanamoda or you are from Baramatu.
That generation of Nigerians won't be thinking like that, because people like Pansa will have been dead. I mean, they'll be gone.
Yes. Really,
people brainwashing them in the southeast anymore. Trust me.
Where the person is coming from, it doesn't matter. We can go back to have a good candidate from Anambra State, and his deputy will come from Bayelsa State. It doesn't matter. If they are good, they are good. And if you have gotten our governance right, that, normal things are working. I mean, do people bother like that in other classes that the democracy has developed? They didn't really bother about where, except in Africa, we're still fighting that kind of fight. I was reading somewhere.
Bishop, wait. Before we get that ripeness, let everybody have the share round. Then we will get to that ripeness that you're talking about. Do you know what I mean? Before we get to that time, let everybody have the share. You understand me?
But Thomas, there are many tribes in Nigeria that haven't even ruled. There are so many tribes.
No, forget about that. We have Yoruba. Forget about those ones.
What about Benin? Benin is the kingdom that was very powerful now. Even more powerful than the Igbo.
We all know that.
So do we have Benin president? They are Oba of Benin is one of the greatest. Name Oba in Igbo land that's greater than Oba of Benin.
We know that. That is not a breaking news. But we have 3 tribes.
No, we don't have 3 tribes. We have many.
Wait, we have officially 3 tribes.
Officially? What do you mean officially? Officially, according to who?
You know what I'm talking about.
I don't know. That's not me.
We have Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba.
That's not where I think. That's not where I see things.
That is your thinking, and you have opinions to your thinking.
Well, anybody disagree with me?
I don't disagree with you, but these Yorubas have their share. Even though it's military that bring Obasanjo, it's not. Obasanjo is a Yoruba man. Okay. Buhari has been there.
What about Jonathan? What about Azikwe? Were they not rulers? Were they not head of states?
No. We are talking of this 4th republic. Forget about the rest one. Let's start from the 4th republic. Okay. Jonathan has had his own share, South. Yoruba, they have their share. Yoruba is having their 2nd share now.
Okay, what about Hausa?
Yes, Hausa have had their share.
No, Hausa, which
Hausa rule Nigeria?
Which Hausa?
Hausa and Fulani, they are the same thing.
They are not. No, they are not. You can't call Buhari for Hausa, he will slap you. You can't call Buhari Hausa.
Almost, and you and
Fulani that they don't even they look down on Hausa people. You can't call them
You
Hausa.
guys are making this question complicated
It's
for
not
me. Come on
complicated.
now.
We are telling you facts.
Now, what is Thomas doing now? I want to see the same thing now.
Thomas, we are telling you facts. It's like calling Shekiri Yoruba or
Oh
calling
wait, you guys
Calabar
are
Igbo.
not fair. So are you telling
They
me
are not
after
fair,
16
but
years,
Kolata,
after
but you know
16
what? No,
years,
now.
Abba now, Eberolong, after 16 years, you now say you
Long
want to go and
now.
compete, you want to
We should be
support
feeling sorry for the
Tinubu.
Hausas. The Hausas, they haven't had a chance.
The power must go to
Guys,
Kulata,
you know what,
Kulata, you know what we
now.
are going to do?
Mike
You know
loves
what you are going to do, Kulata?
Mike loves the Southeast so much. I know he loves
What will you do?
for that money.
Okay, what we are
Yes,
going to
Simba.
do is that after the 16 years, we just carry the something, no election. No election. We just ask them to conduct an election in the southeast on their own.
They will
Choose
still lose. They will
whoever
still
you
lose.
want.
They will still
I will
lose.
hand over. We'll hand over to the person. No election in other part of the country, only in the
Kolata,
southeast.
We are going to get President Abaribe there.
How is that? No, how is that democratic? How?
That is not the democratic
Well, I
now.
can run if I want.
There have to be a contest.
But
That is
that is
it.
the only reality. That is the only thing. Let me tell you, if you bring somebody from South against a Southeasterner, he's going to dust that person as down. Believe me, anywhere in the country.
But the parties we can work with the parties and make sure, okay, APC pushes like Dave Umahi, for example. PDP pushes maybe that young guy, that young PDP
you
guy.
are
What's
wrong.
his name
Sir,
again?
sir,
He
you
was a
are wrong.
minister.
APC is not a Southeast coalition. It's a Northwest.
I know now, but fairness and equity is all I'm asking for.
You
You
know,
know,
that was the model, Kulata, that was the model I gave you earlier, that they have to contest against themselves, not against any other region.
In
They have to
primaries,
contest against themselves.
Yes, in
Everything,
primaries.
even both primary and
That's not
secondary.
constitutional now. Now. That's not constitutional.
But Kolata, that is if they contest against other region, the other region will flop them down.
If it's South versus Southeast, it depends on the party, but most likely
If you ask
they may go
me,
South.
Kulata, if I have a South and I have a Southeasterner, I will vote for a South.
What if
I
it's
will not vote for the South.
what if it's what's it called?
Soludo.
Soludo. What if it's Soludo? Me, I will always vote for Soludo.
When
I'll
that
vote
time
for
comes,
Soludo.
listen, when that time comes, Soludo himself will give you reason why you shouldn't vote for him. You go do something foolish.
Not like Soludo. No.
If I tell you that, my brother, on this platform, Ajani Koku, last year, before all these things started, was Mr. Peter Obi. I'm serious. Don't ask anybody has been long enough. Ajani Koku was Mr. Peter before Obi started campaigning or before any campaign. We were just discussing.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. Ask one man, ask anybody. I don't know if Thomas has been long enough.
Yes, of
Like
course.
I'm telling you, Ajani Koku. Before politics started, before anybody started declaring whether they were run, we're just talking about 2023. Who will even run? Say, we're even debating whether Tinubu will run, who will run. Say, when we're talking like, okay, Southeast, who will come from there? Ajani Koku was like, Obi is my man. Ajani Koku was there. Ajani Koku was fighting me because me that time I was already doing my 360 because of the whole Ipobian. They will come here. They will come here and be fighting us, insulting us.
Mike, you are a rebel now.
Ajani Koku used to fight me. He was Mr. Peter Obi. Ajani Koku today make a 360. I was shocked.
You are a rebel leader. You are a rebel leader. You are a rebel leader.
Mike, do you know what happened? Because back then you had the core obedience that people loved. They were very respectful, welcoming. What happened was that initially, if you remember, even within that space, they had like a little faction that they had the pro let's go for the presidency and they had the let's leave Nigeria movement. So as Obi continued to gain traction, they were pulling in the Ipobians and the Biafrans to this thing is possible. Let's do this. But they still brought their violence from their place into the movement. That's when the whole thing changed. Before they used to be nice people, but when they started having all these Ipobians come into that space, it went down the drain.
Exactly. They deploy some of them from the IPOP into the, so they join that kind of a toxicity they brought in.
So why didn't Obi do something
start
about
hearing,
it? That guy
you
gone.
start hearing like you start hearing, give us presidency or we leave Nigeria. You start hearing them.
Even Oyaneze said it. They said you must give us presidency or we will leave. Oyaneze, they said it.
That was
They are
when
their own that organization. If they want to help themselves, they need to get rid of them.
so they
Those
did the
people,
bad
they are
job
not helping their people at all.
of training their people. Like, listen, come into the fold, but behave this way. They did a
Hey,
bad job.
Babati, we've been talking. We have a South Susanna among us. Let's hear from him.
Yeah,
Ekene, are you there?
It's very objective, I know.
Yeah, Ekene. Yeah. Hello, my brother. How are you?
Fine. How is everybody in the platform?
We're fine. Happy Democracy Day to you, Nigeria, to everybody.
Nah, thank you very much. Yeah, let's see how the Democracy Day will go.
Yeah.
Okay, I just came in. I just decided to listen to everybody's objection and everybody's submission concerning the Southeast. I'm from the Southeast, so anyway, I'm happy that people like Thomas have intention of giving a Southeastern a chance to rule Nigeria, and some other people in the platform. The reason my own issue is this. I know, and I already said it in this platform. If you could remember, I said that Southeasterner cannot be a president of this country if the major two parties never decide to give any of them ticket, and it's a fact. Even if you leave it like this for the next 50 years, the only good chance the Southeast had was this P2B. It's a fact.
But he ran away from PDP.
That is the only thing he could do, and that is why everybody was like,
But Ekene, sorry for cutting you. Why didn't he play the politics of PDP so that he can win the primaries? Why did he run away?
He cannot get it.
But the PDP, they were the one that were leading the zoning arrangement now. Ikpeazu and co.
They have already betrayed themselves in that primary.
Those guys, they didn't work for the guy at all. If the guy lost on PDP, I would have said no problem. This guy probably lost. But they never worked for their brother. They never worked for him. They were the one that was supposed to work for him. They gave them a clean check to write for their brother, and they did another thing.
Don't you reckon that Obi could have waited and go into the contest?
Wait, as in for the primary?
For the primaries, PDP primaries.
That is what I said. Obi, even if Obi go for the contest, Obi will not get it. I know it, and everybody, even them, the politicians, they know
because it's Atiku's birthright.
It will be. Even a week, we have upper hand. Obi would have come to the primary.
4 years. Atiku will run to the dice. I'm telling you, he'll be back in that PDP in the next 4 years again running.
Atiku will still run.
You think so?
Will still run in that PDP. Atiku will still run in the next 4 years in PDP.
Really?
Ekene, do you know Osita Chidoka?
Yeah, I know him very well from Obosi.
He's a young guy, right? Smart young guy, very smart.
Former Minister of Aviation.
Former Minister of Aviation. Do you think Osita Chidoka can be PDP presidential ticket holder in 16 years? Because he's still young. He's in his 40s, if I remember correctly.
Osita is still young, but Osita doesn't have electoral value like other people.
Zero electoral value.
Yeah, wow. He doesn't have electoral value. Yeah.
Who now has electoral value now? Who has electoral value?
He's not playing politics.
Yeah.
I thought the guy was going to start playing. When I first saw the guy,
he doesn't have electoral value in Anambra State.
Okay. Name the people from the southeast with value, electoral value.
Hold on. But nobody has electoral value. Push is the people that will give him the value, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, he was only.
Yeah, you're right, Thomas.
He
You're
was
right.
only a
It's the
minister
party
of
that will give you the
aviation.
value.
He was.
The party will give you electoral value. Do you think Peter Obi have electoral value anywhere? But people
Yes,
give him
Obi
the
had.
electoral value.
Obi had.
Peter Obi has electoral value. Peter Obi
Obi
is
had
the
a
only party that gave him that. He has a
Nationally.
little. He has a little nationally, but he has electoral value. Obi has
Obi
electoral
had
value.
electoral value.
What about Obasanjo?
Osita, just like what you
Can
said,
you,
like
no, Ekene, can you give us names of people that you think that have that potential to win? Can you give us some names, young, vibrant Igbo that you think that the future of that region that can win the presidency?
well, Umahi can still do better. You know, going forward, Umahi have not offended the Southeast much like other people.
Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet.
Ekene, that is
Yes,
very funny. He hasn't offended.
he has offended, but not much.
What about Opus Odima?
No, that one is not that. Forget about that.
Mike,
What about Kingsley Moghalu?
Mike, Ekene, wait. They will sacrifice Opus Odima at the Eagle Square to the gods.
Opus Odema cannot even rule from Imo State. Talk less of he's not even in Imo State.
Yeah, but you guys are missing a point. It's the country that's going to do the voting.
Supreme Court governor.
Kenny, what I'm trying to tell you is you are looking at it just from the lens of the Southeast in terms of voting. We're saying present someone or present people, the country will vote. Whether the Southeast votes for that person doesn't matter. As long as who has more appeal to Nigerians.
Most of our, you know, I already said it in this platform. Most of our political leaders are not well organized. They don't have they've never built themselves very well for, you know, before you become a politician, the people, at least your region must have first love you now very much. Even if you other people will vote for you, there must be a love from your region now going forward. Even when you say people Southeast doesn't love Obi during the campaign, before the campaign itself, people have already made up their mind for people from Southeast. It's just that knowing the situation of the country, they shouldn't be the first people to come out to project him. The feeling was there both in the marketplaces, in Umunna meeting, in OPU meeting, everywhere. It has been already discussed in every meeting. You understand?
Yeah,
so
I understand.
And in every Umunna meeting that you sit down that period, whether they are 50, whether they are 100, they have already agreed to vote for Peter Obi, no matter where he goes to. So but you don't expect them to come out and begin to announce it first. It's just like, let's keep calm. Let's see what other people will do. Let's see what other.
Okay, so if they choose a candidate, an Igbo candidate for the Easterners, would that be okay? Just like Obasanjo was chosen for the Yorubas didn't choose him. Would that be okay for you guys?
If they choose a
like Kingsley Moghalu, for example, if we chose him and say, hey, this is the Southeast candidate for the election, and would that be okay for the Easterners?
You know why you cannot choose a candidate for Southeast?
But you guys are not choosing that. It's so difficult for you guys to choose because somebody offended somebody.
Before then, it's still far. Before then, you know, Alessoti is new now. Alessoti is loved across the South, not even only in Abia State.
They already abusing him now for shaking Tinubu's hand. They already abusing him.
No, nobody abused him. No, it's just
how old is Alessoti? He's in his 60s.
He's old, man. He's old.
I don't just
somebody in their 40s now to prep for the next 15, 16 years.
You know, before he became this governor, even before he became this governor,
The guy is already rubbed in every area of the southeast. As in, he's a popular guy in the southeast.
Alex Oti is older than Obi himself.
I think so. And that is the only problem he
He's
has
older
now.
than Obi now.
Alex Oti is not a presidential material.
No, you cannot say that.
So
You cannot say
Alex
that.
Oti is younger. He's 58 years old. I just checked his age. He's 58.
58.
Yeah.
He looks older. He looks like he's in his 60s. He looks older.
If he adds 16
he looks older than Obi now.
If he adds 16 to 58, how much is that?
Football again.
58 to 16. Ah, the ball. The ball.
So you need somebody.
But Tinubu is 85 now. What do you mean?
85.
Tinubu is 85.
Tinubu is
85.
Did you say Alex is 58?
I just checked now. I googled. Wikipedia says it's 58 years old.
He done here. I disagree. Alex Oti 58. That's 1965.
They said February 18, 1965.
He run here.
Football age.
He run here. He run here. Alex Oti. 1965. Abba.
In Southeast, it's just like we have new set of politicians now in the Southeast.
Can the age of that former CBN deputy, that young guy? What is his name? That guy.
But I would have preferred him to come and contest for governor of Anambra State now, just like what people are saying about the Sowolo.
You know, Kingsley Mogulu is like almost 60 or 61, actually. I know.
Who is that?
Oh man, he's 60 years old. He's not a young guy.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it looks young though. I mean, it looks young.
No, Kingsley Mogulu is not a young guy now. He's not, and he has already resigned from politics.
Wow, he's 60. Wow, I thought it was
Who's
younger.
60? Who's 60?
Kingsley Mogulu.
Are you serious?
Yes.
That guy look young, go. I'm thinking that guy's still like 40 something.
But what about this former minister of information under Obasanjo?
Mikey,
Frank. But I was thinking Mogalu is the future, like sure. I thought it was your age made, you know.
Ajidewe, only Ajidewe.
All the old politicians that served under Obasanjo, all of them are old now. If you know anyone that served under Obasanjo, all of them.
Ekene, why do you hate your politicians so much? Because I can't say.
I don't know why they never jumped behind Kingsley Moghalu, because that guy was a very good.
The reason why Kingsley Moghalu never get a chance is that he's just like what Soludo is doing.
He was not a IPOB guy, you know.
He would have no, it's not like that. He never said anything. It's just that he never came back to Anambra State to do his politics. At least he would have come down to do his politics now in Anambra State now. He has a very good chance here. Even deputy, anything or alternate. He just after CBN being a deputy governor of CBN, he was only after president.
When the guy ran for president, they would have give that same energy Southeast as gave Obi. If they would have put that same energy behind Moghalu.
Yeah, but it was in YPP now. That was
Is Obi not in Labour? Was Obi not in Labour?
Yeah, but Obi has charisma. Obi has
with charisma. Moghalu was the guy. The guy was even showing car and endorsed the guy. All he needed was his ethnic group to join behind him that line.
Obi has electoral value.
Moghalu is a nerd. Okay, he's very nerd. So he's not very appealing like that. That it factor that Obi has, he doesn't have that at all.
But back then, there was the only Igbo guy running now that time. If the ethnic group, like the tribe, would have jumped behind him, like, okay, our guy, you understand? So like Moghalu,
politics is not being played. Politics is not being played like that now.
I don't think this Obi movement is politics. It's just our guy thing. That's what it was. This Obi. Even if it is our guy, if you see the people that is linked with Obi even before he become a politician and after he became a governor.
Mike, do you know?
You will know that even in Southeast, among the whole elderly men in the Southeast, Obi had a good relationship with them.
Ekene, let me ask you. Moghalu was born.
Unlike this Moyalu you are talking about. Just if you think if you think about somebody like Okwadike, this our former Ekwueme. Ekwueme he carries me to be like a son.
Mike.
The time Obi became the deputy governor of deputy to Atiku. Ekwueme was part of the people that championed it.
Which Ekwueme?
Alex Ekwueme, yes. He took Obi is like his first. Obi is like his first son. Yes.
When did Alex Ekwueme die?
I think is it that last 2 years or so.
No, Alex Ekwueme.
Sorry, FYI, Moghalu was born in Lagos, so maybe they think he's not Igbo enough because he wasn't born on the soil. I'm just saying.
Oh, Babati, do you know he has a Yoruba name too? Actually.
Okay, so it's not okay. I'm just.
He has a Yoruba name.
I'm a Cody now.
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
like that. So maybe that's why. Like this one is not.
Wow. But it's not Yoruba though. It's not Yoruba.
I know it's not Yoruba yet. But Amechi is not a Yoruba now. He has his Yoruba.
Before 2019 now.
Which Yoruba name? I don't get Yoruba name.
Rotimi Amechi is get Yoruba name now. It not be Yoruba.
No, I thought you saying Moghalu has Yoruba name.
No, I'm saying
yes, I said
Rotimi Amechi. They just named after Rotimi Williams. You know, his father just
No. Yeah, because they love him. But I'm saying maybe that's why Moghalu is not getting that traction. Maybe it's not seen as a true Igbo like that. Because he was not born in the South.
It's not so exotic.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, you can't.
Again, I want to ask you this question, please. Don't take it personal. If Nigeria decide today that they want to have an Igbo president, are you sure you guys are not going to break Nigeria? That's another fear being the concern of Nigerians.
Thomas.
No, I'm being truthful now. I'm being truthful.
Now that's not
let
fair.
him say what you want to say. Even that was even if you talk about Obi not getting Igbo vote from the north, this is the main reason why he didn't go.
That is the main reason.
It's not that the north didn't want
to. Thomas has the point too, because Obi was promising to sit down with the agitators. I don't see how he will sit down with Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu say, "Give me Biafra of death." You will not give him death. You will have to give him Biafra now.
That is the fear of the north. That is the fear of the north.
He won't sit down. He said he will sit down with the agitator. I mean, if not, okay, no, if he's now sit down with him and he's telling you, oh, the only deal is you give me Biafra of death. You're going to give him
Mike,
so
guys,
what are you sitting down to give? So that's why
conversation we always run after. We always run. Let's not talk about it. But it's real. It's real, my brother.
I want to tell you that nobody hates Obi in the north. This is the reason why they didn't vote for him. And that is the only reason why
these people that are agitating, these people that are agitating for Nigeria, for their country, now you not give them the presidency.
Thomas, can I ask you a question?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think if Obi had won the presidency, do you think Nigerians will have been scared of him to destroy the country? I mean, not destroy the country. What did you say again? To
break up the country.
To break up the country. Did you think people will be scared of Obi, like carving out Biafra or something? Did you seriously think we'll be worried?
Me as a Southerner, I know that Peter Obi will not break Nigeria. He will govern.
No, he's asking, do you think Nigerians are worried? I don't think Nigeria is worried. Maybe the elites are worried. But northern people don't care.
Nigerians are worried. My brother.
Which Nigeria is worried about? We break country.
It's not about Thomas. It's not about
Thomas. You are wrong. You are wrong. Some people are
happy if Obi wants to break. I would have supported Obi if he made it clear to me that he wants to break Nigeria. Honestly.
Mike,
there is no way Obi will break the country. If you know how he governed, during his time, all this IPOB was still that time it was Mazob now. He went after them.
No, Kenneth, I remember one interview Obi did with Rudolph Okonkwo himself. And he denied. He had Rudolph Okonkwo on that interview. He had Uche Mefo on that interview. And Uche Mefo was accusing him of that thing that happened.
He
And
denied it.
Obi said no, he denied. He said Uche is accusing
Oh,
him wrong.
he
He
denied
said he
it.
wasn't
He
even in the
denied it.
country. He said it was the Nigerian army that act on their own. Obi denied it. So let's not.
Yeah, during the killing of the Masob now that happened in
Yeah,
West.
Obi denied that he
Yeah.
has no hand in it. He said
You
it
know that
himself.
time was Obasanjo. Obasanjo went after them. You understand? Obi couldn't come in to say, let me protect them or stop fighting them.
Yeah, but people keep saying that
Yeah.
Obi went after them. Like Obi went after them. Like see,
Yeah, they
was
were
after
telling
them.
they were, you know, that was his the time he was
It's the
governor.
same thing as
And
trying to
those
accuse Tinubu of the one going after them in Lekki toll gates. I mean, come
yeah,
on, it doesn't happen.
they will still,
No one
so he
command
has
the
to
Nigerian
bear
army now.
the Masob there has to accuse him of killing them because he was the governor.
Exactly. The people just like
So
even
that's
they were
that's
accused,
what happened.
even the OD, they were accused of Obasanjo as the one that sent the soldiers to go and kill them. It's what Nigerian soldiers do. But they will now tell you that during Jonathan, when the Northeast, when the Nigerian army went there, they went to that place and were executing thousands of young boys, like during everything during Jonathan. But it's not Jonathan that ordered them now. It's just the way Nigerian army operates. But people will say they will say it's the president or the governor that ordered it. No. They say it was Tinubu that told them to go and shoot them in Lekki. Why would Nigerian soldiers don't they do their thing? That's just what it
No,
is.
that's what happened. So and the Obi never went. Obi never, and during that time, it's just like Obi was calm. You know, there are things you use wisdom to follow. He was calm that time. He didn't say army stop or police stop or this and that. He allowed everything to happen. At the end of the day, he was able to achieve a result. That space was able to close that period. So it was
But
this thing.
You haven't
Thomas
answered
asked
my
you a
question.
question. You have not answered
My question. You haven't answered my question.
Thomas' question.
Okay, if presence we Igbo presence we
Emerge. Nigeria is not. You guys are not going to break Nigeria.
Who is going to break it? Is nobody? You see, I don't know the fear. I don't know the fear other Nigerians are having now. But me as an Igbo man, if you check Igbo people very well, and the geography and the landmass and everything, you will know that Igbo need Nigeria more than Nigeria need them. It's a fact.
That's true. That's true.
It's a fact. It's just that you are not seeing it in that. Even somebody like me now.
But they want the Niger Delta oil more than they want Nigeria. You have to agree with me on that one.
No, Igbo people, like there was one suggestion that Mike made, which is even more will be more adaptable to an Igbo man. You see, the reason why Igbo supported Jonathan very well was because of the development that they hope Jonathan will give to them. Jonathan is not an Igbo man. But they feel that
did not develop anywhere in Igbo land.
is the reason, that is the reason why people are angry with him now. Many Igbo people are angry with him now. But he allowed business to thrive. He allowed Igbo business to thrive in
because he allowed importation. There was a lot of oil dollars to back importation at that point in time.
A lot of businessmen were able to rise during the time of Jonathan, especially from Igbo side. So Igbo people appreciated him for that. But in terms of that development we needed in the Southeast, most of those federal roads, he didn't do anything there. And when he came for his campaign for the second time, he was able to convince the Igbo guys. And that was why he commissioned that second Niger bridge.
Can we ask you, since you're our guest today, is like you're the guest for this platform, so let me ask you, like, what are
our accidental guest?
So what are the three key things you think Tinubu can do for the Southeast to make you feel like you're part of the country? Like, okay, this guy, what are those three or five? I'll say three things that you think Tinubu has to do for the Southeast to make you have a sense of belonging as Nigerians.
First thing, Tinubu has to have his mind needs to be clear towards the Southeasterners, because I believe it's just like we are having some conversation last time in the market. We are able to conclude that Tinubu government will favor, especially we in Lagos, if he's able to allow some things in Lagos, as in to govern with a good mind, it will favor more, especially we in Lagos. But coming to the southeast in general, Tinubu need to forget anything that happens in the election, whatever happens in the election, because I see people arguing that people didn't vote for him, which is the fact. And you cannot blame anybody that didn't vote for him. It's a democracy.
I'm fine with that. I'm saying beyond politics, actual project, like it can beyond politics.
Yeah, no, that's what I want to say. He needs to go that beyond politics. Southeast, he knows where the major development the Southeast need, especially those development the Southeast need. He knows the federal roads. There are some federal roads that you cannot use your eye to see in the Southeast. Just like this second Niger bridge now, it's a very good development. Anybody from the Southeast cannot deny it. You understand? And he needs to, in terms of the.
So why are they denying it? Eh? They are denying it now. Like, I mean, come on.
Nobody is denying it. Nobody.
I
said, who is denying it now?
Mike,
I'm not saying they are
Mike,
denying that it exists, but they are like literally.
Nobody is denying it. The only thing about Buhari government is that Igbo people like the just like what we talk about. What I was talking about.
Are they showing any appreciation that he did it? No, they are even insulting that they didn't. They don't want.
It's just like he did that. He did that. Then in terms of the economy, that people were hoping. When I'm talking about business, you don't know how Igbo man cherishes his business so much. If you know it, you know that Igbo man values the economy. During the time of good luck, there were a lot of business enjoyment Igbo people were experiencing during that good luck time. That Buhari came and they almost closed everything off. But in terms of transaction, if like somebody like we in the market, during the time of sending money was very easy stuff and all that. Many things, as in buying goods, were so easy during the time of good luck. And then Buhari just came, all the nonsense policies. He was able to, as in everything became so difficult.
So no. Can you wrap it? No, please. Bishop. So that, okay. You said I asked him three things. I'm kind of lost here. Just for him to wrap it up before he can take somebody's question. Just so three things are what? What was the first one again? I didn't get that. I asked you three things that Tinubu should do for your own region. I didn't get the first part, or maybe you are.
The fourth part is just like I said, he needs to show the people that he loves them, as in he needs to have his mind needs to be clear. Then another thing is he knows where the Southeasterners need development in our major federal roads.
Okay, so road.
He knows them, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he knows it. Then in terms of the economy,
right.
I talk about the economy very much. If he knows how the Igbo people cherish the economy of this country, how in fact, I told you last few days ago that the business is somehow okay.
Right. No, because
you know what kills
me. But Buhari work on the federal road in the southeast now. Even Southeastern, their leader said he's the only government that ever work on a federal road. But I don't see any kind of love coming from there towards him.
No, Mike, he's saying the key.
Mike, I don't like the way you.
No, I'm not lying. I'm not making things up. This is based on fact.
I don't like the way you put it.
Mike, hold on. Let the man finish.
You expect me to speak my mind. Not when I speak it, you try to.
Mike, please hold on, please. He's making
you try to counter it with the
narrative. Please, because seriously, because I kind of heard what Kay said earlier about we giving the Southeast the opportunity. So let's start learning about what they really need so that we can properly tackle the issue. I've always, they can speak for themselves pretty much. Sorry. Go ahead, Kenny. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
So when you like what I said about that one is established. Tinubu knows the area, the federal development that the Southeasterners need. He knows it. I cannot be the one to teach him that one. Then he coupled with this, the economy of a thing, he needs to allow Igbo man's business to thrive in a good with a good policy. That statement that he made about unifying the exchange rate, you don't know what it means. You would have been in Alaba to know what it means to any businessman if he's able to achieve it. Do you understand me? Because what killed Buhari, what killed Buhari government about the Igbo people is that you don't know what damage that man did to the business in this country. The what killed business is not the amount.
Ekene, before you move on, but why is Ohan is now on the side of Emefiele? Why are they saying that they want to do ethnic cleansing for Igbo?
That was false.
Emefiele has done something bad to Igbo business.
Simba, wait, that was a false report. That was not them.
That was a false report, too. Nobody said anything about that.
That was not them.
I even saw the news today. It was a false report.
Now, okay, but can it back to you, sir, please, because this government, we want an export-driven economy, not importation. So, when it comes to export, what can Tinubu do for your own people to encourage more exports? Because we want you shipping things out of the country.
When you talk about exports, there are when you talk about export and imports, there are things you cannot export. There are things you can export. You understand? There are areas you talk about export in terms of agriculture and other things. Those areas, I think nobody will fight it. Do you understand what I mean? Right. Nobody will fight that area with government. Mm-hmm. It's something that even anybody that has money needs to invest in this country.
Yeah. So how
you
can
understand?
but
in terms of importation,
in terms of forget import. I mean export. Now, how can he help the Southeast improve export for Nigeria? That's why I really want you to dive into, because you're from there. What can he do to help you increase exports? That's where I think we should focus on.
Well, that export area is in terms of finance and every other thing now.
Okay, so
in terms of providing finance, providing support, providing a good interest rate and all that.
Okay.
You understand? And you're not only doing that, encouraging that. We have a brother in the Southeast we love so much that we want him to also be like a Dangote of the Southeast. Somebody like Innocent. When we see government encouraging his product, it gives us joy.
Lagos bought some cars from him recently. Those CNS buses, the powered electric one from him recently.
CNG.
Yeah, CNG.
Lagos bought something from him. So I'm saying for export. Okay, so loans and credit facilities to encourage.
Yeah.
Okay.
And good interest rate, because nobody can. If you are a good businessman, you cannot borrow money with this the type of interest rate we have in Nigeria now. It's very bad. So if you can work in that area, good interest rate.
All right. Thank you so much for taking my question, Kenny. That was a productive discussion. Thank you so much. That was good. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's fine. I think we have Opta in the house. Hello, how are you? Uptown. It's not ready for us.
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you? How are you, brother? How are you?
I'm good.
Yes. How are you day? Happy Democracy Day.
Yeah. We are lucky. Democratic nation.
Yes. Yeah. What do you think? I saw you in the comment section with your comment, everything. I know you'll be aghast coming.
No, we just wanted to. I was enjoying the I called it I called it a PC family meet.
Uptown, stop that though. What do you mean? It I'm an
No,
SDP.
I was
I'm an SDP member now. Don't rope
you know
me.
you know sometimes but sometimes actually we want to be on the comment section. At least Solomon keeping you company. He's always up to the task.
Don't mind
Just
Solomon. Solomon is a yam
keep you
head like
company.
me.
Let
He's
me
a
hear my
yam head
guys.
like me.
Oga, I hear you. My Oga in the comment section. I hear
I
Oga.
yeah, sure.
So what do you think about conversation all
Yes,
through?
I like the last conversation. I think it's a little bit more productive conversation. It's a little bit more of the conversation we should be having now. Of course, if it's any conversation that is pro Nigeria, like way forward. I mean, we could talk about the past, or we want. We could talk about we could throw blames up and down, front, left, and center. It never ends. If you come to during the Civil War or during Second World War or what have you, basically what people are doing, they're throwing blames at themselves. One, I'll fight you, I'll conquer you, I'll not conquer you. At the end of the day, when people are done dying, the remaining people will come back and shake hands and move on again, which is really very, very stupid thing. But when I don't know who asked my brother Emeka about the questions of what do you think Tinubu should do for the Southeast.
I
I
did.
think
I was asking him about some
yes,
key.
I think that's a very brilliant question, and it's a very it's a brilliant question, and I might just want to add to that, you know. But let me start from the question Emeka answered, where I think he was asked about somebody breaking up Nigeria and all that. The truth is,
Let me
yeah,
rephrase it. I said, how
yeah,
are we sure? Because this is the fear of many Nigerians, most
mm,
especially from the north, that if anybody emerged from the southeast as the president of Nigeria, the probability of Nigeria breaking is very robust. I said, what do you think about that? This is the conversation we should be having.
exactly.
Or some people we always dodge it. Maybe it's not, but it's there. People are talking about it. It's there. So I said, what's your take? If I know that if Peter Obi become president, Nigeria may not break, but the Igbos may have they may have the infantry to challenge him, break the country, but Nigeria may not. But this is the fear of many of
No,
Nigerians. So
no.
what do you think?
The truth is, that perception is actually a complete opposite of actually what the reality is. The truth is that when, for example, if you come to a marriage, sometimes, or a relationship, sometimes the relationship that is usually where the boyfriend and the girlfriend fights and quarrels most is usually the one that has far more love in it. Just that the love have passed the normal level of love that should make a relationship stable. Because when when your girlfriend has excessive love for you, the girl, before she knows it, the love will consume her, that she now to now go into insecurity. She will be jealous of everything, even when it's not necessary. If you go out and close the door, she asks you, who is the girl? Who is the girl? Not necessarily because she's always wanting to fight you, or she don't want you to heckle at you. No, because her love is excess for you. So most of the time they fight most in those kind of relationship. And you say no, they probably love themselves way too much. My sister went through a divorce, and I know the story of it, which lasted 9 years, and I knew what led to that. And I can comfortably tell everybody that their breakup actually led to excess love for themselves, that led to a lot of complications. So, having laid that premise, the situation in Southeast, which I feel people needs to understand, and that's why I feel the next government should do a lot of engaging, because if Buhari's government has done a lot of engaging, which obviously it does not have the capacity to, like, see these few weeks of Tinubu
No,
now.
up there we have a government now, not Buhari regime. You are talking that this Buhari. No, this is
No.
Tinubu's regime.
No, I said if. No, you weren't listening to me. I said if Buhari's regime was able to really engage, and I said which they don't have the capacity to. Buhari does not have that capacity. Tinubu in the last few days or few weeks has shown that he has some capacity of engagement. And that is a different reflection from what Buhari's government was. So I'm saying that if that government had the capacity of engagement, they would have found out a lot of things. So Buhari thinking that people just want to succeed from Nigeria.
Well, how's Tinubu engaged so far?
No, he's been engaging. We've seen him with Labour. We've seen him with a lot of people. I mean, it's too early in the day for me to give him any kudos. But then I'm just going to state the things I've seen and keep
He
watching.
engaged with all the traditional. I saw Obi of Onitsha here, and I was happy.
One in particular,
I was happy.
That one in particular, I was excited about it because I've always been of the opinion that, for example, there are things Peter Obi says that makes me listen and makes me follow. You get what I'm saying? Not necessarily because it's Peter Obi. When you say, when I'm president, I'm going to begin by apologizing to Niger Deltans, that struck me because we are using this guy's oil and we've left their lands the way it is. We should apologize to them. So if a presidential candidate says those kind of things, those are things that strike me because I believe so much in the nation. And we need to dialogue and we need to talk amongst, not over ourselves, but with ourselves, which is what Yaradua did and calm down that space. So now, when I saw Tinubu engaging with tradition, I say, yes, that it is. You cannot rule without these guys. Engage even the religious leaders, engage the leaders at the different sectors, small micro sectors of the entire society. It has to be a chain of hierarchy. These leaders, you can't just say, okay, I would just say they would just close the president inside that Sorok like some monarch, which is a stupid thing the additionals did under Buhari, and then everybody is just running from like pendulum ball. No, you must always engage those traditional rulers in across the 6 geopolitical regions because these guys, even with insecurity, sometimes these guys know far better than your chief of army staff. They know a lot more than your IGP sitting in his comfortable AC office in Abuja. So that thank you, Emeka, for reminding me that was one of the one that really also struck me. That I liked what.
But to be fair, we've seen Tinubu. Buhari engage traditional rulers a lot, like literally.
Engage in
The
what did
council
he
of
engage
traditional
in?
rulers. Huh?
Engage where?
I never see him more.
Where?
No. There's the council of traditional ruler in Nigeria, and many
there
times
is. So what
they
engagement?
have connection
I'm
with
telling you about this engagement happened in Aso Rock direct, not in any council. This last engagement happened in Aso Rock.
the traditional ruler visit him all the time whenever they issue in the spaces, and
No, it's
he
not
has
any
been
traditional rulers visiting.
I
It's
never
not
see him.
any traditional ruler can just choose to go and see a president. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking
This
about
is a
making
general,
them
all the whole
an
Nigeria,
integral.
every part
Yes,
of Nigeria, all the traditional rulers
making
was in
them
that meeting.
feel that they are part of the government on the governance structure. Integrating them. These guys are going to help with security. They're going to help with even poverty alleviation. Because most of the things that is spiking our poverty rate in Nigeria is not necessarily federal government, even though they have a part to play, because if they're incompetent, it helps to that. But then in the state levels, some of these rural areas, some of them have not seen governance in their life. And we have governors in states. And nobody's talking about that. Everybody's talking about the president. So bring these guys into the governance structure, bring the traditional rulers. They can't just be sitting idle in their thrones, answering the different greetings they take every day, or taking chickens and cows. No. So that struck me, and I wish he can actually continue with that. I don't know if it's just initial gragra, and I pray it's not. I don't think it is anyway, and I actually pray it's not. So that is the point I'm trying to make. But back to the Southeast space. If you really engage with Southeast, you're going to find out some of the things I'm going to say now. So what we see from the surface is that Southeast probably want to break out from Nigeria. Correct. A huge number of people in the Southeast feel like this country is not even structured to work. So it's not a matter of just we don't like this country, let's be on our own. No, it's just because let me come from.
Wait. How do
Yes.
you know if you make your country is going to work?
You see?
How do you know if you break out from Nigeria, your country is going to work?
No. That I was getting to. I was getting there.
I don't even think Ekene and I agree that the Southeast want to break out of Nigeria.
No.
That Southeast want to
Don't
break out.
worry.
What they want is Biafra, which is not Southeast.
I heard,
Southeast is different from Biafra. You know that, right?
It's okay. I understand what
Okay.
you're saying. But the point I'm making is, let me come from a trader's perspective, so that maybe you might get an idea into the head of a typical Southeasterner, because a typical Southeasterner thinks like a trader. So traders are profit driven, and they are very progressive in nature. So they want 2 naira to be 3 naira tomorrow morning, and they want it to be possibly 5 naira by evening. And by the time tomorrow morning, if they want 2 naira to be 3 naira tomorrow morning, and by the mistake of some other people, that 2 naira is not able to be 3 naira, it's only 2.1 naira. They start getting frustrated because they're profit driven. They want to be seeing results as fast as possible. So if they see that those whoever that is causing this 2 naira not to enter 3 naira immediately in the morning, they start getting agitated with that person. You are slowing me down. They don't want to be slowed down. So that's why they feel like they are the most agitated with the Nigerian problem.
That's why they're agitating for Biafra.
Wait now, who is doing that?
We're trying to make sense of what you are telling us here, you know. You look like you're telling us that the reason for this agitation is because they are 1 naira didn't double to 2 naira. Or they are, come on, man. What logic are you playing here?
Mike, you should be able to understand what he's saying. You should be able to understand what he's saying.
I think
No. I followed him. He started saying it's not like they want to succeed from Nigeria, but he's explaining why they are agitating.
No, he wants to tell you why. What he's trying to tell you, what the South is cherished. What the South is cherished.
He's explaining to
part of their life.
Thomas, what was your question? He's answering Thomas' question.
Allow them to have as a Nigerian. That's what he's trying to explain to you.
Make money. So if they make money, that's what we know. That will kill agitation.
I'm making an analogy. You are listening to me like a nursery.
No, you are not. That's my analogy. You are explaining something. You're not making an analogy.
Making money.
An analogy is drawing an example from a different scenario. You're talking directly about your people. You're not making an analogy. You're explaining why.
The 2 naira was an
what can kill agitation? And you're saying if they can turn their 1 naira to 2 naira and 2 naira to 4 naira and stuff like that, that's something that can kill agitation. And we don't believe that even.
It's fine for you to believe what you want to believe, but I have to make my point. I have to conclude making my point.
Is that Kenneth talking?
No,
let me say something about Mike here. Mike, I want to tell you, somebody like me now, I was never interested in politics. I've never talked anything about politics. It was only this Buhari government that made me get involved. A lot of people like us. The man so mismanaged everything that you can wake up tomorrow and say, even me, I want to be a president of this country.
So the past government didn't mismanage country. There's no government that hasn't mismanaged that country since at least 90, since Babangida, since today. It's always been mismanagement. So there was nothing new. There was nothing new.
It was not so from Obasanjo to Goodluck. The way he ended up in Buhari own. Yeah, Bishop.
Something. Let's look at things very dispassionately and honestly. We've always been having challenges like forever. Every government since after 1979 in Nigeria has always been considered to be worse than the previous government. That I know very well. I know when the military government left in 1979. I know what led to the after the election in 1983. What led to the coup of 1983 in December? That they have economy, there is corruption. After that one, 1983, less than 2 years, that Babangida and Co came and removed Buhari. Buhari was doing this, was doing that. Babangida held us by the jugular for 8 years. By the time we were tired and we have to send the military packing in 1993, we all know how everybody was saying, Babangida has destroyed Nigeria, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, between then and now, our population had doubled. Our resources has reduced drastically. And our infrastructure remain at the same level. So it's like a man earning like 100,000 naira with one wife and 4 children. All of a sudden, married 4 more wives, has like 20 more children, and it's now, instead of earning 100,000, he's now earning 50,000 naira. And their life to improve. It's not going to happen. So moving forward, same thing we complained when Obasanjo came. Nobody praised Obasanjo. I remember how we were abusing him then. Same thing we complained when, let's forget about Yaradua, when Jonathan came. He has destroyed everything. Now we are here again. The challenge that we solve Nigerians' problem is not going to come easy. There must be pain associated with growing Nigeria. If you want to get well, it's like somebody that is sick, that does not want to take injection. He does not want to swallow chloroquine because chloroquine is bitter. And he don't want to make the chukam injection because he is afraid of injection. Look, it's really going to get worse. We need to take some very difficult but necessary decision. I salute Tinubu. I'm praying that he is able to continue. Like the decision of fuel subsidy is coming to a reality. I'm shocked reading, I'm still waiting, that our fuel consumption had not gotten to 20 million since almost 10 days or almost 2 weeks now. And before we said we were consuming between 60 and 68 or 60 and 70 million per day. What happened? Who are the people drinking the remaining one? Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, this dollar, if you know the number of people benefiting from this dollar, we must take decisions that are painful today for a better tomorrow. Unfortunately, Buhari had some misfortunes. No matter how good intentions, the intentions he had, a few things happened that were out of his control. Let's be very sincere with ourselves. The 2 recessions that happened were out of his control. That's one. The once in a century pandemic that happened was out of his control. Then the hostility and sponsored insecurity in the greater part of the country. Those were things that really, it was really, we were really managing to go along. So if we can take these decisions now and build a strong economy for everybody in Nigeria, in as much as we are willing. Somebody was something a few days ago, I don't know who that thing is. I don't want to use the word youth, but majority of us in Nigerians are not people are looking for places they will just go and mark time, and at the end of the day they will less planning. That is not how it happens. It is happening, or it's happening in some of these advanced countries. You go to UK, some people are juggling 3-4 jobs. In the US, at least a lot of people, they know that for every pen, except you are doing Yahoo or are doing drug, every dollar or pounds that you earn, you work for it. Real work. If you can put in that amount of work in Nigeria, the economy is buoyant enough that people can get what they afford. Nobody is interested in who their local government chairman of their government. There are many Nigerians that live in America today. I tell who is the governor of their state. They will be scratching their head. It will take me some time before I remember the name of the governor of my state. I live in America. I'm telling you, Brian Kemp. And that's because I'm a little bit politically informed. People are not interested if life is meaningful. I'm telling you, majority of Nigeria, it is because of the deprivation that we have suffered. It is because of lack.
Well,
It is because of
Bishop,
yes. 1 minute, 1 minute. It is because of the misgovernance. If we get a government that gets it right, that people can get what is due to them, I mean, they feel some level of confidence and comfort in their government. The fight for political positions will reduce so drastically. People that want to go and say, because what I live in another town. Jonathan's presidency did not add any, he made some few persons millionaires here. Jonathan's presidency did not bring any good to Niger Delta. Not a single one. The road, if you are going on east-west road, the one that branches to Bayelsa, that today I want to remember that place because it's one of the locations I used to work. That goes to this place they are building their new airport. If you go that road that goes to Jonathan's, not even state now, his town, Ochoke, you'll be ashamed that this was president for 5.5 years or 6 years. Asojo, from Lagos to Songwater, we knew about what benefit did Obasanjo bring to the southwest. What good did Jonathan do?
But Bishop, sorry, but Uptown was trying to come with the perspective of what the way forward from a southeastern perspective.
No, from a southeastern president or a southeastern perspective. What I'm saying is that a southeastern president is not a solution to the president. I mean, to the problem.
That's not what I was saying, though.
Nobody said the Southeast president was a solution. Nobody said
That's
that.
not what I was saying.
Bishop, thank you.
They are trying to explain their issue with Buhari. What issue they have with Buhari?
Okay, so
not that. I mean, we're talking about the way forward. We're not trying to dig in the past.
Can I continue with the way forward?
Yeah. Uptown. Yeah.
Like we like going
Thank
back.
you, Bishop. That was a good insight. Fine. That was excellent. But I think Uptown have some maybe different perspective to what they want to say. Let's hear from Uptown. Yeah.
When it finished there because I did not.
Yeah. Sorry.
I said maybe when it finishes, I will conclude because I did not. I've not concluded what I was saying. I was just laying the premise.
Yeah. We conclude then I will call you back. Yeah. We have time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Uptown. Yeah.
So as I was saying before,
don't forget my question. No. You haven't answered the one of the breakaway. If the president,
okay, that's one. Okay, yeah.
Two or three things that can sway the southeast.
Let me address that.
Yeah.
The first of all, a President Peter Obi will not and cannot break Nigeria. That is number one. Peter Obi is not even that.
But Uptown, in terms of breaking Nigeria, you know, it's more than Peter Obi when you talk about breaking Nigeria. So you not just link it only to Peter Obi.
No. I just wanted to.
About
he was
for him not to. For
Obi
if he become if he becomes president, for him not to break Nigeria, you know, he needs everybody from Southeast needs to align with him.
That's what I'm saying. No, I needed to just address him as a president and then I'll address Southeast space. So he is not definitely obviously not going to break Nigeria. He's not even that. Peter Obi is not like near Baribe. It's not even. It's not. It's Southeastern political hegemony, if I want to call it hegemony, or maybe Southeastern political elite or political structure, does not necessarily even see Peter Obi as that Southeast champion. They see him as more of an anti-establishment guy. They hate him. A lot of them hate him, actually. You can see what they did when they chose him as vice president. They felt that this guy is not the perfect Southeastern pro. Yeah, he's not like pro-Southeast. He's more of this guy that came back from London in 2003 and joined politics. So he still has that small London mentality of being liberal and all of that. I mean, this guy couldn't even run on even though it was clearly Southeast turn for presidency. He couldn't even run on that, which he should use his full chest. We saw Buhari running on it is the Sultan of the North. He couldn't even use it. He couldn't even run on the Sultan of the Southeast. So, which we know Southeast politicians that if they were the ones running, they would have been say, Omai, we'll be ringing it like bell. It is our turn. It is our turn. So you vote for us. He couldn't make that. So he's not really that pro Southeast kind of guy anyway. But coming to the Southeast space, which was what I was addressing before. So Southeasterners, the greatest percentage of their wealth is not in
before you
the,
done, I will
in the
explain.
region.
When you done, I will explain to you how Obi will break Nigeria if you become president. If you would have broke Nigeria if you become president, I will explain it to you.
Okay. So Southeasterners, the bulk of their wealth is not in the region. I think this is a common knowledge already. And that is because when you come to Anambra, for example, which is my state, so there's a mentality in Anambra State and I think it's like that in other Southeastern states. So in your journey to riches, as a typical rich man, walking your way through, or the typical man, you became man, you are growing your business and going.
Before you continue, which side are you from, Anambra?
I'm from Nnewi. I mean, yeah.
Nnewi.
I'm from the same kindred with Innocent.
Okay.
Yeah. So so when you're building your wealth or trying to build yourself as a man, as an Anambra person, there is things that are very it's almost like a standard. Number one, any Southeastern listening to me will know what I'm talking about. Number one is you must build a house in your father's land, in the village, before anybody can see you as a true man. So that means that if you have house everywhere in heaven and you don't have house in your father's land, you're a trillionaire. Nobody's gonna respect you. Nobody's gonna see you as you have not achieved manhood yet. Even if nobody will live in that house in the next 15 years, a mansion. In fact, people compete on who built a bigger house in his father's compound, and that's how they used to measure chests. That is number one. Number two, you must have house in Abuja and house in Lagos. Why? You must have houses where they perceive as the capital of the country. Lagos being X, Abuja being current. So both in X and in current, you should have houses in that. It's part of the package of being a big man, a typical big man in the Southeast. Now, that means a lot of their investments, once they began and they stand, the investments push to a lot in Abuja, a lot push to Lagos. According to my dad, some decades ago, 1 or 2 decades ago, they used to do Port Harcourt and a few Ibadan, but I think it ended sometime in the 90s, and it was now around the 90s. It now became concentrated in Lagos, Abuja. I think after the capital came to Abuja, so it's in Lagos, in Abuja, and then it's in the city where you are, and then it's in your father's compound. These 4 places are the 4 cardinal points of being a rich man in Nigeria, a rich Southeasterner in Nigeria. So that means that for a region that has a long, a wide array of middle class, so that means that every Southeasterner that is well-to-do has something in Lagos and has something in Abuja, and then some others have in Kano, Kaduna as well, because they are also kind of a little bit cosmopolitan in Kano as well. So any cosmopolitan city, you must have properties there. So these guys are the last people that truly want to return to Southeast geopolitical zone as a country and then forfeit almost the entire life investment, which a lot of people have been investing since the 60s, since the 70s. A lot of people,
They can sell it. They can sell it for,
no, Thomas,
or they can decide to stay in Nigeria.
What percentage of them are these successful they are talking? What if you put all the Igbo population together, the about 40 million, 50 million, what percentage of them have this house in Lagos, Abuja, Kano, and everything? What percentage? It's not. I mean, it's not
Wait,
to maybe 2% of the entire population. So you can't use that
that's a
that
very
demo. You
that's
know,
a
you
very
can't do
Mike,
that.
Mike, you
valuable
cannot, Mike, you cannot say that.
that's
Let
a
No,
me,
no,
let
very
me,
no. The majority of them,
let
they
me,
don't
Octa, let me,
That is why it was.
status.
That is why it was asking. What is the percentage? Yeah, you can give us the percentage.
I can give you the percentage. I can give you the percentage. I can comfortably tell you that Southeast, out of 100%, at least, not less than, and this is me trying to pander to your maybe not to make you too offended. At least 30%.
No, don't pander, baby. No, bro,
At least
don't pander.
no,
Octa,
no, no,
Octa,
no,
Octa,
no,
there is
no,
no
no,
need,
no,
there is
no.
no,
I'm going to explain
let me
to you.
say this.
Wait,
Let me say this.
let me put an
You guys
explanation to
always
that.
trying to paint every Southeasterner as a successful person in
No,
every.
no, no. They
No,
have no. They
no,
have
no, no,
no,
no.
no, no. See, they
It's
have
not
a
in
large
terms of
middle class.
in
You can't
terms
deny
of
that.
being
You're telling me
in
30%
terms of
of Southeasterners
They have
are
a large
billionaires
middle
that
class.
have.
no,
You can't
no,
deny
no,
that.
no,
Then you
no,
guys are
no,
doing very
no.
well in Nigeria. Then you are doing very well.
No, let me
No,
say this. Mike,
Southeasterners has never really said they're not doing well.
it's not being successful. It's in form
Personally,
of as in
Millionaire.
he's trying to explain to you
No, no, no. They said they have
how
house.
the southeast accept Nigeria more and every other thing. You see what how Uptown is saying here is this.
But that's not what Nigeria is feeling from that side.
I know one of my uncle that lives in southeast. As in he's residing in southeast. But whenever you call him for a land, either in Abuja or in Lagos, he travel down to Abuja. If that land is okay for him, he buys it, come back to southeast. He lives in southeast. He doesn't live in Lagos. He doesn't live in anywhere.
That's funny.
He lives,
Again, you don't get a point.
so
We're talking about
wait.
no,
the view of the
you
majority of
just
the
take that
population.
kind of just take that kind of mentality for
Let
someone
me tell
just
you so.
to
Let me
travel
add
all
to
the way
what you
from
say.
Anambra State, go to Abuja, buy a
Let
land,
me
come back,
let me tell you,
go to
let me add
Lagos,
to
buy a
what
land, come back.
let me add
The
to
only
what you
people
say.
that knows that he has all this land is
But
his
Ekene, but the
children.
question is, the $1 million question is, if this many Southeasterners are really anti-breaking up, so why don't we see pushback against the secessionists? Because
No,
all
no,
we
no,
see,
no.
no,
Let me answer that.
wait.
Let me
What we
answer you.
see is
Let
support
me answer you.
from
Let me,
Aranese to Abaribe to on the
listen.
street to every corner. Every one of us, every Southeasterner, we have conversation with them.
How
What we
many
see,
times have you seen Ohanese
and
supporting
they don't,
people
they are not,
supporting
no.
all these agitators?
They even mentioned that if you don't give them if you don't make a Igbo man president, we live in Nigeria. Obviously, they are not
Who
pushing
said that?
against it.
Alhanese?
No, we are not saying push back against
Alhanese
secession
said they will leave
in
Nigeria.
general, and every one of us can attest our own personal life. 99% of Southeast standard we run into when we
My,
engage, they will tell you want to leave. Let me go. I want to go. Want to go. That's what we get. So now, when you guys come and trying to convince us that
listen now, Mike. You're not listening
majority of
to
people don't want
understand.
to.
You are
I mean,
listening
come on, man. We're not. I mean,
to
Mike,
to
at least
fight.
you people ask this question.
I think
If
we
you
should
don't
we
want to
listen
see.
answer
to
We
it,
don't.
then
understand.
The only person.
why
Listen.
you
The
asking
only.
it now?
But can
Why you
the only
why you
Igbo person
asking
we
it
see that openly push back.
if you don't want people like Upton and me to give you an honest
Maybe
observation?
Mike should talk and
Why would
listen to
you
himself.
ask?
Then
Okay,
I
Why
think
let me.
asking
because
it
I'm
before then?
trying to talk
If the
and
answer is being given to you, you still come back
But
to talk
the
against it.
answer is illogical.
You still find the answer so ridiculous and so
Yes, now,
and then why
so
and
would
I'm
why
you
did you
explaining
insult
ask the
how
it?
it's
You don't
question
ridiculous.
ask it.
anyway?
It
So why did you ask the
it
question?
means like
Not the whole
you in
answer.
particular,
The
Mike.
part of the
You have
answer
an
that's
answer already.
ridiculous, I
So
will tell
Let
you,
me
and I
say
will
this.
prove it.
no, Mike, you have an answer already. So I don't
Like
know
you,
why.
Mike,
I don't think my answer
you
is
in
for you.
particular,
No, we are
you
not
in
fighting, man. We
particular.
are not fighting. We're just dialoguing. So let's not make it a.
No,
No,
this is not a dialogue.
Let's not get emotional.
you should
It's
allow
not a
someone to
dialogue.
express the way he
But
feels
you guys
about the
are.
country.
Can we interject at least? I mean, we kept quiet now.
If I don't feel anything about Nigeria, you cannot force it out of me. I will tell you that I don't like Nigeria.
But
It's
I'm not
simple as
telling you
that.
that
Somebody that
you.
doesn't
No, no.
tell
We are
you
not
straight up.
speaking you in as an individual.
Everybody hold on, please. Can we have one house? and one voice is
Let me
split.
go. Let me
Please.
go. See, can I?
Yes.
When
Yeah.
we talking
Yeah.
here, we're not saying you. Like I won't sit here and
Hold
say,
on. Hold on.
okay.
Upton has been speaking, so let's
Well,
let's
Kuni,
Mike push
priority
back.
so lot run. I don't wrap up now.
Yeah. Let's Mike push back a bit, please. Yeah, Mike. Let's
See,
help
can I
Mike.
first thing you have to understand? We're not saying that you. I'm not saying you as an individual wants to leave Nigeria. That's not what I'm saying. If you listen to me very well, we're talking about the percentage of people. Because when you guys come here and say, "Oh, a average Southeasterner does think like this," he doesn't want to, he doesn't believe in breaking up and things, and we're telling you that what we're saying, based on what we're saying, and also what we're experiencing, it's not the case, and that's the point we're trying to prove to you. And I mentioned to Uptown that the reason I think Obi would split Nigeria if he become president is the fact that he mentioned himself that he will sit down with agitators. And now when he sits down with the agitators, we all know what they will ask him is give us referendum.
Is he
Now,
the only candidate that said he will sit with agitators?
okay, fine. Well, all the candidates. No. Let me tell you the difference. What the difference would be if he, being a Southeasterner, he sit down with his own people and they're saying, give us referendum. Will he give them referendum or not? Is either you say yes or no. Now, if he say no, we all know what will happen. The people there will come out in public and begin to attack him and begin to act crazy, the same way they were acting crazy during Buhari's time. And the only way Buhari was able to contain them was to send the military down there to the east. Now, you can't tell me that Obi will send the military to go and do Python dance in his own region. First thing first, he knows that that'll be the end of his card as a Southeasterner. He would
That
never,
is not how to
ever,
fix
ever, he would,
agitation. You don't send
he
military
would
to
never,
fix agitation.
let me
That's
land.
not how
Uptown,
it
let
Now,
me
works.
finish.
I'm giving
Uptown,
you my
let me finish.
explanation why I think. This is my
I
opinion.
will respond to you when you finish.
Uptown, let me land now.
Yeah.
Give me
Yeah.
chance. Give me
Let's
chance.
let him land. Let him
Give
land,
me
please.
chance.
Yeah.
The last thing Obi will do is send the army to the southeast to go and do Python dance like Buhari did. He won't do that. So what he's going to do is he will just ignore them, and they will continue to burn things down, and he will get to a point where they will do similar thing they did where they assassinated a northern politician in the southeast. And what's going to happen is in this time, the northerners are not going to say do the same thing they did when Buhari was there, where they will say, okay, let's ignore them. We'll let our man as the president deal with them. They know it's going to be a repeat of when Hiroshi was the president. You understand? Where he refused to punish his people, and the Northerners will decide to take the matter in their own hand. So what will happen is the agitators, the Kanus and them. First, I know he's going to release Kanu. That was for sure. The Kanu and them will push and do something such as similar to the way they assassinated Gulag. And the Northerners will say, okay, what can you do? Are you going to do something? Like I said, you won't send the Python dance, they will just ignore it. And the people will begin to want to retaliate. Wait, let me land. If they want to retaliate against the Igbos in the north, and guess what? The country going to flame.
Are you telling
And
us a
the country,
story, or we are
that's
talking
how Obi
about the
will
way
split the
forward?
country.
Which one?
That's how
Uptown,
Obi
leave
will
him
split
to
Nigeria.
leave
That's
him
what I'm
to
trying to
finish.
explain to you. So I hope
Are
you
you
understand.
creating the story you want for Nigeria,
I'm
or
just giving you
are we talking about the way
what
forward?
okay.
Or is that the story that will make you sleep better at night? Well, if it will, then maybe
No,
we
no.
won't have to
Tell
come
me a
back,
part of
and
the story that doesn't make
we
sense to
can
you.
still talk about what
Mr.
the
Mike,
reality is.
Uptown,
Yeah.
Uptown, and yeah, what Mike just said, it cohere with reason.
No, he
First
didn't
thing,
push
let
back
me
at all.
land.
He
Let me land,
just
please.
created the story.
Let me land,
okay.
please. Thank you. Please let me land, please. If Peter Obi sit down with the agitators or the Biafra, wherever, what they will be asking him is the referendum. If Peter Obi is not ready to do it, you know what will happen.
Can I
If
respond to
Peter
you?
Obi, let me
Okay.
finish, please. Let me finish, please. Please. Let me finish. If Peter Obi is not ready to do it, we know what will happen. You, our son, you are not ready to give us referendum. One, if we ignore them, problem. So Peter Obi has to choose a way in life. Maybe we give them the referendum or ignore them. If we ignore them, the country will go in flame. If you don't give them referendum, no, you can see Peter Obi will be in a dilemma. That's what Mike is saying, and it's correct with reason. What Mike
Can I
just and
can I respond?
expatiate. Yeah, you can
Okay.
respond.
Wait, can I please let me just respond? Maybe you add to what I'm trying to say. So it's really very simple, and it's You know, when you want to judge the future, you use yesterday. So the question I'm going to ask is, what was the response of Southeast when Obi was gunning for presidency and IPOB under Simon Ekpa was pushing back on Obi? What was the response of even people that used to listen to Simon Ekpa that now turned against Simon Ekpa and turned again and told them, we don't want this Biafra. We are now looking forward to a better option.
Good question.
Which is Nigeria.
Yeah.
I'm fixing Nigeria under Obi.
Good question. I have an answer to that. Everybody agreed here that one of the things that destroyed Obi's movement was a lot of Ipobians came and rushed into the movement and begin to bring out their Ipobian attitude and then cause him to lose the election. We all know that. A lot of them came into the movement because they believe that if Obi become president, he's going to release their supreme leader. That's what we know for a fact. He's the one that will release Nnamdi Kanu for them. That was the only thing that brought them to the obedient movement. And when you listen to them talk, if you go to channels like Dr. Damages and stuff, on one mouth, they will talk about Nigeria, Obi winning. On the other mouth, they will talk about Biafra. Someone like Pansat, he will tell us about Obi. On the other, within the same show, he will talk about Biafra. So we all know that he's pretty clear to us that the only reason they hold behind Obi is because they know if we get Obi in, it will help us to release our supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So that tells you that, hey, when Obi enter, the agitation will not stop.
Mike, what will you do if Tinubu releases Nnamdi Kanu?
What will I do? It's none of my business now. Nnamdi Kanu is not related to me. I mean,
You're
the
not
only
going to
thing I
say
know is
why is he releasing Nnamdi Kanu for IPOP people? I mean, you're saying Obi will do that. So.
To me, I think Tinubu will be foolish if he just make the releasing the same way.
That's what I'm saying. That if he does, what will you do?
What can I do? I don't have power. I don't have power to do anything. I will just watch and see.
It will be fine by you.
I will stay in America and watch the show. Watch. There's two ways you can release him. You can release him in a foolish way, or you can release him in a smart way. The smart way you can release him is you let Kanu himself negotiate his release, and they come to an agreement. But the foolish way you can release him is going to be listening to a third party, like the people in the East saying release him, and then just release him without Kanu himself using his own mouth to say release me, and this is the terms and
Mike,
conditions.
this Nnamdi kind of stuff. How did he start? Did he start with just Biafra? If you can remember very well, before the first time Nnamdi Kanu came into space, did he just came in and then?
It started with one Nigeria.
Okay, that's the point I want to
No,
bring
he didn't
out.
start one. He never started one Nigeria. Forget that propaganda they're telling you because are you talking about that report? That report he was doing in London about, hey, let's stop the violence in the north or something like that.
Mike, you know the problem I have with you, I have with you this night is that people will bring out facts and you will try to counter it with your own
explain the
narrative.
fact to me.
I think you have the destination
They just said
already,
something,
and
but
if we don't arrive there,
you just made out a story now.
Okay, can you explain to me? Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, explain to me how I started one Nigeria.
Thomas, I just answered you. I just asked how did he start. Thomas, I just said he started with one Nigeria, and I don't want to go into details because I don't spend
so that's
time
not fact now. It's opinion.
Explaining much things. I go straight to the point.
Well, you can't tell me I will take your word as fact.
I just ask how
the only
did
thing
he
you can
start
take as fact is evidence.
So the reason why I want to talk about the one Nigeria of 18.
Basically, what you are saying is that Nnamdi Kanu was created. Nnamdi Kanu was created by
who?
By the actions and inactions of the past
administration.
Can you agree with that? Can were you not the same one that told us that Nnamdi Kanu was the member of?
Would have been a persona non grata if OBJ was the president of Nigeria.
Was Kanu not a member of
Masop? Listen to me. People
and I can go in detail to explain
wait,
to you.
Wait.
The actions and inactions of this government that created unnecessary.
I ask you guys a simple question: was Kanu not a member of Masop?
I said people like
no. This is a yes or no question. Was he a member of Masop? Yes, he was. So that's what I'm telling you. He was always a secessionist.
I just
Which
asked a
Masop?
question. The time
Myself
when
was
he
under
became
Obasanjo. So Kanu was
when he
always
became
a
when he became
secession.
when he
He
became
never
an
started with one
agitator.
Nigeria.
Mike,
So why
When he became as an
no,
agitator,
Ekene,
how did he started?
no. When he became a
no,
leader,
he needs
no.
to clear he said he's a member of Masop. When? Which year? Where?
When
Are
did
you
you hear
kidding?
his voice in
Can
He
Masop?
you
was under
provide evidence
Wazirike
to that?
himself. This is not eating. He was
No,
under
Mike.
Wazirike,
Okay,
and
No,
Mike.
even
Mikey,
they accused him of hijacking
did
that
you know
Nnamdi
movement
that
Kanu
of
was under
did you know
Wazirike.
Wazirike.
that did you know that Igbo people voted against Ojukwu in favor of Obasanjo?
But that's irrelevant to what we are talking here now.
No, it's
It's not
relevant.
irrelevant. It's
You
not
We are
cannot
irrelevant.
moving the
you cannot
goalposts. What does
you
that relate
cannot
to what we are talking?
Not
We're talking about
single
irrelevant,
secession.
out
Mike.
The current
I want
suspect,
to
Ojukwu is dead now. He died in 2011. So why are you bringing him up?
No,
I want
it
to
is
put out my
relevant. You
point.
can't say
I want to put out
By the way, it
my
was
point.
Ojukwu that trained Wazirike too. Okay, go ahead.
Let me say this. If Igbo people can gang up and vote against Ojukwu in favor of Obasanjo, why do you think that Igbo people want
it's
to?
very simple. Obasanjo was
It's as
managing the
simple as that. Just
diversity
So are you
laws.
understand it.
telling me
That's
that Igbo
why.
people hate
Just tell
Ojukwu?
me.
Can I thank you for that point?
No, are you saying Igbo people hate
That is
Ojukwu?
at
Is
the
that what
heart
you
of
are?
the explanation I was trying to give, which I think everybody was following, but Mike was just throwing in utensils into the sink. The point is, following what Ekene just said now. Am I on?
Yeah.
Okay, following what
Yeah,
Ekene
we
just
can hear
said now.
you.
Yes, Southeasterners ganged up against somebody you can call the supreme leader.
Even the most worshipped,
Yes, I mean, who is Nnamdi Kanu cannot
Biafran
even
Lord
stand
in the
beside
southeast.
Nnamdi Kanu cannot even stand beside the feet of Ojukwu. Now, gang up against him and voted a Yoruba man who was the president. The simple reason is Obasanjo had a mastery of the management of diversity of Nigeria. And that's why I respect that man to today. And I disagree with him in some other things. So the from this place now is directly connected with what I was trying to explain. If Tinubu wears the toga of Obasanjo today in his government,
up down. Sorry for coming in.
yeah.
Is it not, Mike, listening everybody, is it not very crazy? Somebody that caused war, many people died. He came back to Nigeria. This person that want to break up from Nigeria wants to be the president of the same nation. How?
But he didn't just come up to run for president immediately. He supported
That's
tribalism
why they
first.
didn't vote for him now. That's why the
I
Southeasterners didn't vote for him. Because the last thing they would have wanted.
My point
Listen.
is this, Mike. If
But
Igbo
they,
people
but
were
they,
so
but they
foolish,
voted for Obasanjo, didn't they now?
Yes, they didn't vote for Ojukwu because they won't be. Listen, it
So
would
they
have
want
been
they want
so.
they don't want
It would be
Ojukwu to be
complete
president and
foolishness.
break
Wait,
Nigeria.
wait.
No, I want you to
There's
keep
no
contradicting
Southeastern man
yourself.
with a common sense, with a
Wait,
inch of
they
common
don't
sense
wait.
that would
Let me
support the
say
idea of
directly here.
Ojukwu. Wait. There's no Southeasterner with a
Yes.
common sense that has Biafra in his heart that
Mm.
would have supported their leader during the war to become a president of Nigeria. It just doesn't
Okay.
make sense.
I don't even know how you understand how you turn
Wait,
things around.
Ekene,
You
wait,
mean a
Ekene.
Biafra man that have Biafra in his
The
heart?
man, the
Wait.
man that led them to where
If
they
Igbo
lost
man really
millions
need
of
Biafra,
lives. They will
If
now
you
vote for him
really
to become
need
the president of
Biafra,
the country.
if we really need the Biafra the way we
voting
want it,
Ojukwu
and
was
the way
the
we
best
want to
option
fight
The
so
it,
you
reason
can
they
break
didn't
the
vote for
voting
supremacy
Ojukwu
Ojukwu
is
was
Biafra.
the best
the
option.
reason Southeast
If
did
you
not
don't
vote for
know,
Ojukwu is because they want Biafra. They don't want Nigeria. That's why they didn't vote
So
for
Obasanjo will
Ojukwu.
give us Biafra.
Mike,
No,
you are
no,
not
I
being
no.
don't get
sincere.
what's the
You're not being
point you're
sincere.
trying to.
You're
You're
not. You guys are
contradicting
not
yourself
You're not
listening.
now.
making a good point. You're not being sincere.
You took a
If
position
Igbo
with
people really
him
want,
and you are taking a counter position with this guy. You switch just
Would you have
between
wanted Ojukwu to be president of
you
Nigeria?
switch up and down. You
Uptown,
say
would you have wanted Ojukwu to be president of Nigeria?
wait now wait. Let me what I just want to speak your hypocrisy to your face. You said that the people refused Simon Ekpa, boycotted this thing to vote Obi because they wanted Obi to give them Biafra, break up Nigeria.
No.
And we
I didn't
cited
say that.
wait
That's
now.
not
No,
what I
listen.
said.
No,
No.
you said
For
that
Obi to release Nnamdi Kanu is what I said.
really
Not to
to
break
release
up
Nnamdi
Nigeria.
Kanu.
No,
No,
I didn't say they
you
voted
said
for Obi
right
to
now,
break up
Obi
Nigeria.
will
They
have to
voted for
give
Obi
them
to go and help
referendum.
them release Kanu.
No, you said Obi will give them referendum.
Nah,
That's
that's
what
not what I said. Thomas, please, can you? Is that what I said? That's not what I said.
you
No,
said.
that's not
Obi
what he
cannot
said.
refuse
He
them
said to release
referendum.
Nnamdi Kanu. That's why they
No.
want to vote for Obi.
That is one. But you
That
also
is,
said he said that Obi will break up Nigeria. He gave me a reason why Obi will break up Nigeria,
and
and
what
that
was
was
that
your
reason?
question was
And what was
answered.
that reason? Explain the reason to me.
Did you say Obi will break up Nigeria or not? That's just the question.
Yes, and I explained it.
Fine, good.
Did you listen?
To the point.
Huh?
So if
Do you want me to repeat? Do you want me to explain it again? Do you want me to repeat
wait
it again?
now, let me finish, my brother. So you have not justified why I will not want an Ojukwu to have the ultimate power to just give us just free breakup like that. This one, we don't have to agitate. We don't have to agitate online anywhere. You don't have to struggle for it or beg for it. He's just gonna hand it over to you.
Do you know why?
Ojukwu
Do you know why? No,
has the strongest mind to
wait,
do
wait,
that.
wait,
And he has the
wait.
mind to actually. He has the
Obi
antecedents.
Ojukwu had the strongest mind
Obi does not even have that.
Wait
and Obi doesn't even
now.
have the mind to say Ojukwu has the strongest
Wait,
mind to do that.
I don't think you guys are listening. First of all, I never said Obi would directly say he himself will go and split country. You didn't listen. And secondly, Ojukwu, of course, anybody knows that when he came to Nigeria, he made an agreement with the
Mike,
government. Wait.
Mike,
Wait
what is
now.
it? What is
The
it?
problem with you is you do this tactic, and I hate it. And a lot of you guys do it. When you know that someone wants to debunk things you're saying, you begin to play this tactic of cutting him off, now making complete
Mike,
sense
we
and
are all
things.
quiet
Yeah,
listening
I'm
to
not.
you.
I'm saying
It's just.
what is the way forward is what I'm trying to get at. All this,
I was at the way forward,
No,
but
this guy,
Mike
when it comes
doesn't
to
seem
this,
to want to
this
move
thing, they know they
forward.
can't debate me, man. The bottom
Mike
line
doesn't
is
seem to want to
everybody
move
know.
forward.
What is the way
That's the problem.
forward? Babati said, what's the way forward?
Mike.
Way
Is that
forward
the
is.
consensus, please? I think
Forget that.
But
is that the
let me just
consensus?
before I move on, let me just re-explain what I said to him about how Obi will break Nigeria, so that way it's clear to him. What I said to you is, if Obi comes in, he already said we sit down with the agitators, right? He's gonna sit down first. He's gonna release Kanu as promised with the IPOP, and he's gonna sit down with him to discuss the Biafra, and Kanu and the IPOP and his succession will say they want referendum, and he's not giving a referendum or he doesn't give them. If he give them referendum, of course we all know they won't vote and they will get out of Nigeria. He will say no, and when he say no, they will begin to agitate Asha the same way they were agitating in a harsh manner under Buhari. And when they begin to do it that way, he will only have a choice to either send the army there like Buhari did to do Python dance, and we all know he's not going to do that. He's not going to send the army to go and be gunning down his own people. And guess what? If he doesn't do that, the agitation will become crazy where they will do similar thing that they did where we get to a point where they may assassinate a northern
So
politician like they assassinated
according to
Gulag.
you,
Wait, let me learn. I'm
sending
explaining to
army
you so it's
is
clear.
the
You don't
only
come
way
back
to
and
beat
be telling
agitation.
me I said something different. And once
Wait,
he does that,
according to you,
the northern
sending
let
army
me
is
learn now.
the
Let me
only
learn.
way to
Bros, we are
beat
moving on. I'm just
agitation.
trying to explain it to you so you get it.
Let him finish
When that
uptown, please.
when that happens, when they attack a northerner, when that happens, in the north, they're going to retaliate against the easterners. That will turn to a disaster. And guess what? The country will go into flame. And that's how Obi will end up. That's how Obi will cause Nigeria to break up. That's why I'm explaining to you. I'm saying Obi will cause Nigeria to split. Not Obi will split Nigeria. If he become head of state, he's gonna be able to deal with his people. Period.
Then, if that is the case, Mike, then let's just conclude that no Igbo man can rule Nigeria. If that is the case,
No,
let's
as long
just
as
conclude that.
agitation is going on, that's what I'm saying. Maybe when you guys stop the agitation and decide to be part of Nigeria.
Okay, so agitation stopped themselves.
You don't expect the agitation. That's what I want to say. You don't expect the
So you
agitation to
think
stop.
agitation stopped
So
themselves?
once the agitation continue, it
Maybe
means that no Igbo.
if it's
No,
reduced to a
no, no.
That is the
I just
in
want
point.
to
fact, let
make
me
a
be
final
clear.
conclusion, Mike, so that we move on. I just
Wait,
want to make a final conclusion.
Ekene, thank you.
Yeah.
You have brought me back to where I was before Mike took us south. Now,
I took you south, or I
now
respond to your.
agitation. The question, what you are talking about, is way forward according to Kulata. Now, how will agitation end? Period. This is what we should be talking about. Anybody wanting to carry me now to any roundabout?
But I told you the agitation we had now. I said you the southeasterners, we have to push back against the agitators. But none of you guys are doing it. So how is it going to end?
There's nothing like
push
that.
it that way, you want to push it, then continue to push it now. We are
See,
trying to tell you how
name a southeasterner.
Ekene, everybody
Yeah.
hold on, please. Too much voices. As Ohanize ever condemned the agitators.
Exactly. And they want it to end.
Ever.
Ohaneze.
Ohaneze. Has they ever
That means you have
condemned?
not been following them for a very
I
long
am
time now.
asking you a question. Have
Yes,
they ever condemned?
Ohaneze
yes.
that has been in a running battle with Nnamdi Kanu before he was arrested, and he was insulting them left, right, and center.
Even on Nandekan is not in good times with Ohaneze.
Insulting them every morning, afternoon, and night.
You say he's insulting he's insulting the whole country. Nnamdi Kanu is insulting Ohaneze. Nnamdi Kanu even insulted P2B. Even almost all the Eastern governors, he has
He
insulted all
insulted
of them.
Obi of Onitsha.
Even Obi of Onitsha, he insulted him.
Obi. You know, earlier I asked you. The reason I asked you was
let me just make this point I was trying to make before people start escalating the thing. The way forward, that's what I'm saying. Right. So for people like Mike, they're obviously not going to agree with the way forward. But I'm making it for our listeners and every other person that is keen on listening. It's very simple. For an average Southeasterner, now there are a few here and there that's not part of it, but for the majority of Southeasterners, both the ones residing in Southeast and the one residing in every other part of the country, outside and in the Southwest, in the North, which a lot of them are residing in different regions of the country. What do they want from Nigeria? What do they want from a sitting president of Nigeria? A lot of what they want from a sitting president of Nigeria was not obtainable under Buhari. And that is why that agitation space got the oxygen it needed to flourish in that 8 years. Now, what can President Tinubu do? As long as he remains president, if I'm part of his advisor, which I feel I should be part of his advisor, even though if he can afford me, I'm going to explain to him the best way to engage. For you to engage, first of all, you have to understand the average Southeasterner. Talk to the woman in the market. Talk to the man in the market. Sit him down. Don't forget about all those ones in UK shouting with someone else on his page. No. Those are not the ones to engage. Talk to the trader in Aba, the trader in Onitsha, the one in Ojota, the one in Southwest, the ones in the north.
All of these people have representatives. It's not necessary. All these market, you may have. All of them have representatives.
So the point I'm saying is, this is what you have to understand what they want. Now, the average Southeasterner is not that political. That is why they are not easily swayed by all those politicians. They are politicians. No. Every Southeasterner is Republican and he's self-sufficient. It's almost like he's running a country of his own in his own family. So what they want is, one, they want a stable economy that is going to promote trade. They want a stable currency that is going to help them when they're doing their business. Their business will be growing.
So the rest of us don't want that.
No, allow me. When I'm done with this,
we're talking about Southeasterners. Are you not Southwest is in power? You're asking Southeasterners, what did you need? And we're explaining to you. You are now bringing it.
I don't even understand. Make your life better than everybody else.
How can stabilizing
the focus on you to come and help your business grow?
Than every other person. What are you saying?
The government should come and only give you.
But everybody's good.
So they should only come and sit down with you, telling you how they want to help your business. Obama don't have business. The rest of us don't have business. You are the only one doing business.
Did you hear me?
You are not making sense now. Are you the only one doing business? They have to come and sit down with you to be telling you about your business.
When he does that, is it affecting only Igbo man?
You said that you come and sit down with Southeasterners. I come and help them discuss.
If he
You guys
makes
are trying to
business
do
to move,
419 here, man. 419 is what you guys are trying to do.
if he makes business to move, does it affect only Igbo man?
You didn't say you should come and sit down with Nigerian businessmen. You said you should come and sit down with Igbo
You
businessmen and be
asked
trying
a
to help them.
particular question
And you
about
come and be helping them grow their
Question, what
business.
did the Southeasterner
the
need?
question
Is it not
was
the question you
tailored
asked?
to Southeast. What are you
Yeah, asking
saying?
for doesn't make sense. How will president come and be sitting down with Igbo businessmen, come and help them become richer? But the rest of us not businessmen.
Please.
Mr. Thomas, I want you to say something. When I came here, what did you ask me? You asked Southeasterners, what do we need?
But
Is not
what you are telling us you need is ridiculous. That's what I'm trying to say.
So fixing the economy is ridiculous. How?
No, you said Tinubu should come and sit down with Igbo traders. And be trying to help
That is
them
not
grow
what
their
I'm
business.
saying.
I think okay.
Guys,
that is not what I'm saying.
Let's calm down, please. Let's calm down, please. Let's one at a time, please, because we're talking like we're not. This is not a productive discussion so far. There's no point in just yelling. Let Upton just finish his point, then you can rebuttal, Mike.
But go initiate on now. For like take the next 20 minutes.
Mike, can I please? I beg you.
Even Simba, you haven't spoke for the last 1 hour, self.
Okay.
Nobody else has spoken.
Mike,
It's only two of them.
please give them. We honor them today. No, our guests. We honor them. Let them give them that 5-10 minutes. Let them talk. Just listen to them. When they finish, then
up down, please. Keep it short so that we can also integrate you.
Yes, Babati. Let me just make a 1 second comment before I continue. Babati, Thomas, all of you know that I am equal to the task to challenge Mike. I'm sure you guys know.
We know that.
Yeah, exactly. But you see how I've been very
No, if you keep throwing personal attack, we have to respond. I have to hit you harder. I'm just letting you know. You know my personality.
I know.
Okay, so let me just continue with how I was moving smoothly. So I was just listing very simple things that the average Southeasterner wants. An average Southeasterner just wants a stable economy. They want a stable exchange rate because the exchange rate is at the heart of their businesses most times. It helps them to have a more smoothly running business, at least a business that grows from 2 naira to 3 naira. That's just all they want, so that they can build their houses, they can take care of families and do their normal lives. Every Southeasterner wants federal roads to be fixed in the Southeast, which obviously anybody that knows Southeast know that the condition of the federal road. It's even Buhari that even had to shift the needle a little bit. Pre-Buhari, it was an eyesore, and Jonathan did a very terrible work, not doing absolutely anything for Southeast. Obviously, he didn't even do for South anyway. So they want these federal roads to be fixed. Why? Because when you're moving your containers, or maybe those that are into agriculture, even manufacturing, when they're moving these things, they want to be able to move it from point A to point B, move their goods and wares from Kano to Kaduna, from Ibadan to Abia and all of that, without having their trailers falling, their containers falling, or this happening or that happening, bad road, delaying supply of goods. They just want build the federal roads. Let's do our business. That's number 2. Okay. So economy, FX, the federal roads, basic infrastructure, then electricity. Let the electricity work. At least if we budget like the way Obasanjo then budget billions for electricity, those kind of things. If they budget it and electricity works for everybody. Wait, let me conclude. Let me conclude. Sorry,
let's engage you. Before you end.
Let me just conclude with list now. Then maybe you might ask any question. So I mentioned FX, very important for any basic trader. I mentioned stable economy, so that at least trade business will be going well. If you are paying salaries, teachers can go to buy clothes for their children, buy shoes for their wives and all of that. Market is going, supply and demand chain is flowing smoothly. That's what I mean by stable economy. FX, then they want the roads to be good. Lagos, Ibadan. If you are moving your goods from Lagos to Onitsha, you can move smoothly. Like Second Niger Bridge, you won't sleep 3 days on the roads and then delay your goods, and then you lose your customers. Basic things. They want electricity for a lot of them that is in manufacturing. People like saying a lot of them, they want to do their businesses because they put a lot of their sweat into it to at least see it functioning the way it does in other average African countries, which is what they want. And lastly, so just this basic, very, very basic infrastructures, not even something very train, I don't think train is in the mind of average Southeasterner now, even though everybody's suggesting about train, give us train. I think for Southeasterner, just give him the 2-lane road where his container, his normal trucks can pass to his business. It's fine, it's okay. And then last, govern with a body language that shows that everybody is part of the country. Just that body language of equity, fairness, and justice. You know what I'm saying? Just that body language, which Obasanjo showed a lot of it. So the mindset of the average Easterner, let me end with this analogy. An average Southeasterner will choose to be a friend with a poor man that has some level of equity and fairness in his mind and likes to create a level playing field. The reason why an average Southeasterner is not doesn't want to be treated better than somebody else. They always want a level playing field. Why? Because they always believe in their own personal capacity to function well in the field. So where they get agitated is where the ground is raised for some other people and then theirs is diminished. No, and they don't want theirs to be raised too for other people to be diminished. They just keep it plain. I trust my capacity to come here and play big and be good. So that's just what they want. Bring these just basic infrastructures, just create normal level playing field for everybody. The Southeasterner trust himself to be able to compete. That's just it. And they'll be happy. And the point with Tinubu, if Tinubu does these things, I can guarantee Tinubu that if these things I'm listing now, they come into stream, we see it in his government, he's going to enjoy the kind of support that Obasanjo's government enjoyed from the Southeast. He's going to be thrilled. How Southeasterners will begin
Babati,
to
can he get
attack anybody.
acceptance? Can he get acceptance from the Southeast?
That's not me talking, no, Thomas. That's Uptown.
Okay. Let me tell you why he will get acceptance, Thomas. Let me even tell you now. And I think Emeka might be able to relate. Maybe this thing is happening in Lagos too. But I was in Southeast like 2 weeks ago. So this is happening. Let me tell you. Do you know that like last week, if you come to Southeast now, in as much as Obi is still in port, and this is a secret I'm leaking to you guys, there is now waggling tongues here and there that is saying, this one Tinubu is saying he will normalize the exchange rate, he will do this thing, and maybe it will start falling. It's like this Tinubu will be good for us. So people have started saying it's like
But I told them in this platform now, they think I'm lying now. I've already told them in this platform, they think I'm lying.
Tinubu does well for the economy.
People will be arguing, Mike will be there arguing what is not necessary.
Anything that affects Southeasterners' business positively, anything, they will be like, please, this one is working for us, so nobody to tamper with it, please. They don't play with their business.
Once you affect that business,
even if
you don't now we see how they are loving Buhari now. They are loving him after giving.
We know what was happening under Buhari now.
They love now.
I have questions.
They were losing businesses.
I have questions. A lot of questions.
Uptown, let
so that's the point. Yeah.
Uptown, can you take some? Go ahead and ask the question.
All right. So I think the way I perceive you to answer the question that Babati asked you is not the same way. You are going to personal individual Southeast people. You are not talking to us as a group, as a zone. What do you people need as a zone? All the needs you've been communicating to us are something that is common to every other person. Every other region has business. Every other person has business. Everybody is affected by the economy and economic issues. We are asking as a body, as a people, what do you need? Like now, let me give you an example. If you ask me from the West, what do you need? Number one, they will tell you restructuring. If you go to South, they will tell you resource control. That means every region should be able to control.
And if you go to Southeast, they will say Biafra.
No, South, they will tell you resource control. Southwest will tell you restructuring. Restructure us, don't limit us, so that we can implement our ideas and initiatives. We are not begging for rail, train, and all of that, because we believe that if the law accommodates us to use our brains to develop our region, the more we'll go at a faster rate, because we feel we've been we've been slowed down with the pace of our growth. So what we are asking you now is, in that context, what do you need? Everybody needs good governance. Every citizen is entitled to good governance. And things you're talking about are things of good governance. So as a region, as a zone, what do you people want as a people, not as
AY,
individual citizens?
my brother AY. Hmm? You know, if I say this thing, you think maybe what I said is not enough what Southeasterner wants. If you know a typical Southeasterner, do you know in my estate in Anambra, people build houses and they put their own transformer inside their house. They're almost like a government of themselves. They build
That
their
is
own
a
road in front
function
of their
of
house.
state government, not
So
federal government. Do you
no, no,
understand?
no, no,
There are
no. I'm trying
things
to make
that
a point. I'm trying to make a point to you. The average Southeasterner believes is his own government. Now him being own government. You understand what I'm saying? He provides almost everything for himself.
It's
Now,
already a proverb
so
of uptown
yeah,
now.
so
Igwe
what
Wednesday.
they
Igwe Wednesday.
so
It's already a
yes,
proverb
so
in Igbo land.
yeah, so what a basic Southeasterner wants, if I mention it, you might think, oh no, it's too small now. There should be something more majestic
No,
that
no,
they
go
want.
ahead. Go
No,
ahead. Tell us,
it's,
please.
every Southeasterner is very simple. You see, all those goods and machineries and things they move around the country from business to business, from business trade zone to trade zone. They just want those roads to be good. They want the exchange rates to be favorable so they can trade. They
uptown.
want,
Let me
wait,
give
let
you.
me finish. Let me
Hold on.
finish. They want
Okay.
the seaports in Port Harcourt to be opened. The ones
Uptown,
that is
Uptown,
close
please,
the
by
please,
mistake,
hold
the
on.
mistake you are making.
clear the
Hold on,
goods
Uptown,
Uptown.
without
hold
facing
on,
too much
hold on,
hurdles.
please, hold on, guys, hold on. Uptown, let him rephrase it. I think he's talking about more a structural need, not
No,
Uptown,
Southeast is not a structural
let me
community.
help.
That's what
Uptown,
they
let
don't
me come in.
understand.
Let me come in. Uptown, let me come in.
It's not a
You see,
structural community.
Okay, let me tell you
They
something. Let me
just
give
want
you before Ekene talks. Uptown, let me tell you
a
before
level
Ekene talks.
playing field.
Uptown, let me tell you before Ekene talks. Let me tell you that these things you are talking about, moving goods around and all of that, they are good. But we are talking about sustainable development here. Things that you do that will make your those things sustainable. That's what we think you should be asking for. For instance, if you're telling me that okay, doing business all around the country, yes, but I can tell you in Southwest Plan, all these things are being catered for. All these things of issue of importation and all of that, there is already a plan in the Southwest to ensure that there is sustainable production for self-sufficiency in the Western region. There is provision for that already in the blueprint and in the plan. Now, so I'm trying to ask you now that government is not I acknowledge that you people can do things for yourself, but that doesn't make it the right attitude or perspective to governance. I agree that some of your rich guys can buy transformer for themselves and communities, but that's not the perspective to governance. Because one of the things you've been talking to me and I've been hearing are the fact that your elites in the Southeast do not understand the ABC of governance. Some of the complaints of road, of electricity, of these things are things that your local or state government ought to be on top of and to bring initiatives that will allow business to thrive. So if you are
no, this local road you are talking about. Nobody is even
no
looking
no
at
no so so
is
no look,
nobody's even looking at
okay, let
is
me
even
give you an
looking at the
example. Let me
government
give you
or
an
local
example.
government
Let me
to
give
do
you
it.
an example.
Most
Araya
of this,
Market.
I want to tell you that most of these roads are done by individual in the southeast. Most of these
So it is your
inside village
government,
roads
it is your local
are done by
governance.
individuals in the southeast.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's
So
your
once you give
local
them that
government.
privilege, once you give them that privilege, they will do
Wait,
more of those things. That is what Uptown is trying to let you know. When you give them
let me
that
add to
privilege,
what
they will do
Ekene
more
said.
of it for themselves.
Let me add to what Ekene said. Because of how Nigeria has treated Southeast over the years, they have been built in a kind of personal capacity to even take on the roles of government. So now,
Okay,
an
Well, how did
average
Nigeria treat
Southeasterner
us
now,
over the
wait.
years?
an
Ekene,
average Southeasterner now, let me
uptown,
tell you,
uptown. It's not a
remember, wait, I'm coming, wait,
justification.
AY,
Listen,
wait, let me just make this point before you just ask me.
You can't say the way they treat Southeast over the years and not
Remember,
tell us how they treat Southeast over the years.
Mike,
remember,
Mike,
What you are
my
telling us.
question is
So
AY,
yes.
we can understand what you are
remember,
telling us.
wait, AY, remember that this region was brought to dust after the Civil War. Originally, normally, by normal calculation, they shouldn't get to where they are now in just a space of that years again to build back to what they are now.
They
So that
Why
should.
do you
shows,
say that? Why do you say
yeah,
that?
that's what I'm saying.
That's
So
wrong.
now,
Because if you look at history, a lot was done for that part of the country to also get up. You can't say because their leaders were giving
with the
money.
£2,
Some
like
of the
what
wait,
was
No,
done, like
listen,
the
go.
listen,
£2 or what?
hold on,
Or
uptown,
maybe the
listen,
£5.
listen. Some of their billionaires that you people call billionaires today were had friends in government. People like Iwanyanwu, they were able to come back to their feet by friends they had in government that had gave them contracts and oil licenses. So you
Who is
cannot
gonna get
say,
who got
wait,
contracts more
listen,
than
hold on,
Northerners?
hold
You know,
on.
I will debunk this. We all start with
I'm
Uptown,
debunk,
can I, Uptown, can I help you a
that thing
little
is a
bit?
debunking,
blatant
Let me
lie.
say something. Let
uptown,
me
I'm
say something,
debunking
AY. Let me say
They're
something,
not even talking
AY.
about Iwanyan.
Ekene,
We are talking about
hold on.
the
One mic.
generality.
Oh, can you hold on?
My
Let
my, my 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 dad didn't get any
Uptown, let me
contract in
finish,
many
let me
ways.
finish,
can you
let me
hold on?
finish, let me
Let
finish.
AY finish, please.
Let me
Let
finish.
AY finish.
So I'm debunking some of the things. Some of the people that had their monies, their investment in other part of the regions, west, there were stories and there were records that when they came back, they gave them back all the money that they gave them saved and gave them back their properties to go back to at least closest to their initial states. Because if you are saying that they came back
Okay,
with
so what about the
like that,
region?
hold
Who
on,
rebuilt the
listen,
region? Was the
listen,
region
Go on
rebuilt?
deep. Go on deep.
Can we,
listen,
When
I'm
we
guys,
coming,
rebuilt the
I'm
guys,
coming.
region?
guys, wait, please, wait. Can we clarify something with the Uptown, Rico? Uptown. So, are you
Yeah.
saying, just to clarify with you, they made a position that the South wants resource control, Southwest wants like they have to have their own region.
Restructuring,
They
proper
have their own. So, in your own region, are you proposing more federal presence or leaving you alone to develop at your own pace? We're trying to.
What
Okay,
is tell
okay, okay.
he
Okay,
asking
let
what
me
he will
answer that
tell you is
directly.
Mike,
he wants
Mike,
to
Okay,
put in
let me
Port
answer that
Harcourt.
Mike,
directly.
hold on. Let him clarify. Do you
Is
Let me
want?
Port
answer that
Harcourt
directly.
southeast?
Do you want? I no, your own 5 states right now.
Mm.
Do you want some form of independent autonomy, or do you want a more federal presence to build that place up?
Originally, because they will want those federal presence that was withdrawn or was lacking to at least be made up
Exactly.
for.
Now you are talking.
Now we are getting to the point.
Now you are
So
You get what I'm
getting
saying?
what we
So
want.
the
We are
idea
getting.
is for
Now you are talking.
so that's the point I'm making. So to be made up for, so that at least let there be level playing. They're not saying give us more than other regions. No, just let it be normal like
Now,
every other
okay,
person, and
uptown.
then we
So
can compete. We are
what?
fine. It's
What?
okay.
Now
And
what
what do
you are
you
saying?
want exactly in your region?
No, 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 Mike. I can get. I'm going to somewhere
Okay,
now. I
okay,
can get
okay.
now. What you are saying is you want more federal presence that will pull industry markets to your region, and I think that's
Yes.
one of the things
No,
Mike.
no. Hey, you are wrong. It's not a government that
Open
push
up,
Wait,
open up the
industry in the region.
seaports.
wait.
That's
See,
what.
see.
Niger.
But
Let me say this.
where are they going to put that seaport in southeast?
What?
Open up the
See,
seaports
Mike,
close to southeast. They
No,
want
uptown,
the
no,
south
uptown,
south.
uptown,
The Port
uptown.
Harcourt.
Nobody,
no.
federal
We're
government.
asking about southeast. Don't tell us
No,
what you want
Mike,
to
Mike,
rebuild the
Mike,
south south.
uptown, uptown. Federal government is not responsible for seaports. Listen and listen well. State government go ahead to look for investors. Federal government will only invest 5% and give you license. Then, if your state government wants to invest, they will invest their own quota. Then the investors will complete it. So
Why? Besides that, they don't have sea in the southeast now. Where are they
no,
going to put a seaport?
I don't care about no, I don't even care about that. So if you are saying federal government should come and build seaport for you, or to tell you to open seaport and all of that, you will cry from now to tomorrow.
We are not
That is the way
opening
it is.
seaports. We have seaports in Nigeria. See the point I'm trying to make.
So who told you they are not working? Is Bonny Seaport not working?
Let me
Currently
tell
now
So,
you.
Bonny Deep Seaport is
No, no, that bunny is not Igbo. It's not
AY,
southeast. AY, you don't know what AY. You
AY,
need to know what you're talking
hold
about.
on, guys,
no no
hold on.
no no no
AY,
no.
hold on, please. AY, hold on, please. So, Uptown, for you to have that federal presence, that means
Yeah.
the power will still stay in the center, which everybody's trying to get away from. Because people are trying to move towards some kind of independence of the states and regions. But for you
Yes.
to still propose having federal investment in your own region,
Mm.
that means the power will still remain in Abuja for you to get those resources, as opposed to you finding a way to come together
Okay.
to build your own, to build your own region. So
Yeah.
we're trying to figure
See
out
how it is.
going with this. I'm asking just to clarify,
Mm.
not
Okay.
not trying to label anything, just trying to
No.
clarify.
I understand your question.
All right.
So when you're talking about federal presence, yeah, I'm talking about according to our situation today. You know what I'm saying? What we're talking about is where we want to go to, but we're not there yet. But if we have agreed at last to restructure, you get what I'm saying? I'm sure the Southeasterners also want that. But then it's not forthcoming. It's not been forthcoming. But
So
if
it mix,
finally,
so a mixture of both, where you feel
yes. So if
federal
so, it
and
depends on.
okay.
See, the thing is that over the years, two things are not happening. Restructuring is not happening. Federal presence is not happening. You get the point? So none of both. You get what I'm saying?
But you're
My
not giving
own is
us
that
what is federal, specifically what that federal president is. We don't know. The word federal president is just broad. Can you specifically what's the federal president? And you give an
I'm sure
example of
Babati
seaport.
brought the
Because
word,
there
so
are
maybe you
You,
can
factors.
wait,
pronounce it
wait,
out
hey,
for
why, chill out,
since
man.
you don't
You
know
give an
about it.
example of seaport, and we're asking you where are they going to put the seaport, and you're talking about south. But the question they ask you, what do you want in southeast? You can't be telling us to be putting seaport in south.
No, you didn't
If,
say
if,
what. No. The question was, what does the Southeasterner want, not what
exactly,
we
but then
want
you're
in the
telling us that
South.
you want government to put seaports in Port Harcourt, which is south. That's not southeast.
Get the
Exactly.
point I'm
Yeah,
saying
that's true.
now? Like, Omo, they,
Even
guy,
if
It's
the
simple
Southeast
now.
want to,
this is
if
the
the
point.
Southeast
When
want a seaport
it's
in
like you
the
ask us,
They
wait, it's
didn't
like you
if
ask
the
us.
if the Southeast want to use a seaport in the Port Harcourt, is anything bad there? Port
Well,
Pharcourt is not far from
The
they are
Southeast
not
Ghana
now.
is the
breaking
one
up.
that
The
wait.
country
South.
is not
Let me
breaking
answer
up.
that.
The question you are asking.
Let me answer that. If you want seaport in Port Harcourt that work for you, you need to go and tell the Port Harcourt, the South people to be agitate for seaport. It's not you to now be coming to be agitating
Why
for
are they
something
going
that
to
doesn't a
agitate
region
for
that's not your
Nigerian
own. It's like
seaports?
wait. It's like me in the Southwest.
No, any Nigerian
Are you
can
chill out
agitate
now?
for
I'm
it.
sorry. Hold on. You your made a comment that what does Southwest
You
want?
know what is close to you. That is
Everything.
when
Wait,
when I
bros,
talk
now
about
allow me, please.
when I talk
Allow
about
me. Allow me.
You are just
Allow me.
sounding
let me say
hasty.
some let me
Any
say something.
Nigerian
When
can
I talk
It's
about
agitate for
like
breaking up,
anything
wait.
in Nigeria.
You guys have to allow me to talk. Babati
when I
or
talk about when I talk about
Thomas,
breaking
you
up,
got to control this,
Guys,
man.
please wait. Let Mike finish, then the Kini can go next.
I mean, exactly.
Yes,
It's
please.
like you go agitating for Yoruba Nation, and they ask, okay, what do you want? And they begin to list something you want to be done in Sokoto that will make his life better as a Yoruba man. And you're telling me that's why I want to succeed? Because you need
Yes, he
some,
can.
it doesn't make sense. No, you
If
need
that
to
makes
tell me.
his life
No, the
better,
question they will ask
he
you is
should
no,
be able to do
wait,
that.
bros, allow me now. Just told you, allow me. The
It's a
question on the
Nigerian
floor,
question now. It's not Yoruba nation.
but you have to allow me to stop now. It's like
Uptown,
I don't know, I don't know why you guys always do this game, man. Just
Mike, can you just keep it brief so that they can respond to your?
in fact, if they allow me, that will be brief. Well, it's like
Please.
before I say a sentence, it just stop jumping.
Okay, go ahead,
The
please.
question on the floor is, what does Southeast want? What does Southwest want? What does Sasa? What does who want? And I told you, Southwest specifically said they want this. India and everything they want is in their region. South say we want this, and everything they want is pointing to something in their region. But when they ask you what does Southeast want, you don't tell us specifically what that thing is. You give us something like federal president. They'll say, okay, what federal president do you want? And then you tell us seaports. And they say, what do you want in seaport? And then you point at a place in the south. Is that the question is what do you want in southeast? No, in the south.
Okay, can
okay,
you
can I
respond now?
respond to you?
Okay, can you go ahead and respond to what Mike just said? Yeah.
I want to pick it up from the issue of seaport in the reverse. And you see, when you talk about when you talk about the issue of Southeast having their own state, their own nation, which I told you in the beginning that if you look at the geography of the Southeast very well, to be very sincere, you should be able to know that the Southeast need Nigeria more than Nigeria need them. So to debunk the rumors of secession and all that, any sincere Nigeria can just look into that geography and know that Southeast need Nigeria more than Nigeria. Because
That is why
when you talk about this issue of
that is why the average Southeasterner wants several other parts of Nigeria to succeed
yes
and
to
do well.
succeed
That's what I'm
and do
telling you.
well.
Southeasterners are
So
interwoven into Nigeria.
when a Southeasterner is talking about presidency and people are bringing in issue of IPOB and Biafra of India, I find it so ridiculous because an enlightened Southeasterner understand this very well. This narrative that I'm giving to you, that no Southeasterner need Nigeria more than Nigeria need them. Okay, just look at the issue of this seaport now you're talking about. The only seaport close to Southeast that the Southeast will need, if you really want to persuade them, or is the Port Harcourt and the other seaport in the South.
Port Harcourt seaport is working.
Yeah.
Port Harcourt seaport is working.
No, whether it's working or not, whether it's working
deep
or not
seaport.
working. No,
Europe
but what
really needs a
the
deep
point I'm
seaport.
trying to make here,
Deep seaport.
the point I'm trying to make here is the reason why the Southeast need Nigeria more, so that people will not be talking about that secession whenever a Southeasterner come up to run for an election. You understand? So
the summary of your point, Ekene, is that Southeasterner wants anything that will develop parts of Nigeria because they benefit from all parts of Nigeria. That's the point.
Or every part of Nigeria. That is why you see them everywhere.
Wants Kano to work. A Southeasterner wants Kaduna to work because
they want
Lagos to work.
Okay,
they want Port Harcourt to work. They want Anambra to work. They want Delta to work.
Up and wait, guys.
Because somehow their businesses are there. They also
somehow their region is somehow. Their region is somehow because they cannot get everything.
I don't know.
When you're talking about this agriculture now, okay, let me come to the issue of agriculture. When you're talking about the issue of agriculture now,
Uptown,
when you're talking about the issue of
Uptown, hold on.
Uptown, let me put out this suggestion now. When you talk about the issue of agriculture now, where is the land in the Southeast? They still need the North. The North, even if a Southeasterner wants to do a very good agriculture now, that has money, he needs to go to the North to acquire a very big land.
Has a lot of cattle this thing in the North. A lot of them has big cattle business.
Many of them are doing cattle ranching in the North,
agricultural businesses,
agricultural products.
Guys, Ekene, wait. Let me just, because you two are our main guests now, and we are kind of interviewing you guys and interacting too. So let me ask you guys, as a Yoruba person, Mike and other people from all parts of the country, you said things that will attract you to my own part of the country. What will attract me to want to come and invest in your own part of the country? Because we are all Nigerians, right?
Wait.
Let me finish the question. What will your own leaders do that I would say, you know what, I want to come and live in the Southeast as a Yoruba person? What will attract me there? What can you do structurally to attract non-Igbos to come to Igbo land to invest?
What will attract the non-Igbo? What will, as a Yoruba man, to come to the Southeast?
You said they have land in the North. You can invest. You are making examples of why you need Nigerian more. Because we are all Nigerians. And I'm saying that it's because of what they've done in terms of their own state or in their own region. What are your own leaders planning to do? Let me give you an example. When they proposed this so-called bill for electricity and train, what did the Southwest do? They had a done agenda where they came and say, okay, we're gonna have our own power together. We're gonna have our own rail system. You know how the South feels about oil and gas and whatever.
Yeah.
In your own region, what are you guys doing collectively that I would say, look at what they're doing over there. I want to go there and invest there. What is that thing that you collectively are doing that will attract other people to come to your own region?
Okay, you mean the Southeast leaders, maybe our governors, what they're doing particularly to develop the Southeast to make it more attractive for other people to come in.
Come there, yes.
Yeah, the point I will make there is this. You see, one of the problem I always say here in the Southeast is leadership. But in terms of personal relationship, any Southeasterner can relate with anybody. Do you understand what I mean? But in terms of that leadership, I can tell you, you can come to the South, you see train, you can go to the North, you see good roads. Federal roads are okay. At least forget that there are much poverty there, but they have more infrastructure that is very attractive than the Southeast. The same thing more to the Southwest, especially in Lagos and every other part of the country. But
can I add?
When you come to the Southeast, it's very, starting from our federal road, it's a shamble. It's only this second Niger bridge now. But other federal roads, if you go there, maybe you say you have a business, you want to open an importation business, and you can transport your goods from Lagos to Onitsha, or you want to start a spare part business in Nnewi, you want to buy goods from Lagos to Onitsha. If you travel through that those federal roads, man, nobody will tell you to relax in Lagos and do your business. Do you understand what I mean? Nobody would tell you, because you wouldn't want to risk your container in those dangerous roads. So except when they begin to put those things in order, it will be more attractive for Yoruba man to say, I want to come to main market and do clothing business, because that's majorly what they do there. I want to go to Aba. Because when you talk about Aba now, you know the situation of Aba. Aba is a very industrial area that anybody from Nigeria can come, and if you have an idea to open maybe a shoe factory, clothing factory, it's even good for export. From there to for export is
People
very easy.
come from from African countries to Aba to buy
But when you
and
go there as a
export to their
Nigeria,
country.
when you go there as a Nigeria, you as a Southwest to go, if you cannot, the environment is not it's not conducive. So when you see this,
we all have to admit that federal
when you
roads
see this,
across the country was abandoned by the military government.
yeah.
I think one of the things I'm struggling to find out now is, and which is why we, from analysis, in-depth analysis, is over the years, I think the Southeast have not been clear with what they want. And because of poor leadership, they are not clear with what they want. One, because they've not thoroughly analyzed their comparative advantage, regional comparative
But
advantage.
wait, where they never even build road for you, which comparative advantage
On
again?
now,
Let me
let me
let me
You have
finish.
not
jump in.
even
Let
done
me
the
finish.
basic.
Let me say something for a
You have not even
second.
done the
Let me finish.
basic one. You are talking about
Let,
comparative.
Uptown, uptown. Let me
AY, give me a
finish.
second to say something. One thing we all have to admit is that the federal roads all over the country are all abandoned since the military took over.
Thank you. Thank you
Since
for
that,
that,
the entire
Mike.
military era, federal roads were
Yes.
abandoned. And even when Obasanjo came in, he still didn't do anything about federal roads everywhere in the country. This is not just whether I southeast or southwest. Good luck started kind of work a little bit, but the first time where we can see federal road were touched and started worked on all over the country was this Buhari administration. And I met this and I say, wow, one thing I can say Buhari did was he started working on the federal roads in their region as well. And Lagos Ibadan Express Road was just worked on. It was just built, fixed by this Buhari administration. It's been jacked up since the first military coup. So if we want to talk about federal government abandoning
Mike,
roads,
can I
let's
ask?
not make it a regional thing. It's the whole country. Now, ever roads,
Mike,
he
Mike,
mentioned somewhere. Let me land now. Let me land. You guys should allow somewhere. When people say you went to somewhere north or went to Lagos or somewhere, they see infrastructure. Anyone you see, those are state roads. It's the state government that have done something.
How
When they're
many
doing
how
work
many federal
until
roads were abandoned in Lagos?
how many what?
How many federal roads
Yeah,
were abandoned in Lagos?
any federal roads in that southwest were abandoned. This Lagos about the express road was just fixed by
How many federal Lagos is a state? I asked you a particular question. How many federal roads were abandoned in Lagos State?
almost all. Should I
all
start to
federal.
tell you
There's
the
no
ones that
single
they fixed
federal
during
thing
Buhari's
that was
period?
a federal road fixed in the southwest, the entire southwest. Most roads in Lagos are state roads, and it's a
Oh,
state government that fixed it.
the
The
point
Lagos
the,
Ibadan Express Road was the only. Even when Fashola was fixing everything, people were asking him, "Why you not touching this all these roads?" He said, "Those are federal roads." It was until Buhari came in that they started. We saw work being done on it, and I thought it was only southwest. And I began to do my inquiry, and people were telling me even in their own region, federal roads are being fixed by Buhari. And that's one thing we have to give to him. So now, when we want to complain about federal rule being abandoned, federal government abandoning stuff, it's the entire 36 years of military rule because those soldiers didn't know nothing about development. They were just doing coup, overthrowing each other just to chop money. So the whole country was abandoned. So it frustrates me when Southeasterners keep saying Nigeria marginalized them, they didn't fix their road and things. It's the whole country.
Mike, any analyst you talk to in the political space today, even the ones that are not from Southeast, will admit to you that in as much as we have infrastructure deficit in the country, that the case with Southeast is not just that infrastructure deficit, is a complete neglect.
by the state
completely
government.
by the
The
federal government.
Southeastern state governors were terrible.
Mike,
It's a,
what
it,
uptown is
the one in
if you
southeast is
engage any
another level.
politician,
Don't
they
worry.
admit that.
I just
They
mentioned to you
admit
all
that
Even
federal
themselves.
normal
roads were
politicians, they
abandoned in the
admit
country,
it.
so there's nothing else we can argue.
No, Mike,
They even
Mike,
admit it
let me give you
that southeast is
statistics.
abandoned
Let me give
majorly.
The
you
state roads
let me
that
give
were not
statistics.
fixed is the state government. Sorry. Thank
Mike,
you.
can you let AY go ahead so that
Okay.
can respond to his
No, the problem is I've analyzed everything you said. Everything. The first problem Southeast has is leadership. And their leadership have not been able to come together to harness their what we call their comparative advantage enough to be able to negotiate what they really want to move their region forward. Now, first thing is they think the answer to the problem is, oh, fix federal roads, fix this, fix that. The problem is not fixing. We're talking about visionary leadership. If you fix a road today, the road will spoil in some years to come. At least it has expiry date, right? So even if there is economic activities, it's not really fixing road, fixing this is not really sustainable development. Now, when we talk about things like when we were agitating, at least the Southwest was agitating for electricity, decentralized things, when we say restructure things, decentralize things, what we're asking for is sustainable leadership in such a way that we can hold our local and state government to account on the basic things of governance,
No, what you're saying is the
education,
same thing I'm saying.
health, and
AY.
all of that. No, listen, I'm coming.
You know, I mentioned the electricity.
When
You were
South
just
South
going into
asks for, listen,
details.
let me finish. When South asks for, okay, we need resource allocation, they want to be able to use what they have to advance their progress. Now, the Southeast comes, oh, we need this. I was even expecting that you people will start talking about looking at things in your region, resources in your region, and how to for the government to assist you with industrial zones, right? That will support the activities.
Individuals are doing
Yeah,
all that.
yes.
AY.
No, no,
AY.
no, no,
You still don't understand it.
no. Uptown wait. He's asking about like policies specifically targeted towards
But
Exactly.
investment.
I've already said that now. I said that in
That
the
one
course
is
of this
under
discussion now.
No,
But
so
see,
that one
didn't
is
I say
under
it in
the
the course of this? I
Right.
talk about
economy now. See the point. See the point.
good
I think
exchange rate and
see what is causing the chasm. See what is causing
Can you wait?
a
Okay.
disadvantage,
Can
and
you
that
wait?
is why I took my time in the beginning to
so
explain.
because let me tell you something.
No,
Again,
AY. I understand
Upton,
you.
let
I
me
understand what you're
finish.
saying, my
No,
guy.
you don't understand what I'm saying.
No, I
Because let
understand
me
what you're
finish what
saying.
I'm
Trust
saying.
me, I do.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Uptown
Let me
wait.
finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because
AY, can you rephrase that so that it can then respond to your?
okay, so because if you know where I'm going with these economic policies, you will understand that um, the normal business transaction of basic transaction in Southeast of importation and all of that is about to is facing away little by little because now what everybody wants to start going into is production. Any Igbo man having an interest in importation or wants to import this so that people can consume is gradually fading away. And transactional business,
I disagree with you on
I'm
that.
going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. You think
No, you
the
cannot say importation is fading away.
I said
The reason is this.
grad
Even China is still
importation,
importing.
listen,
Can
importation for
you wait?
consumption.
Let him finish
You
so he can
don't know,
respond.
I'm telling you from the policy, importation for consumption is not really what we will go, every region is planning to go into anymore. Everybody is trying to produce the activity for their consumption, then exportation.
No,
So
see the
now,
point, AY.
so
See,
fine, I want to give you
See the
Elton,
point.
let me tell you something about the
If you
importation
watch
reference he's
AY,
making.
if you watch, do you know how Innocent started? You know, he started as an importer, right? A trader.
Imbodi
If you
was
know
not. It
how,
was it was a mechanic, auto mechanic. Then it transformed, and it transformed, and it transformed, and it transformed.
Don't worry, it's from my village now. It's from my it's my kinsman. He won't tell me his business more than I can tell you. He was an importer. So he imports spare parts as well and a lot of things, whatever.
Motorcycle,
He majorly
tube and tire.
he majorly transitioned into manufacturing under Peter Obi's administration, where he
But
moved
often,
to
do you know that his major manufacturing this thing was rubber, all these
Plastics.
GT
Yes,
tank,
plastics.
plastic and all. He
Tanks,
has
yes,
a very
plastics and
big
stuff.
factory in Enugu State. Before
I
even
think it's one of the
people
biggest
don't even talk
manufacturers
about
of
that
plastics
thing.
in Nigeria. Yeah, I mean the car is
Most of
overshadowing
the
that.
plastic in Nigeria, he's the one that produces it.
Yeah, true.
And the factory is here.
So, to the this thing. So the point I'm trying to make, I'm from Nnewi. Nnewi is the most industrialized single town in Nigeria. I
It's a
think so.
lie. It's a lie.
I
Stop
didn't say
that.
state.
It's
I
not
said
states.
a town
So
in a state.
let me tell you. No, no, uptown, stop it. Factories in the
No, you can
world
tell
in
me another
Nigeria,
industrial,
number of
more
factories in the
industrialized
world in
town
Nigeria
in
is not
Nigeria.
the highest
AY,
number of
wait.
factories in Nigeria is not in Southeast.
AY, hold on. Let
Well,
him.
which other part of the country is more
No,
industrialized than Nnewi?
Ekene, hold on, please. Let Uptown tell us why a city is the most. Then you can reply. Let him give us facts from his own perspective first. Then we can respond.
I want you to give me
Babati, I
facts.
think Ogun State is the most
Ogun State is the
industrialized.
most
But
industrialized
let him
state
know
in
what
the
guys.
country.
AY Nisuru. Let him tell us why. Then you can then respond now. Uptown
Okay,
can tell us why
thank
now.
you.
First, please.
So again, let me repeat what I said.
Give us facts. Give us numbers.
The last time I checked, Anambra is like fourth most industrialized state in Nigeria. Fourth. The last time I checked the statistics. But what I said earlier was that Nnewi is the most industrialized single town on its own in a Nigerian state. Now, if you come to Nnewi,
Hope you know Songota is a town, right?
I'm coming. When you come to Nnewi is called the Japan of Africa because when you come to Nnewi, a 17-year-old that is just leaving, or 16 years old that is just leaving secondary school, his mind is immediately going to how to convert his room and his sister's room to either pure water manufacturing or this manufacturing or that manufacturing. So if his mind is not going there, he's going immediately to production of this and that and that. Whether it's Ibeto, whether it's the best wire in Africa. The best wire
Nnewi
in
actually
Africa is
stopped the
Kutis.
importation of tube and tire in Nigeria.
Yes, yeah.
They now produce it in
whether it's manufacturing of plastic, whether it's Tommy noodles, they're all in Nnewi, Beto, whether it's Kutis, wire, cable, and all these things are manufactured in Nnewi. So Nnewi is so condensed with manufacturing that if I go back to my father's house, I don't know the way to my father's compound. Why? Because factories have blocked all the entire road. I'm not saying houses. There are more factories in Nnewi than houses. Ask anybody from my town.
So why you not living in NA then?
Uptown.
They don't live in. They live in.
Thank you.
They
Wait. I
live
love
in
that.
Enugu.
I
You are
love that
not. You are
question.
backing what you are saying with sentiment. I'm telling you.
Wait,
Give me
I love that
facts.
question. Wait, let
I'm
me answer
telling
that
you,
guy.
Ota
No,
is
wait.
industrialized. Agbara side is more industrialized than Inewi. Tell me
No,
anything.
wait. Let me answer the guy. There's a guy that asked me why am I
We
not
don't.
living.
The thing is, we don't know the facts. The thing is, when you guys tell us things, we can't just buy. You know. Another
Uptown.
thing, you say they call
You
you
can
Japan
ask and check.
of Africa. By who? I never.
Uptown.
Are
Wait,
you
guys.
calling yourself Japan of Africa, or people are
Mike,
calling
wait.
you Japan of
I said
Africa?
it's called.
Mike,
I
wait.
didn't say it is. I said it's
Japan of
called. That's
Africa,
just
not
what I said. So
Japan.
Uptown, you must give us some facts, some numbers to back that claim up. If you say your Inewi has this and that, tell us some figures that we can use to at least to back that fact that it's indeed the biggest. Because I'm from Ogun State and I'm like, I don't know about what you're saying. So if you can tell us some numbers, then we can look into that.
With the level of manufacturing industries in Anambra, I could have just come out and in the thing and claim this platform and Anambra is the most industrialized state in Nigeria. But I didn't because I checked that on the debt statistics and I found that it's fourth most industrialized in the country. Fourth. And I said that clearly in the platform. If I say Nnewi is the most industrialized single town, which I've also seen in a statistic somewhere, somebody that has it and maybe knows another one can just say, okay, this is another one because of this and this, or this is a statistic that shows that this other one is more condensed with more industries and manufacturing than Nnewi. That's fine.
Okay.
So, guys, can I quickly say
I
something,
was
please?
specific with manufacturing, but the question I wanted to quickly answer was someone asked me why don't I stay in Nnewi, and I wanted to make a comment on that before to add to what Ekene was saying earlier about
Just,
the
no, just
typical.
ignore that. Don't worry about that. It doesn't matter. Don't.
No. It answers a particular comment I wanted to make earlier that I
That was
forgot.
not necessary. But
So a typical Anambra person is almost like a sojourner. Do you know that even as industrialized as Nnewi is, most of people that live in Nnewi today are not from Nnewi. Now, most of people from Nnewi has left
They live in
to
Enugu.
guys
I live.
to go to Enugu, to go to Onitsha, to go to Lagos. So most of the if you come to
This
Onitsha,
ain't
wait,
nothing. Ain't nothing. Them. Their residence is in Enugu State.
yes.
This is not,
Now, if
most
you
of
come
those
to
below that is in Enugu.
wait, I'm driving at a point. Okay, wait, let me just land on it. If you come to Onitsha, with how commercial Onitsha is, most of people living in Onitsha are not from Onitsha. Now, most of people from Onitsha are in other places in the north, in the UK, Lagos, and some other places. Now, the point I'm trying to make for you is the typical Igbo man, and there's a culture in Igbo land. They say "Nwoke tolu opono 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 no." So opona ama, yes. So what it means is
You go
that
outside and look for your destiny and
yes.
come
So
back.
what it means is that the typical Igbo man has a mentality that even if I am in the most functioning part of my home, there is this thing about going to another land different from my land. Now, if I even see an Igbo man living in Newi, an industrialized Newi, and going to a Medugri, a part of Medugri that is less industrialized, to build, because he doesn't think he
Well,
should be
you're
in the.
contradicting yourself a lot, man. Because earlier you told us the reason you're
Now,
leaving your area is because federal government didn't develop it. Now you're telling us that it's your culture to leave your area. You know this
I told you that I'm
contradiction.
living.
I don't know.
Uptown told you that we are living because federal government did develop it. What are you saying? When did I say that?
Listen, Opta, can I quickly say something, please?
Please go ahead.
hey, go ahead.
Thank you very much. This I've listened because I'm just going to be 5 minutes or so. This idea, and I think somebody have already said this before. When they keep talking about federal government presence, and federal government presence, I want people to understand that the lack of federal government presence is not only in the southeast; it's across the country. It's everywhere across the country. So if when you say this and people travel, people are trying to use the federal road to go to their places, and they are traveling on a very bad road. Those people, they will look at you and say, "What's this guy saying?" I don't understand, because in some part of Nigeria, what we need to understand is that majority of the things that affect our life, 90% plus, are supposed to be provided by our state governments, our local government. So, like, you're talking about the industries in a way, and you're talking about situation whereby you cannot even get access to your father's compound and stuff like that. Okay, good leadership would have told them that, look, they need to start creating industrial estates and move those industrialization into a different separate locations, instead of them building factories in their father's bedroom, in their mother's bedroom.
Obi
So
did that.
that you have residential area and you have industrial area. So you wouldn't have this situation whereby you said, oh, people are using their rooms and bedroom, and
That's what I'm saying.
in that circumstances, they will be able to channel infrastructure such as electricity and good roads into those industrial complexes. It will make it easier. So all this idea of just saying there's no federal government presence, there's no federal government presence. My brother,
No.
hold on one
Yeah.
second. When you see, all Jews Lokalu was crying the other day that Nigeria is not fair, and this is what this politician do. This is what they do. When Obasanjo was the president, all the entire Obasanjo presidency, the Senate presidency was in the Southeast. It was almost like an inheritance at that time. But when we make this argument, we have to understand that majority, you and I, uptown, majority of our lifetime, I don't know how old you are, or even I'll probably say I grew up well in majority during the military era, right? And I saw a lot of bastardization of the economy, of infrastructure, whereby they don't even care about grading roads or doing anything. So if you put into consideration the democratic dispensation from 1999 to date, how do you come about this marginalization? I'm still wondering. How do you make it that some part of the country have been marginalized? Everybody, look, uptown. I told somebody last time, the marginalization that we face in Nigeria is between the elite and the ordinary citizen. There is no one region that is benefiting from our current leadership. We have an elite problem. Until that problem is solved, whether you are in the southeast, the southwest, the north, everybody is suffering. Everybody is going through it. No, there's no part of Nigeria that you go today that you say looks like Dubai, that you say they have all the best road in Nigeria. There's no way. You go to some part of the north, you'll be surprised. Even if you go to Katsina State, where Buhari comes from, you'll be surprised how poor that place is. So for me, I think we have to understand the fight, the battle at hand. The battle is between the elite and the ordinary and
The,
average Nigerians. That is the
the
biggest challenge that we
progressive,
have.
the progressive. I want to thank you very. I want to
Mr.
thank you very much for what you said.
I want to
I
say
disagree with
something.
one or two, but then I like the points where you said we have an elite problem. And anybody that has listened to me in this platform before has heard me say a lot of things that some of my Southeastern brother might not want to hear. Things like Buhari did better for Southeast than Goodluck Jonathan. A lot of people don't want to hear that, but that is true. But the point I'm making is, I support you where you called out the Southeastern politicians. When we talk about marginalization, people used to think people are talking about you're marginalized by Yorubas, marginalized by Hausas. No, it's basically marginalized by the federal government. Now, when we talk
No,
about that
that's
federal
what a lot
government,
of them say. I'm sorry.
when we're talking about that government, we are not exempting our Southeast elite. They are part of it, and that is why you see that an average Southeasterner has problem with almost all our opposition, whether it's Namani, whether it's Ekweremadu, whether it's Ojuzo. Every Southeasterner have problem with them. So when they're talking about marginalization, Southeasterners is not saying, no, our politicians are butter and bread, though, they're not marginalizing, it's Hausa or Europe. No, no, no. It is you guys in the leadership of the government. Both the Yoruba person there, both the Hausa person there, both the Fulani person there, both the Anambra person there, both the Enugu person there. You guys are marginalizing the region. That is the problem. So that's why I agree with what you said, that we have an elite problem. We have an elite problem in
So
Nigeria,
that it was that not
where
the
there is
reason?
an
What
elite
is it?
consensus.
Uptown,
I'm
is
coming.
it so? Is it that isn't that the reason why we should continue to agitate for restructuring rather than any form of separation?
I think everybody. No, I think
Mr.
everybody
Progressive,
is.
the
I think
point here is this.
everybody
The point here is this.
is
The
together
point here is this.
in
When we came here,
restructuring. Can I continue?
when we
Uptown, wait.
came here,
Uptown, wait, please.
the question a question was asked. What did the Southeasterner want
True. Thank you,
from
Ekene.
Tinubu?
The question was specific.
The question was specific, and that is why you are getting the answer you are getting from Uptown and me.
Yeah,
You understand?
listen, my brother, every Southeasterner
If you ask me what
look,
Nigeria need now, trust
every
me, I can list
Southeasterners
for you.
wants the same thing that an Edoma wants, that a Yoruba man wants. Listen, do you think
Thank
because
you.
I'm not saying that. I'm not
This
saying
is
that
the
every
time
other
you have
region didn't
filled
want
it.
it.
You have
I'm saying
filled
that
everything.
a question was thrown to us as a Southeasterner
yeah,
because
that's what
of
I'm saying.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying. That
Progressive,
when
you
you
have
want to
filled
talk
it.
about other religion,
that thing that
maybe
you think you
and
want,
the question will be thrown to you also. What did your own
that
region want from
that thing
Tinubu
that
government?
that thing that you think you want, right? That you think you are not getting in Enugu or Anambra. If you go to Ekiti or you go to Zamfara,
That is
it
what
is
we are
still the
saying.
same problem
Progressive,
there.
progressive. Both of us, we are actually saying the same thing. The earlier you understand that we're saying the same thing. That is why the only reason why I say Southeast need this is because the question was tailored to
The
Southeast.
question was
If you
asked,
didn't
what
tailor
did the
it to
Southeast
Southeast,
want? It's
I would
just
Okay,
have
like we are
comfortably
discussing
told
They
Southeast.
you.
want presidency.
guys,
I would have comfortably told you that
let's wait.
every single thing I'm going to list for you is what we need as
What will make the
Nigerians.
Southeast happy?
Okay,
So is it
Presidency.
So basically,
Wait.
the ordinary Southeasterner,
Uptown, wait, please.
literally wants things to change across the country.
Right.
Exactly. That
I
is it.
So that
Look,
is
we
the
are all
point.
fighting for
That
the
is
same thing.
that
No,
is
no,
the
no, no,
soul
no.
of it.
No, they want presidency.
Uptown, wait. Uptown, wait, please. Diwali, please. Before Diwali comes in. Earlier on, I asked him. I said other regions, South. I'm sure progressive from the South. They want resource control or some form of it. Southwest wants regional government, and I asked Uptown, and he says they still want federal presence, but they are still thinking of restructuring. So that's where we got to. But I wanted to know further what kind of how they're gonna what if they have any plans in place, like other regions already have some things in place. And he said, okay, they have issues with their leaders, that they have leadership issues in their region, and that's the issue that they've been having. Diwali, can you come in and make your submission known? Sorry.
I think they want presidency, nothing more, nothing less.
The what now?
I think the Southeast want presidency, nothing more, nothing less.
But most people are moving. We want the power to move away from the Abuja, and we want regions to run. I think that's what most from the
I
south.
don't think so. I don't really think so.
You
I
think?
think, I mean, they blame their political leaders, but the thing is, yes, they deserve to be blamed. But at the same time, if Peter Obi had won the election, uh, all these agitation probably would have reduced because federal government presence, not like they want it in the form of bricks and mortars in the southeast, but the fact that they want identity.
Oh, okay.
Tell me, where is the presence of federal government in every state
So
apart from
so it's more deeper than just buildings
I
and
mean,
structures. Yeah.
an average.
Wanting P2B to win, and after P2B win, he start behaving like a Buhari. The Southeasterners will just take it easy like
Again,
that.
You
it's
know,
no way.
you know,
Why you talking like that?
Now sending
you know
python
the
If
funny
dams,
thing.
if P2B has
destroying the
won the election,
economy,
then we
You
are
know
happy that he has won.
destroying
Normally, we'll be happy
exchange
that
rates.
Obi has won. Then after he had won, he will start to behave like Buhari. Is that
No,
what you mean?
really,
Then
no,
we'll still be happy with him.
Diwali,
no.
what is your point? Like, what are you
My
guys?
my
What is
point
So
is
the
make
that
make your point very clear now. It's just is
I
it just like when you are talking about the Senate president today. We are telling you the person that can maybe say let the person be the Senate president from Saudi, which we know is not possible.
wait, hold on.
You understand? We the
Wait
what
now.
the point I'm trying to make is this: when you are talking about the Southeastern becoming the president of Nigeria, is it just becoming president of Nigeria, or bringing out the best, or somebody you know that you can trust, that you can trust that can give you what you want?
I think the issue with Ojo Okalo
Ekene,
explains that speech
Is it,
very well.
so just
The
like
Ekene.
you
issue
today,
with
just
Ojo
like today, now
Okalo,
you come out to
where
say,
Southeasterners are telling
you come
you,
out to say that you come out to say, okay, Southeast one president. Let's give the Southeast president. Let everybody give Southeast president.
You
Okay,
Ekene,
think
who do you
Ekene,
want to
if
give
the
them now?
Ekene,
South,
see,
We
think
Ekene,
give them.
it's just like
Let me
Guys,
finish. Let me finish. You give them Ojus Okalo. Do you think Southeastern will listen to you
they're going to
because we
vote
want
against
president?
him,
see
Who
clearly.
will vote in the Southeast?
if
They'll
listen
vote against him,
if
clearly.
you give Ojus Okalu presidency, guess what will happen? That noise will reduce. It's just a
Southeast will
matter
not even
of
vote for him, not to talk of
Nothing
the
will
noise
reduce.
reducing.
We have already known his work. Yeah, we have already known his work.
hey,
See,
We
let
know
me
what
tell
he
you,
did.
people don't understand. That's why
I don't even know
I think we should talk to
how we analyze
ourselves
our
listen,
more.
views here.
See, some people don't
listen.
understand some
You
things.
know,
People
when
don't
it
make
comes
up
to
some things
power,
what they
when
feel
it
about
comes to power,
Southeasterners.
when it
Let me
comes
tell
to
you, see, Adewale, sorry, let me just say this
I'm
before you
trying to
continue.
make
Sorry.
a point, but you guys
The
won't let
space
me
of
be anyway.
sorry, my brother. The
Uptown, please.
space.
Uptown, wait now. Let him make his point. Then you can. So you know.
No, I just want to add this
No,
to
no,
what he
no.
wants to say now, so you can
Hold
address
on.
it. But
Hold on. So
you
you know
can
where
just
it's coming
Yeah,
from.
let's Adewale speak.
Let
Then
him
you
share
can
his own
yeah.
perspective. Then
You
you can
Yeah.
know,
reply.
Ekele, when it comes to politics, not as if you and I gain anything from this politician. But you know, something called identity is very, very powerful. Representation matters a lot. When you have somebody who represents you, who
Um,
look like you, who you believe is going to speak on your behalf, it goes a long way. Now, why do you think the agitation for Odua Nation kind of died down now? Because there's Tinubu in the presidency. When was the last time you see Yoruba Nation flying their flags in Oshogbo or flying in the southwest?
what do you benefit me if my business is not doing well? What do you benefit
Listen,
me if my life is
and I'm
not better?
trying to tell you
You are my
that
brother. You
the
become the
the
president. I
the
don't want any identity as an Igbo
see,
man. I don't want any identity as a president for somebody to say that
I
Igbo is
wish
become the
everybody
president
would be
of this
I
nation.
wish everybody
see,
would be like you, Ekene.
he see Igbo man. See, no,
I
no, no,
think
no,
it's
no.
everybody
This guy does
agenda.
not
What do you
know
tell me?
Igbo
I
people.
wish
Igbo man
I
just
don't.
wants his
I don't
profit and
know.
his money.
Which identity? The
Ekene, hold on.
P2B that I want to
His
be the
money
president,
and
or
his profit.
is he giving me food? Am I
Ekene,
going
hold
to
on.
every morning
We
to beg
can't
him
be
food? I
hold
want him
on.
to
We
come.
can't be
I
talking
want
Ekene,
him
on
to come
hold
and
on
make
the
the
now.
country better.
Ekene, hold on. Let Uptown
if
respond to
today
Diwali.
now
Hold on, please.
Tinubu become perform very well, Despite his performance, people are still going to criticize him.
No. They will see. I made a point very clear to
People
you.
are still going to criticize him. If Buhari
Wait,
perform,
wait,
people are
listen.
still going to criticize. You see, politics go beyond it's about power. Okay? Whoever says
See,
it's not about power, that person is not telling the
Which
truth.
see.
power? Which power? How will I be
Wait.
criticizing? How will I criticize Tinubu if
Can
he
I
begins
speak?
to make policies today affecting my life, and I see my life is getting better, my business is getting better, everything is getting better?
Okay,
Then
In
I
the
will
wait.
want
case
to
of
be criticizing him.
opposition won't see
Let me
that
speak.
as being
Then
performing.
let
Let
them
me
be the
speak.
politics. In the politics, I know those things will happen. Political party will still do their politics. But me, as a Nigerian citizen, knows when a politician is affecting my life positively. That is the point I'm trying to make.
See,
Political parties will still do their politics. But as an individual, I know when Tinubu government is affecting me positively, and I know when it is not affecting me positively, and I'll be able
see.
to speak on those things. So
Adewale.
that the
You
Southeast
know, if everybody
the Southeast want president doesn't mean that we want a dollar to become the president of Nigeria.
See,
You
Adewale.
understand? There is
Sorry.
nothing like identity. So in terms of identity, I want you to kill that idea of
it
an
is
Southeasterner
identity.
being.
I know that for a fact. It is about identity, and I
It's not
support
an
it
identity.
100%.
Kill that idea
No,
that Southeasterner want to
I
be
think the
identified.
issue you guys are having is that Adewale, you need to
Mm.
understand that the psyche of the Southeasterners work differently. So when some Southeasterners speak, you need to listen
You
to them.
speak for yourself, my
If
brother.
you no
See, please.
don't
This is
worry,
a
don't
general.
worry,
This is almost a
don't
general
worry.
idea. Other people
Adewale,
can.
we can take
I
That's
a
can
why
trip
I
bring
to
any
said
Nnewi.
Southeasterner in this platform for
No,
you to
wait,
hear from him.
Ekene, wait. Adewale, we can take me and you. We can meet in Lagos and take a short trip to Nnewi on HMM Market and talk to at least 100 person per day. Perhaps we will start. That's why I say we should start talking to people in Nigeria so that there's a lot of things people don't understand. Some of the situation we think is hard in Nigeria is actually a very simple situation, but people used to have misconception about some things that people want or people doesn't want because they are listening to elite instead of listening to people on the
We are
streets.
friends now. You
Now,
can come
the
whenever you come to Lagos. Just call me on phone. Come to Alaba. Let's just
issue.
go. Let's go to shop by shop. Let's just make
Do you
let's
know
just
why? Do you
entertain
know
some big
why?
men there.
let me
You
give
hear
you
from
an
them.
Do you know
example.
one of the reason? One of the reasons why agitation was not so high under Goodluck Jonathan was simply because some of the economic indices were working. The currency exchange rate was okay for the businessman and the trader in Alaba market under his government. His economy
And
was
nobody
still
was
okay. It
Better,
contesting.
wasn't doing
better
You
than
know,
Obasanjo's time.
the same thing
you
with Obasanjo.
know,
Obasanjo was even
The
better.
same
So
thing
why
with
were they
Obasanjo now.
agitating? Why were they
So
agitating during Obasanjo's time? Then?
let me draw your attention to
Obasanjo was
something.
good,
Last week,
very good with
But why were
business.
they agitating during?
uptown. Let me draw your attention to something. Last week,
See,
Tinubu had a
They,
meeting
they
with
were. Wait,
the
Adewale, hold on. Wait. Why were they agitating during Obasanjo's time? Then?
if I've already made Obasanjo position to you. If we were agitating during the Obasanjo time, we would have voted Ojukwu better than Obasanjo. So there is no
They were
agitation here.
I think all this
If there,
agitating.
Okalo and
My
if
son
there
was
is
not
an
Ojukwu now.
agitation, we would have voted Ojukwu
All this Okalo ran too, not only
in the
Ojukwu
presence
now.
of Ojo Lokali even ran. Nobody listening to them.
But see
Ekene.
We
the
would
see
have
the
voted
thing.
Ojukwu against Obasanjo if we had an agitation against
Wait,
Obasanjo.
let me
No,
make
you
the
wouldn't have
last.
voted
So
Ojukwu
which
because
point are you
Ojukwu
trying to
already
make?
gave up on Biafra. He already gave Biafra up. He was a part of the
One
deal
voice,
we made with
please.
Nigeria.
One
He's
voice.
not coming to
I've
Nigeria.
never made any. I've never talked about Biafra.
Ekene.
He's running for
The only thing
president
that I
now.
want from any government is for
See,
every country to be
Ekene,
better.
Ekene.
Everybody called a citizen of this country to feel as a
I
Nigerian.
actually, do you know, I actually, when I listen to Ekene, Ekene does not need to tell me that he's a trader for me to know. Ekene is
Ekene.
like just a voice of a
Let me draw
typical
your
Igbo
attention to
trader.
something that happened last week. Just
Adewale,
one
wait.
second,
Let
uptown.
me
I
make
will
this
let you
last
speak. I
point.
just want
Let
to draw.
Let
him
me make this
talk.
Ekene.
last point to you. You know, you spoke and I promised to respond to you. Take the case of Orji Zokalo and the Senate presidency, for example. Every other region is killing themselves for Senate presidency. Because Orji Zokalo is the one wanting to be Senate president for Southeast. Have you heard agitations from Southeast? In fact, the highest pushback he's getting is from
Yes. We've
Southeast.
heard agitations from Southeast.
Now,
Don't lie. Facts are there. Don't lie.
if you
We have
say
agitations from
we are
Southeast groups.
agitating for Orji
Southeast
Zokalo
can
to be
came
Senate
out.
president in this
Please don't
country,
lie.
who?
No,
Which part of Southeast are you
Southeast.
talking?
Thomas, can I interject, please? Thomas.
Where are you hearing agitation in Southeast for Orji Zokalo to be
Can I
Senate president?
interject? Can I interject, please?
I would really love
Ojo
to
Zakali is
put
just
one
crying
point
with his
before I.
political He's crying with the political elite. We are talking about agitation. Who
Southeasterners
is
are
talking
even
about
mocking
Ojos
him.
Okalo? Ojos Okalo is crying with his political elite. They didn't get their share, and they are
are
crying.
mocking him
What concerns
online.
me and Ojos Okalo cry?
Let
Ekene
me tell
last
you.
week,
Let me tell you.
one of the new elected
Let's hear other people.
House
Let me hear
members.
from Remy. I want to hear from Remy.
Remy,
He's my
just
good
one
brother. I want to
second
hear
before
from him.
you go further. Last week, Tinubu had a meeting with the newly elected House lawmakers, right? And one of the Labour Party member was actually praising Tinubu's intelligence during the meeting. And when he came out, the man was speaking his heart. And guess what happened? The Labour Party distanced themselves from this man because he knew that he's going to get with the water. I was trying to, speak to what Ekene said.
That's a party politics now. It's a party politics
see,
now.
How can you be
yeah, but
praising somebody you're challenging in court
see,
and you don't want a
It's a
pushback?
party. It's even a party
negates,
politics now.
that negates what Ekene just said now. Ekene's
No,
mindset
it does
is different from.
not.
Listen now, see,
How
I'm
can a
telling you
Labour Party
this.
person come to praise APC that you are challenging in court
See, the
that
man
you did
was
not win
speaking his
election?
heart. He was being open. He was being truthful,
The
right?
There's nothing like that. It's party politics. See, partisan politics.
So
You are
you are talking.
challenging
You are
somebody
saying
in
that
court. You are
a
saying that
Labour
he didn't win
Party,
the election,
a Labour
and you are
Party
then going to
member,
say that. How do
a,
you expect
la-
the party to behave?
And
a Labour
Okan,
Party
you
member.
yourself, you said Tinubu should forget party politics when he's governance. It wasn't when he's governing, right? Please, you people are double.
A
There's double
Labour,
standard.
see, a Labour.
If you want to come out clean, come out clean. If you don't want to
We are
come out
talking
clean, don't come
about
out clean.
whether party politics or not party politics. Labour Party is supposed to make it different, right? But here is a member who was speaking his heart out, who was being truthful, right, to the audience, to the Nigerians. Now, the party that he represented knocked him down by speaking his mind. Okay. Now here you are, Ekene, saying no. If Nigeria is better today, you wouldn't even bother about who occupied the position. But I'm saying that who occupied the position make a difference because it's about who represents you and power. So if the presidency go to Southeast today, and I'm telling you, you will have a sense of belonging, a
If the
sense
person
of
is doing well.
I don't even
whether
know. I
it's
don't
doing
even
well
know.
or not doing
And
well,
Wale,
you
who
will feel
occupies the
like
position doesn't make me to belong.
it does.
What?
Adewale, I
No,
disagree
it
with
doesn't
you.
make me.
Can I
I
interject?
disagree with you. What makes me
Can I
to belong
interject?
is when the person occupying the position is
This,
giving
you know,
me
what
what
is
my
happening
life
here is
wants.
that Adewale want
Uh,
to force down his own ideology on
No,
Why? How can you
really.
make
on
me believe what
wait,
I
the
don't
wait,
want
other
to believe?
person.
guys, let me jump in right. I disagree with
He
Adewale
wants to
for a
make
second.
sure
Wait,
that
wait.
you
Can I?
accept his own
Adewale, let me ask
ideas.
Adewale a question. Adewale, are you saying if Obi would have entered right now,
Hmm.
agitation would have ended?
Not necessarily ended, but it will slow down.
Yeah, I agree.
It will slow
Hold on.
down.
It
I
will slow
don't
down
think
until he
so.
start messing up.
Can I interject, please? Sorry, guys.
Influence. It will slow down,
Remy,
especially from the
Remy, how
northeast.
are
I
you?
mean
Yeah,
southeast.
I'm
let's
good.
hear from
I'm good.
Remy.
Thomas, can you share my
Yeah.
link, please? Can you share my
Uh,
link
uh,
to the
good
picture?
morning,
Yes, I will.
everybody.
Yes, I will. Yeah, I will. I'm coming. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. And
Good morning. How are you?
I'm happy that everybody has been contributing.
Remy, oh, tiki me, be on my bow, tiki me.
I
Bawa, Bawa,
Bye,
Bawa, Bawa.
Bye, yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead now.
Okay.
He always come late. I used to watch him every time. Whenever people want to go, he would just enter.
No, it's because of the time factor. Yeah.
It's because of
Okay.
the time. I know. Yeah.
What I want to say is this: everybody, first and foremost, we should all agree that there is what we call representation or representative government. That means you must choose leader from your region to represent you. If a government at the central want to have a meeting, they will not say all Nigeria, 200 million people, you should converge in one place, then we'll have meeting with you like that. No, we have to choose a leader from different regions to represent us. If you are talking about leadership failure in your region, it's almost the same thing all over the country. The Yoruba people also have leadership failure, so many that we cannot even talk about. You also said every region have a leadership failure. But when you agitate or when you say you are marginalized, every section or every region of Nigeria is marginalized. If you call the Southwest people, they will tell you they were being marginalized for so many years, even when their son, Obasanjo, was ruling. A good example was that Obasanjo was the president of Nigeria. He was unable to do a road to his own village. And there's a federal road that through Ota, he was unable to repair or renovate it. And at least he was the president. So
You don't have to.
in a simple conclusion, if Obi has won this election, it will reduce drastically the amount of agitation from the southeast. The most important thing that most Southeasterners are agitating about, in my own opinion, is just to become the president of that country. You guys saying that even if it's Kalu or something like that, you don't like Kalu, it's not in your hand alone, because you are not the only region that is going to vote a president into a country. All the other part of Nigeria are going to vote. For example, let's say during the Obasanjo regime, the first time, Yoruba people did not vote for him, and he won. What do? We cannot do nothing. So if you present Kalu or you present Obi and you voted for him and the rest of the country did not vote for him, then it cannot be the president of a country. If you are here complaining about marginalization today, tomorrow, or yesterday, do you think every region in Nigeria is not marginalized when they talk about the Nigerian system? They will complain too. Everybody have to complain. The first thing I know about is that every house, your local house must be put in order. If your house is not in order, there is a lot of difficulty in fighting putting your ideas or whatever you want together and go and fight it at the center. That is the most important thing. I've listened to Ekene, I've listened to Uptown, so many things, industrialized state or no industrialized state. What you people do is that most of the power in Nigeria resides in the state. The state governor is the only person that almost state people should handle to do something for them, whether they are collecting allocation or they are not collecting allocation. What are the state governor doing? Not creating, not finding a way to increase revenue and serve their people. If you are talking about the same Southeast, look at what Ebonyi State governor have done in 8 years, and then just oppose it with other governors in the Southeast. What have they done? At least Anambra had more money than Ebonyi State. They have more money. Why is Anambra is not beautiful more than Ebonyi State? Go to YouTube and check at the capital city.
Remy, can we talk about Ebonyi State? I want to know what Umahi did in Ebonyi State.
Okay, I recently, there was 2 or 3 months ago, I was checking all states of Nigeria. I was seeing the development in each state. And what I see in Ebonyi State, he has constructed so many roads.
Are you checking the development or are you checking his infrastructure?
Yeah, road is not infrastructure, right?
Good.
The road is infrastructure.
So it's road, not infrastructure. I just asked you a question.
You don't get the point. Road is infrastructure, yes.
Thank you. So apart from road, he has built some university, hospital. He did a lot of things. If you have,
I agree with you. Infrastructure, yes.
You can go
what
ahead.
Else did he do?
At least when you create infrastructure, it brings a lot of development. It creates a lot of opportunity.
Okay, we can. Remy, can I interrogate that idea?
No.
Yeah, let him conclude. Let him conclude. Yeah.
In conclusion, if you talk about marginalization, that you said you are being marginalized, I think every region have been marginalized. And to be frank, in Nigeria, the Southern Eastern people are the most luckiest people in Nigeria. And I will tell you why. The reason is very simple. You are all welcome in every part of Nigeria. Uptown and Ekene, I served my youth service in Enugu. I did my youth service, and I know Onisha. I've also been to Unewe. I've been to several places in Enugu State. I can see the industrious or hardworking people there. I know you guys are good in trade. This is not disputing the fact, that is true. But what we are trying to say here is that you are lucky. Every part of the country welcome you to do your business, to build a house, to stay there. But they ask you some simple question. What have your leaders done to attract other people from other parts of Nigeria to your region? You are not seeing it in that light. You are only seeing it in one light.
No, we are seeing it in the light because I also castigated the same leaders. So you're sounding like I protected them.
So when you look at it this way, the first thing is about your leaders or your leaders must come together. You cannot be saying, "Oh, we don't want Ojo Zakalu. We only want this." You are just people.
So Remy, you are asking Remy, wait. So you are asking.
Let me conclude.
So you're asking them what is the Igbo version of the Dawn agenda? Is what you're asking? What is their own version of Dawn agenda, or Odua group? Do they have anything collectively as a group of people in that
So
region?
that I've already mentioned that in the beginning, that they should come together,
They don't
coordinated,
have. They
and
don't have.
so they can. You cannot. Let me tell you the truth. Perception is different from reality. You can perceive that Odikalu is a bad person. You don't want him as a Senate president. But if you have
It's not a
supported
perception. He's been a
and
governor.
okay. If you have supported him and be a Senate president, it does not necessarily mean that it's not going to be a good or better senator than the Senate president that was there before. So, and moreover, so the politics itself is different. The people themselves, they must come together to help one another. In Yoruba land or in the Hausa land, Hausa are the most cooperative and the most harmonized region in Nigeria. I'm talking about the northwest and north, even including north central. The southwest, we are not so harmonized like that, but still we give people room. Look at what happened to Bode George and Tinubu. Bode George has been criticizing Tinubu in memorial for a long time. And you talk about when the one Labour Party representative praised Tinubu, you said it's not good. But remember, Tinubu also castigated his party during the primaries. He's directly telling Buhari what he's doing that time was not good. The Naira swap, it castigated them a lot. That is a presidential candidate castigating his own party, thinking, don't you think he's jeopardizing his chances that time? So when you won as a governor or as a president, party policy should put it aside, because you are not ruling over your own political party alone. You are ruling over several
So
parties.
what control do we have over Labour Party?
Now,
like Ohanese should call Julius Abule to Enugu and tell him not to sanction his member.
What you said there was not pushback. When that guy made that statement, there were pushback from Labour Party and some people from the Southern Eastern region thinking that what he's doing is not good.
Okay, so the only pushback came from Southeast.
One of you guys also says the same thing. Being a party does not mean that they take away your freedom of speech. So it does not mean that, okay, I, as a representative of Labour Party, I should not like or dislike my president, the president that is there now. So you cannot.
The question is, how does Labour Party issue concern the Southeast issue we're talking about now?
It's a very good question you ask. When you look at all the political parties in Nigeria, there are some parties that are very strong in the region. And there were two major political parties that were strong all over the country. If you look at Labour Party very well, as it stands today, it tends to, like, a lot of people from the Southeast prefer the party more than the rest, more than the other party in Nigeria.
So they own the party because they fielded the candidate.
Apart from the fielded the candidate, you can just look at the result from the presidential election.
Yes, I can look at the result and I'll tell you exactly what the result is. 1.9 million from Southeast, 2 million from the North, 2 million from Southwest and South-South.
I think that when you look at the result, result of the Southeast state by state.
1.9 million from Southeast out of the 6.1 million.
State by state and compare it with the other states of the country. It clearly showed that party was favored more in the Southeast because of
every party will always get a favor from one region more. Does not make the party belongs to the region.
Okay, I don't need to.
I can't blame Yorubas for what APC did.
No, listen. I don't want to double daily on that one. We are talking about you guys.
I take you on this.
Came in because of your agitation and what you are trying to say.
Your optics on the statistics of the election is very wrong. Very wrong. From the now, when you say
correct me.
Too much time on that one. Because look,
no. Let's be honest.
All right, let me finish. I just 1 minute.
Allow him to correct me.
Uptime. I'm not here to daily. I'll be talking about all those kind of things here. Let's say the fact. If you want the only agitation that is the main in your region, the only thing you have not had, the other region have it. If we exclude the military era, is the presidency of the country. If you have it, it will reduce the agitation. That is the truth, because you'll be happy. The reason why you are, most of you guys...
You won't die natural death.
Yeah, I don't know, but at least it will reduce...
I will be happy to have a president from my region.
So if you want,
you will not let me finish, Remy, so that I'll be happy to have a I will be happy to I will be happy to have a president in my region.
Who
He will
affect
not
my
develop
life?
my economy. He will
let me
not develop the infrastructure. He will not put security. Then I will still be happy
Were you not happy with
having a
Jonathan?
president
He
from my
developed the
region.
infrastructure.
Who does that? Who does that?
Let me conclude.
You can only be
You see
happy
how
in the
other people
beginning.
do?
Let me conclude. Ekene, you are only one out of several
I'm not
million.
only one, no. I'm
No,
just telling you.
listen.
When Ekene speaks to you, just know
Let me
that
make
that's
this
the
point clear.
Anambra operator talking to you.
People will be
Let me
happy.
conclude.
People will be happy that the Southeast will be happy that Obi would have won the election.
Let me conclude.
Then goes down the line. Obi will not do what he's supposed to do by winning the election. Then I will still contain him because he's my brother. Then that agitation will not still come up.
Let me conclude. Let me conclude. Please give me 1 minute to talk without no interjection, please.
Go on.
You are one out of several millions from the southeastern part of Nigeria. If that might be your opinion, you cannot generalize it. That is the opinion of all the people over there.
Did I do meeting with him to be in sync with what he's saying?
So that is your saying. Now, if to say you present 2 or 3 candidates from your region, and at the end of the day, Nigerians prefer Kalu more than Obi, or Nigeria prefer Umahi or any other Southeastern candidate more than Obi, nothing you are going to do. And you cannot just say that because you believe in Obi is the only person that can be the president from your region. That is not true, and that is not correct. That is not supposed to be that is the problem. You should have several people. And if Nigeria said, no, we don't want this one, that is the person we want. You should have several.
But Remy, the narrative we have been hearing is the rest of their leaders, they are useless. It's only
No, I
don't
buy that idea. The idea that is there is that all the leaders must be coordinated, and not everybody will be coordinated. If you have been listening to this people I listened yesterday, that you can see what happened to Tinubu. He has brought a lot of people up, but the person that even made to be the vice president of the country contested against him. A lot of Yoruba people were not happy with the action of Oshibado, and several of them like that. So you people, you cannot just castigate all your elites that they are bad. You are not elite. When they call committee of leaders in Nigeria, they cannot call up.
Remy, what I understand about leadership is all about trust. Who you can trust that can at least deliver something to you.
That is what I'm trying to tell you.
If you come to the Southeast and say, give us a leader, and we say for now, the only person we have is Obi. You don't have to wait for him.
That is
what of Soludo?
It's not true. It's not true.
Soludo has not done anything to warrant him to be the president of Nigeria. Maybe when he finishes,
still waiting for him to
guys. You know what? I don't want this. I don't want. I mean, who else is left at this point? If you don't want everybody, who else do you have left?
So you only want one person. What about if something happened to that one person? You can, if it's today, if Tinubu is incapacitated, then the vice president will become the president of a country. If your Obi is incapacitated, that is all. That is the end of the world. Why should you
Then let the nation give us a better person. Well, I don't see in terms of politics. I don't play with the things that affect my future. I don't play with the things that affect my future.
Charity starts from home. You start.
Charity begins at home, isn't it?
No. See, from all the
get your house coordinated.
See, bro, from all the things we have been arguing in this platform, you should have known where that thing that Ekene told you before, that Igbos are probably more Nigerian than any other tribe. That's what you would have started,
I don't think so.
Understanding it.
That is no. That is
That's a big lie. That's a big lie.
Now wait. Let me land. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to say anything against any tribe.
Every Nigerian is a Nigerian.
No, don't misunderstand me now. That's not what I'm saying. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not talking down on any tribe, please.
So that there will not be unnecessary argument, okay? What we are discussing here today is very important.
Okay, see the point, sir.
Important.
See the point. You said something. You said if something happened to Obi, who next? See,
Yes,
as far as the
is
Igbo
it
man
not
is
true? If
concerned,
something happened to Tinubu, life will not continue. When they kill Obasa, what do you
no,
call
allow me now. Let me
no,
answer
no,
the
no.
question.
I want to be the president for you. When
Off
Abela was
town.
killed, life does not
Remy,
continue.
Remy,
And
Remy,
so
before we go
Senegal does
far,
not become the interim government. So you cannot be fixated on only one person. If something
No,
happened to
see
him or
now,
die
let
or
me tell you. Are you telling us what we should do? Or are you asking us what are you
no,
asking
I'm
us to
trying
know
to tell
from
you
our
that
view?
I'm not asking you a question. I'm trying to tell you that
Okay,
if
imposing
something
to you
happens to
what we
one
must
person,
do
that is not
and
the
how
end
we
of the
must do
world.
it.
The world will continue. If
No,
Abiola if
Remy,
Tinubu
Remy,
dropped
what
dead
we can
today,
tell you is how
another
we
leader will be
feel.
there.
And no, if you ask me what will I do in a situation, I'll tell you what I will do. You don't tell me what I will do. Now, this
I'm
is
not
what
telling you what will you do. I'm telling you, listen to me carefully. I'm telling you that if something happened to someone, that the government does not stop. Government continue. If Tinubu died
nobody is
today,
suggesting
Tinubu will be
government should
sworn in.
stop. That's
When
allow
Yaradua
me to
died,
answer the question.
when Yaradua died, Jonathan became the
Hey,
president.
Remy, nobody is saying government will stop. The simple thing position me and Ekene is holding is you asked if anything happened to Obina, who next are you going to present? See the answer. Very simple
I'm not
English.
asking you who is next you are going to play. I'm telling you that if
the
something happened to
next. No, no, Remy. Who
there's
is
a
the
life
next? Who
up
is the
there,
next you're going to present?
life
Who is the
Who is
next?
the
continues.
next? Who is the next?
Who is
Let
the
us
next?
Let
hear.
me
Let
answer
him answer.
now.
Who is the
You're
next?
not letting me. It's just all over my
Because
lip
you don't
on my
understand what
mouth.
I'm trying to say. You're
Remy,
just
who is the
listening to your
next?
own
I want to
narrative
hear you. Who
and
is the
I
next
don't
person?
understand.
If Obi
Okay,
dies today,
Remy,
who
you
is the
don't want to
next?
listen. You don't want to hear.
I
No,
Ayo,
want
you
to
Ayo
don't
hear.
wants to
understand what
hear.
I'm trying to say. Try to
Oh,
understand me. I'm not
Jesus.
asking you to who do you give me
Just
after
carry
me.
on,
I'm
carry on.
trying to tell you that if someone died, it does not mean that's
Remy,
the end of the world.
Remy,
If
Remy,
something happens to
please give
somebody's
me a
life
second.
continue.
Please, Remy. Who is the next? If Obi dies today, who is the next person? The leader
Ah,
in the southeast.
Remy, I hope you have water around you. It does not
You
look like
can't
you
put
take
your head in.
a
You
breath.
can't put your head in one basket. Is the point.
Give
You
me
can't say
who is
that.
the next.
Let me
Betty,
tell
let
you.
him answer. Who is the next
See,
person? If Obi dies today,
If
just
Obi is the only
wait,
person
wait,
we have,
wait,
then anything happens
wait.
that Obi doesn't become the president, let
Ekene,
other
Mhm.
wait.
region continue to provide the president.
Really?
Ekene,
You see, that's the
Wait, let me answer.
problem. That's the problem. See, Ekene and the other guy, you guys are just playing manipulative game here. All of us, we
There
know
is
the
nothing
truth.
manipulative here. There
You
is
know,
nothing
Oh my God.
manipulative.
people
We
don't
know the
If we
believe.
are
truth.
able to give
We
it,
know
the
the
only
truth. We
People
know
don't
the
believe
truth.
that
Let me
that
tell you, now, I've done business. I've lived with Yibo. You
it's not
understand me?
everybody that
See,
thinks like
the
you.
genesis.
This guy.
Let me tell you what Yibo wants. Me, I will tell you. Let me tell you what Yibo wants. See, the first thing Yibo wants, because out of all the Igbo that I've did things with, only one thing they are kind that bad people, they disappoint them during the World War. That thing is still generating all over Southeast. See,
Kumi,
yes,
that's not my own issue.
Wait.
Uptown.
So what
If
does they
Obi
want?
dies
What do
today,
they Igbo
who is
yes,
want?
the
You have not
next
that's
answered
where
the
I'm
person?
going.
question.
That's where I'm going. The
Okay,
only
tell us.
thing Igbo people want is presidential. They want presence. Any other thing,
Eh,
Ekene and this other guy talking, they are lying.
okay,
Let me tell you.
okay.
Let me tell you, man. Let me tell you.
Mm.
I'm
Um,
telling you, I'm telling you my
it's
observation
lie. It's
and
lie. We
my
can
and the
see
what I will
everything.
fight for.
We saw
As a
everything
Nigerian, you are
online.
telling me that I'm
We
lying.
no. We saw everything online.
Just look at the way you put your this
Igbo
thing.
people will defend. They will
I'm telling you
defend
what I want
the
as
worst.
a Nigerian,
Igbo
and you
people
are
will
telling me that
defend
I'm
the
lying.
worst. Let me tell you, Igbo people will defend the worst on the earth. They will defend it online.
Uptown.
Let
If
me tell
Obi
you.
dies
See,
today,
all
who
these
is
things
the
you guys
next
are talking
person?
about,
Wait, the same
you
Igbo
want
people that
someone
is
to give you
criticizing
economy, blah, blah,
Nnamani,
blah, blah, blah. It's
criticizing
lie. It's a
Omai,
big lie.
criticizing
Okay,
Okpozodemba are the
Igbo
ones that
people
will
will defend
defend the white
everything.
people's territory.
Igbo people will defend
Igbo people
everything.
defend anything that come out from Southeast. Even
Are you
They defend
serious?
anything that come out from
In
Southeast.
this same
yes.
platform,
We
in this
defend the
same platform, Thomas,
we defend
in this same
Ekweremadu,
platform,
we defend the
You
Ojo
guys
Zokalo.
defending. You guys
wait,
We
wait,
defend the
defending.
Naman. See the way you are talking. You are just talking.
wait,
You don't even listen to yourself before you speak.
Inamani supports Tinubu. That's why. You
wait,
guys,
Babati,
you guys, you guys don't
Babati,
bring Inamani
Babati,
to Senate
let me
because
call on
he
you on
supports
this.
Tinubu.
It's not me. It's not me. Uptown. It's not me talking. No,
No,
it's
no,
not me.
I want to call on you on this
Babati,
this new
Babati,
mention
Abati,
Kumi brought in.
Uptown,
Please,
Uptown,
do you genuinely
Uptown,
think? Yeah,
Uptown,
who
Uptown.
is
You're
that?
not listening to me.
Okay,
I
let's
want
calm
to
down.
debunk your statistics, but
Who is that?
I'm
Awad.
waiting for that.
Okay.
But first thing I'm
Please,
asking you
okay,
is,
wait,
if
wait,
Obi
Awad,
dies
please,
today,
please
who
let
is
me
the
just
next
answer
person to
Kumi
replace him?
before
AY needs to
let's
lose.
go to Jesus,
AY needs to
please.
lose. Uptown, go ahead, please. AY is
Please,
your man.
okay. So, in this same platform that just 5 minutes ago, Thomas and everybody unanimously said that these guys are against almost all their politicians. In this same platform, Kumi come back and say, no, they're defending everything. So please, which way are we going?
Okay,
Are
now
we attacking everybody or
let
defending
me give
everybody?
you an
Pick your
example.
side.
Let me raise another example. If you don't accept that, okay. Inamani, why Inamani don't come back to Senate? Is it not because of his support to Tinubu? You guys rejected him. That's
Ipazu of Abia.
anything
Talk about
that.
Ipazu of Abia. Did you
No, let
support
me tell
Tinubu?
you. Kenya is saying that only Peter Obi, but you guys forget that last election, Peter Obi doesn't contest for presidential. He contests as vice president. Who do you guys vote for? You guys vote all your
We voted
votes.
his tickets.
You guys vote for PDP. You
Yes.
understand me? Let me tell you,
Traditionally.
all the political game you guys are playing from Southeast is totally wrong since 1999. You understand me?
Okay, we are not
And that's
arguing
the
that.
reason
We
why
are not
you guys.
arguing that. I've already
Talk
made that.
about what you
I've
said
already
about
established
us
that part in this
defending
platform.
everything from Southeast.
I've already established that part in this platform. So you don't need to take us to that angle again.
No,
I've
no,
already
I can
established
allow
that
him to
part.
defend what he said.
There is nothing to defend here. I've already said in this platform that APC, if we are talking about who is owing us Southeast, APC is not owing Southeast. That the people that are owing us Southeast is PDP. So for him to come here and begin to put things around, I like people that says the fact. When you want to speak, you speak the fact, not turning things around.
Okay, the fact.
I've already made that point. How we started our political journey from
as my own
Too much
opinion.
voicing, too much voicing, please.
Kumi,
Too much voicing.
I think it was the choice of words that you used, that the lying part that they didn't really appreciate.
Babati.
Yes.
I think we are going so far. Uptown, I'm asking a question. You are not answering me. If Peter Obi drops
Please
dead
ask your
today,
question again.
who is the next in line in leadership for that region?
Okay, A1. It's very simple.
It's not simple. Give me names.
That's what I'm telling you. Let me tell you, it's very, very simple. As of today, I don't know the leader that will emerge 6
That
months
means there
later
is
or
no
1 year
leader,
later.
there is no
They
succession.
will not give you any name because they discover that all
Can
the rest
Kumi
they are coming from APC.
do you have
All the
your
guys are
answer?
coming
So
from
allow you to
APC.
answer.
That's the reason
Answer.
why. That's the reason why they don't want to give you any name.
Okay, what about
Because
the
they
ones in
know all
PDP?
the other leaders they are coming from APC.
Okay, the ones in PDP, what happened to them?
Give us a name.
Wait, Kumi say all our leaders are in APC. All the ones in PDP, where
Give
are they?
us name.
Give us names.
Everybody,
They don't
hold
want.
on.
I can give you what I can start giving you names on top of my head. If Tinubu
Wait.
drops there today and people that will stay in line and everybody would come together irrespective of their parties, give us names.
Listen, it's really very simple.
Abaribe? What do you have against Abaribe?
It's very simple. See, as far as I'm concerned today, if Peter B is not here, there are other likely ones. Even though they may not gain the kind of overwhelming support Obi has.
Who are they?
The likely ones.
Give us name.
Listen, wait. Soludo is there.
Soludo that you people hate? Or Soludo that you people talk against?
They just reject Soludo right now.
Uptown, nobody is there apart from P2B for now. That's the fact.
No. I didn't want to do that.
Anybody can say anything that they want.
I didn't want to do
for now.
Maybe
nobody,
they're not
and I know my reasons. For now, so if you want to anything you want to say, whether you say it's because of APC or PDP, you can say that.
Hold on, please. And I will tell you, Peter Obi is not going to be the president of Nigeria. So what do you want to do?
Peter Obi is not president of Nigeria. He's not going to be president of Nigeria. So who next? Who is the next in line?
Wait, now this is my question. Nobody's allowing me to finish my question.
Hold on, Uptown.
Allow Pansat to talk. I want to hear Pansat, please.
Pansat has been here quiet. Yeah, let's hear from Pansat.
All right, thank you, guys. Please do not waste the kind of energy you guys are wasting here, our youths. But simple answer to that particular question. I mean, the entire Nigeria is going through an evolution right now, right? Many regions jettisoned their own leaders and supported P2B. That has to be reciprocated. So if P2B, God forbid, dies today, the next person, it's going to be in the line of Labour Party. It can be anybody. It could be from Yoruba. It could be from Hausa. It could be a Fulani. It could be Baba Ahmed. Baba Ahmed. Please hold on. Let me land.
I'm talking about
Okay.
I'm not talking about Nigerian
we're not.
Southeasterners
There's a new. Please let me just
South Africa
land.
is saying you must be
Please.
Southeast. That's the
Let
problem.
him finish. I like what he's saying. I like the
finish.
suggestion he's giving. I like what he's saying.
Let him finish. Let him finish, please.
Yeah. So
let him finish. I'm muting everybody. Let's fantastic finish. Yeah, let's hear from him.
By the way, I will take the liberty and I will give a very short answer to what this poser that you have, but I wanted to conclude something I was saying the last time, and then I'll be done, right? So let me say that the Labour Party is saying a new Nigeria is possible. Everybody's concentrating on P2B. P2B is not really the nucleus of this whole thing. That's a new Nigeria that these youths want to emerge. P2B is not there because it's from the southeast. So what's going to happen if something happens to P2B? Somebody like Baba Ahmed Dati is equally as good as Obi.
That's lightweight.
No, he's not lightweight. He's not a lightweight. The guy is former senator.
The ones that cannot control how he speaks on the
But what
TV.
it is that he's an honest man. He's a detribalized Nigerian.
He's
not
honest.
Please. Let me just land. So please, he's not thinking in
Stop
terms.
these lies. Facts don't
not,
speak that.
Yeah. You could use the word lie.
Yes, because I'm talking you.
Talking about that. But let me.
Pastor, I believe what you are saying, and I trust what you are saying. What you are saying is in line with my idea.
Right. That's why somebody like Uptown is having a difficult time answering the question, because the question is a lie. The question is a lie.
The question is not a lie.
It is a lie because if you are thinking that Peter Obi, hold on, AY, hold on.
Let him finish now. Let him finish. His idea is coming with my own ideas. I want him to finish.
Yeah.
So he's talking towards my direction.
Cleverly done is to lie in your question and box him into the southeast. Every time you see somebody from the southeast, you go crazy. Why? This man, Uptown, and this Ekene, they've come here almost every day.
I think you're more equipped. Please let me rest. Answer them.
Uptown.
Yeah,
Uptown.
No, I'm just saying
not crazy about Southeast. I don't even care about Southeast. Let me tell you the truth. I don't even care about you guys.
Kudos, and
because
of course,
I'm just bringing the facts to the table.
Of this program.
I'm bringing the facts to the table
to allow you guys to come here every day.
Can you please let him speak, please?
To form the kind of Nigeria we want. I couldn't do what you guys do. Right? And vice versa with this platform. I give them credit for letting two of you come here and you talk all the time, trying to be brotherly with these people here on this platform. And they just keep on Southeast, P2B. That is not the narrative. The narrative is that P2B is a detribalized Nigerian. He's not a Biafran or this or that. This is in line with Baba Ahmed. His successor would be somebody in that line, and he could come from anywhere. So, but let me talk about what
are you sure Peter Obi is detribalized? Are you sure?
Of course.
Are you sure?
I'm not saying that P2B is running for Pope or something like that. That's what
It's not detribalized. They put all Igbo as a party member in Lagos.
Thomas, I came here the last
time. They put all Igbo as a party member in Lagos.
Samuel, excuse me. So, Thomas, I came here and I made a statement the last time I was here. I would like to clarify.
It's not detribalized.
That statement that I made was that Tinubu did not win a single state. So that is a big claim.
Are we doing comedy today again?
No, please. I want to do it. I want to bring it from comedy to math. Let me prove it mathematically. Hold on.
Everyone, hold on. Everyone, hold on, please.
Thank you.
Let us give Passat the benefit of doubt without interjection from anybody. He has come to give us the facts now.
Not having facts.
Once I give it, if you have no questions, then I will leave. But
let us listen to. I will mute myself. I will mute myself as well. I did the other time. Give us the facts.
Thank you. Yeah. You do. I gotta say again that you are a better host than you are a panelist. You're a good host. You're not that good a panelist, but for sure you're a great host. So let me say that before the election, because there's an aspect of prejudice today because the election has held. Prior to the election, prior to February 25th, let's say on the February 24th, if you are asked what state is Tinubu most likely to win, for sure he must win that state. I believe that everybody here and those listening would say Lagos State. For sure he's going to win Lagos State, right? So there's a mathematical, let's do algebra. 10 is greater than X. That's the formula. If somebody gives you the formula, 10 is greater than X. So we're going to take Lagos. Does anybody disagree that for sure, out of the 36 states plus the Federal Capital Territory, that the most likely you're going to give Tinubu for sure is Lagos State? Nobody
I don't agree
disagrees.
with that.
You don't agree? You don't?
I don't.
You don't?
Because he had footprints in Ogun State, he had footprints in Ekiti State, which I
But you
believe there was
agreed it
no
before the
class
election
there.
now.
No,
Is it now that
that's
we
what I'm
leave?
saying.
it's not
You
before.
can,
It's not
okay,
before.
okay.
It's not after the election. It
Guys,
was
Okay,
before
let me
the
finish and then
election.
we can
why
debate it.
wait, Pasat, what is your modified position now?
Lagos was the for sure for Tinubu. Let's not lie. For
Right. So
sure,
I'm
surety.
trying to say that if somebody says that 10 is greater than X, now what you would know right off the bat that you're not gonna debate is that 10 is greater than 1. You see, that person doesn't have to say that. You know that 10 is greater than 1. So if you assigned Lagos as 10, that's the best Tinubu could do. He didn't win Lagos. Now, when I was here, one of the gentlemen that was here at the time said, "Oh, he won Lagos because you have a lot of Igbos in Lagos State." Thomas, do you remember? Do you recall that?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, so he says because there are a lot of Christians and a lot of Igbos in Lagos State.
And that's the fact, isn't it?
Okay, fine. But as a tangential point, I want you're stipulating that there are more Igbos in Lagos than the Yorubas, okay? But that's not the point. Now, what I wanted to do at that point, I read off all the states. I also made it very clear that it wasn't a binary choice. It wasn't between just Obi and Tinubu. There are others as candidates, such as Waziri, yeah, and then Kwakwanso. Yeah, so the same phenomenon where you don't have a lot of Yorubas or Muslim Yorubas, then you don't expect Tinubu to win because of what you established in Lagos. So we went from Abia to Zamfara. And I read off all the states.
To
now,
Rivers.
The best you know, we already established that the best Tinubu can do is what he did in Lagos. So where you don't have a lot of Yorubas, not just Yorubas, but Muslim Yorubas, you don't expect him to win. And that's exactly what happened. It's both logic and math. He didn't win a single state. He didn't even make 25% anywhere. That is how absurd it is.
Let me
land. So
him.
we in algebra we solve for a variable in an equation by isolating that variable.
Okay.
So I want to go mathematical on this so that we can solve it.
How many variables did you consider? How many variables did you consider in proposing that? How many variables did you consider?
Don't go to. Can you keep it simple?
The variable is x. That's only variable.
How many variables did you consider in proposing that mathematical expression?
I just told you only one.
Thomas,
we're solving for x. If there are multiple unlike terms contained in the
realistic terms, how many variables were you meant to consider? You are considering one variable, right?
X.
Where in a situation where there are multi variables, you didn't consider ethnic influence. You were only considering religious influence.
No, those are not variables. Hold on. Those are not variables. Those are constants. Because we know. Hold on. Could you hold on? Those are not variables.
It was a constant. If culture was a constant, tribe was a constant. So if culture would have informed you that other southwestern states are likely to swing the way of Tinubu by culture, which is a constant. Did you consider that?
No, but you see the mistake you're
No.
making. Hold on, just listen.
Did you
to what I'm
consider
saying.
that? I'm
No,
asking.
I'm trying to answer. Right? You are looking. You're not looking at it cultural anthropologically.
Jesus Christ.
It's not a variable.
Mansat, are you lecturing us? You are
No, I'm
not
not
in lecture
lecturing you.
room.
He's a very smart question that he's answering because
Did you consider
but
French? Friendship is also a constant. Did
no,
you consider
so
friendship? Did you
you
consider friendship
you have to let me
as another
land.
constant?
You have to let me land. There's no need to just yap it up.
Yeah, land it.
Okay. So what we're trying to solve for is just one variable, it's the X, right? Everything else is known because we use Lagos where it's supposed to be his best. So we know what that is. It's a 10. It's his 10. There's no 11.
Lagos, if you look at other variables,
But
Lagos
I
is
haven't
never going to
landed.
be
I'm trying to
10.
answer your question intelligently because it's a very good
Allow
question.
him. I
But
know the algebraic equation he's using.
exactly. Right? So we both have to establish, though, that when Tinubu came out, he said he built Lagos. He was a two-time governor in Lagos. And he wants to do for the country what he did in Lagos. That is not argument about that. And then he didn't go to expand his base. He did not go and campaign. Do you understand? And get other constituents.
How many votes did Peter Obi use to lead Tinubu in Lagos? Do you know that?
I don't know. He has claimed that he won
It's
it
not
by
up to 10,000.
No, he
I think
claimed
10,000 thereabouts.
No, he's claimed that he won that with 900, almost 1 million votes. That's what he claimed.
That is from your stupid
situation. That's what I'm saying. You are saying a lot of things that are not fact.
Hold on.
That's what his. That's the 10,000 is a 1 million votes is not a court. So you are saying things that arbitrarily. Let's talk about
But Pansat, you are forgetting to add the state power under Sawolu in as a variable in Lagos.
I'm giving them all
and
that
APC
because,
states.
Yeah, I'm giving them all that. Okay, there's no need to complicate it. There's only one variable that we're searching for. Now, Tinubu enjoys all the advantages that if we're not conservative, we should say even he couldn't do as well in other states the way he would do.
Okay,
in Lagos. But what we're gonna just say is that okay, given all things being equal, but we know everything is not equal. He was a juggernaut in Lagos. There's no doubt about that. But we're not gonna consider all that. We'll make it all equal, the same circumstance in every state. But all we have to do is to solve for X in every state, and we can go state by state.
Yes. No, don't let us go to that educational vocation you are trying to do. Do you know Peter Obi winning in Lagos? Some people suggested it is going to happen. It's not the news.
No, but remember, not for you. You didn't accept that.
Let's not.
Right?
I didn't accept that. Of course,
right.
You're
right. You're right.
Yeah.
People said it, but you see, this is one mistake.
So it's not the news.
Yeah, listen.
It's not the news.
Certain people.
It's not the breaking news.
I know, but listen to this, Thomas. This is one thing that the Southwesterners, some people, but a lot of people from the Southwest. Here's the mistake you're making. You're just giving up everything for Tinubu to be president.
We are not giving up.
No, let me
why
tell you what I'm.
Why did you say Tinubu is going to win Lagos?
Let me tell you what I'm saying.
Lagos. Let me say this, please.
Yeah.
Why did we say Tinubu is going to win Lagos? Firstly, he is a jagaban of the Lagos.
Right.
Second, he is officially from Lagos.
Right.
Thirdly, Lagos is a Yoruba land.
Yes.
We thought he's a Yoruba man. Yes. There are many things surrounding his winning in Lagos State.
Mr. Thomas, please,
let me say this. Hold on, please. Hansat, if they rig Lagos for Tinubu, will anybody doubt it?
Say that again.
If they rig Lagos for Tinubu, will anybody object to it?
To win.
They did rig it. Do you understand?
No,
They
hold
did.
on, please. I'm just saying hypothetically.
Right. Yes.
Hypothetically,
Yeah, but
if
it's not
they
it's
read,
not hypothetical. Hold on, Thomas. Hold on.
let me finish
Hold on. No,
now.
hold on. It's not hypothetical. That's what happened, and people do not believe it. They
The
rigged
only
it,
problem is that they weren't
right?
able to rig
Even though he
themselves, number
won,
one.
even though P2B won Lagos, yet they rigged it, and P2B does not even believe the numbers. So it's not hypothetical. It's actually a matter of fact. But here's what I was saying before you interrupted me. I'm saying that you are willing to give up everything, including you are here stipulating, admitting there are more Igbos in Lagos than Yorubas. That's what you're saying.
I don't believe that.
By making the argument.
That's a fallacy.
Okay, so
That's a fallacy.
okay, but then hold on. If that's a fallacy, that gentleman yesterday or 2 days ago that was saying that the reason P2B won is because of the Igbo population.
No,
that's what he said.
That's not true. That's not true.
So if you
that's
admit
not
that,
true. Yoruba voted for him.
It's a combination of
for him.
many things, many factors.
Exactly. So
contributed to his win in Lagos.
AY, that's what I'm saying. Or you're giving up somebody as intelligent and educated and youthful as Oshibanjo so that Tinubu can win an election. You're giving up the Middle West.
No, that's the problem.
You're giving up on people who identify with Yorubas. So people before, like Edo State, like so many Midwestern states.
Edo State had left you. Hold on. Edo State.
Will you mute this guy here, this AY? Why are you interrupting me? I'm making a point. So what I'm saying to you is that you can't because of a tactical advantage give up a whole strategic accumulation you've had over the years. These Edo people, they're watching you. They can't believe it. Because we used to tell them, don't get me wrong, I'm one of those that used to tell the Benin people, I say, look, why are you supporting these Yorubas? They don't have it right. And they just go with you guys. So, but now you're sticking it to them. You're saying to them, it's like arresting this Emefiele. You support that. Why? Everything, you're giving up everything so that you have a small tactical advantage of Tinubu, who is not even a Yoruba person. He's not a Nigerian. I don't know where the hell he come from. You're giving up everything, trying to promote evil. I want to show you it's not even, it's by math, not even calculus, ordinary mathematics and logic. You know he didn't win a single state. Why are you supporting this guy? And
you said so. We don't believe that.
See, Pansat, I will tell you that.
Please, can we just move ahead from this topic this guy is talking about?
No, because you don't like
the election has been called.
Remy, when the truth comes, you want to run away from it and go and start talking nonsense.
Let's talk nonsense. Let's talk nonsense. Let's move away. There's so many things to talk about.
This section is hold on, guys. This session is mainly for Shehu Sani. We are expecting him, but I think there is some network glitch that doesn't make. I will talk because just to do 3 hours, 4 hours. Then I'm even shutting down the next 10 minutes. We carve it under 9 hours. So at least we I don't even know that we have something to discuss for this. Wow, it's been a gag because Passat is just. It doesn't cut me unaware because the last time you said Tinubu didn't win one state. I can't.
Pansat, I want to commend you. You must be a good mathematician, or?
Well, I'm just
use mathematics to
what
these
Pansat
things.
says it's just fallacy. It's just fallacy.
Pansat is a better mathematician in this platform, and I must give it to him. Pansat, well done.
It's just fallacy. All what he's just saying.
He wasn't actually
nonsense.
making that dose up. He wasn't actually making those up.
It's total nonsense.
Okay, well, if you don't have any question, I will leave. I'm about to go. So, do you have any question about what I said? Anybody have any
No. I can't deliberate with you on what you are saying that is fallacy. Tinubu didn't win any state.
All right, you have a pleasant.
Are you trying to predict Yoruba's political future in national politics?
Pansat, try to come next time,
No. I don't just want to. Nah, Sam, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Even to uptown, you can't say Tinubu didn't win any state. You are the person.
Thomas,
All
it's
what
very
Pastor
it's
just
very
say
good
is
once in
non
a while.
sequitur.
Once in a while, we need to
Uptown,
feel.
uptown. Can you yourself predict the future of Southwest in national politics?
Wait, let me
Saying
tell you.
because they are not aligned with some people, then their future in national politics is dim.
We were here when Mike was predicting the future of Southeast politics. Now we were here when he was predicting it. But the point is, it is good to field a pansat every once in a while. It will make you people to appreciate people like myself and
Uptown, stop this.
And they have been
because
tackling us here since all this while. And that's why I just keep quiet. Fasad, I just giving it to everybody, and everybody was
if
just
we are
like,
trying to be very
Oh
calm,
my God.
if everybody
It's
breathes
total
space,
total
people don't appreciate
nonsense.
it.
Total nonsense.
we are trying to establish our. But you see, Mr. Thomas, that idea he talked about after Obi who's next. That's exactly my idea, and I love it. That explanation you gave there it's 100% my
Who's
expectation.
playing music? Mute yourself.
I,
You play music.
I think it's unanimous. That's a unanimous position. For me personally, as Uptown, if Obi is not in the picture, I will run to Ogun State and carry my normal Osibanjo, and I'm okay. I don't care about any other
You guys,
Who
man.
knows?
you guys
I'm
always
even seeing
hide under Oshibajo every time.
I
I'm
spoke for
seeing
myself.
Osibanjo in
Oh
Labour
my.
Party.
I just spoke for
Uptown,
myself personally.
Uptown.
Somebody
I'm
else
seeing
might have
Osibanjo in
a
Labour
second
Party.
option.
I'm seeing
You
Osibanjo in Labour
I'll be
Party.
so grateful. I'll be
you guys
grateful.
would rather go for Atiku. You guys would rather. We know this. You can't deceive us. We know this. We rather go for Atiku.
But
You
Thomas,
always
that's not
add
the
under this
question now.
Oshibajo.
No,
Oshibajo.
Thomas, you are supporting our arguments. What they asked
Who
us,
is
they
going
wanted
for
to make
Atiku?
it look like
Thomas,
after
I once
Peter
told you in this platform that what is happening to Atiku today, that I love it very much. That if there is anything that I would like in Nigeria now is to PDP to die a natural death. I said it because Atiku was one of the reasons Southeast lost their position in the presidency. If we are talking about the presidency, Atiku
But
is one of the main reasons. Is one of the main
Blessings,
reasons.
what happened now?
No,
You've been
I think the
quiet
point.
all the way. Yeah. How are you, my brother? Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I said, listen here. I just said I should quickly join. You see what you guys allow sometimes just on the name of comedy. I think you're almost allowing the wrong information to put out via the platform. That's I'm trying to address the issue of panther, right? Sometimes you don't just call it comedy and you allow somebody to come in and put out information out there that have no any form of fact behind it. And you can see straight to Ekene. Ekene is already saying, "Oh, Pansat is the best, is a great mathematician."
Yes,
When
now he put out
it's actually
a good
pure
argument
rubbish.
from a
You
valid.
people didn't want me to do my math now. I allowed him now. Bansat gave us the best mathematics now.
But
We were here.
it's all junk, that belongs to the trash.
Did you believe anything
You
that I
can't
said here this
come
night?
here. You cannot. Okay, if you want to make that argument, taking the fact out that you are operating what you call a political, you are going through what you call a political process, where everybody have their own free will to go and make a decision on an election day. Whether
Nobody
somebody
is
is
saying
strong,
you don't have your wheels now. That's
After
I'm not
everything
saying you
that I
don't have yours.
established here, somebody like Kumi came here and said that I lied.
I am
No.
sorry.
Listen,
I have to mute you.
Pastor,
Yes.
sorry, Thomas. I was listening earlier on. When someone is saying something that you don't agree with.
Please, Thomas, can you connect to the presidential speech, please? He wants to deliver in a minute. Is that possible?
Yes, they say Tinubu is not intelligent, so let's listen to the intelligent.
Of which
Can you connect this? Is it possible?
Please connect us. Don't let us miss it, oh, please.
You guys turn on your television and watch Tinubu. We are doing a different discussion here. So, like
you see,
turn on your TV and watch.
They don't want to hear that thing. See,
Let's
all
hear.
all of
I
you will
want
just
I
go
want to
to
watch I
church.
want to watch Tinubu. Goodbye, everybody. Maybe tomorrow I'll
Good
tell you
night.
this.
I too. I
Goodbye.
want
Let
to
me watch
watch him
Thomas,
Tinubu
too.
finish.
next time when Pansat come and is bringing those information, you can't just let it slide. You have to have proof to
No,
say.
he
You
has a
can't just say,
right.
oh, because
But I
you
told
can't
him
just.
he's
That's right.
talking. I
That's
told
his
him
right.
he's talking
Yeah,
nonsense.
you have a right. He has right, but it has to be empirical. You have to prove it. You can't just say because somebody did not
But
win in Lagos,
How
then he
many?
did not win.
No,
He
progressive,
did not win a
no,
single state.
that's not
What
true.
kind of
progressive,
evidence is that?
progressive. I told him he's talking nonsense. I told him.
Look at these people. Look at Pansat came on and started telling us about that Baba Ahmed, somebody who rigged an election. So, and a confirmed election rigger. Are you telling me
But this is
that is
your
the you see
your own
this is what I'm
narrative.
talking? No, it's not my narrative. That is evidence, proof by the court of law. It's not my narrative. So you have, when I say something, you ask me, is it factual or not? He was elected to the Senate, and the case was challenged, and they found out that he rigged the election, and they kicked him out of the Senate. How's that my own narrative?
Can you tell us the judgment of the courts in that case?
The judgment of the court was that he rigged the election.
What is the what do you mean by rigged the election? What's the judgment of the case?
Listen, McAfee got more votes than that Baba Ahmed because they counted the ballot papers inside the courtroom. Is that what you want to hear?
Who declared the election?
What do you mean who declared the election? Was it not INEC that declared the election?
Okay, so INEC didn't count their ballot well.
Who rigged the election when he was in the? Look, even if INEC counts the ballot paper well, did they not change the results? They changed the results. So he is a confirmed election rigger, and he was kicked out of the Senate. So you cannot turn around. Listen to me. You cannot turn around and say, "Oh, that's Baba Ahmed." This guy was in the CPC, the same party that was formed by President Muhammadu Buhari. That's Baba Ahmed was a member of the CPC. This guy, go and look at his educational background. He's an Islamic. So you know when you say somebody is an Islamic fundamentalist, that is what
We are not
Baba Ahmed
against Islam now. Maybe you are.
No,
we are not.
We say fundamentalist. We're not saying against Islam. We say fundamentalist.
At least he knows
That's
about
Baba.
justice
Listen,
and
that's
equity.
Baba Ahmed and Buhari and Muhammadu Buhari. There's no difference between them.
Yeah, progressive. I have to shut down 9 hours.
It's okay to be Islam once you know about equity and justice.
Nobody say nobody. I'm not talking about Islam. I'm talking about fundamentalist.
Thank you. We have to go. We have to go. Thank you,
Please,
guys.
Let's go and listen to our president.
Let's go and listen to Tinubu. Yes, it's online now. Let's go and listen to president. Yeah. Oh, thank you, guys. Yeah. May God bless you all. I said peace. Thank you so much. We catch you on the other side. Thank you so much. See you guys. Yeah.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Piakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya. You Yaya. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń sẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yaya Bello. Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.